Carlson, 91, puts Glamorgan in strong position. Marnus Labuschagne usually hits the headlines for his batting, but on day one of Glamorgan's clash with Leicestershire at Sophia Gardens, it was his idiosyncratic spin that caught the eye. The hosts made to wait, but finally found their groove. The Foxes 8 wickets down, 3 of them falling to the Aussie. The day started with Foxes' smiles, up to 300 when Wright flicked one off his pads for 4. But Wright wouldn't do much more, caught by Cook off the bowling of Hogan for 18. In came a man who's proved a tough nut to crack, Buren Hendricks, and once again he would carry his bat. The bulk of the scoring came from the other end, and Parkinson would eventually be the final man to go. Who else but Marnus Labuschagne, the throw spot on. The second time at least. Leicestershire all out for 320. Despite Labuschagne's heroics in the field and 3 wickets, Leicestershire had put on a decent total, built on the back of Patel's 82 and Azad's 64 at the top of the order. And Labuschagne would be called upon sooner than he might have hoped. Captain David Lloyd out in the first over, swindles with a quite wonderful catch diving low to his right. He struck up an effective partnership in response to the early wicket, taking Glamorgan past 50 with a boundary off Ben Mike, and then another, this one through the offside to take the partnership to the same mark. But before the break, Mike surprised him with a bit of extra bounce, and the Aussie holed out to steal in the deep. Lunch taken with the fall of the wicket, the score 58 for 2. North East joined Salter in the middle, but he'd lose his partner soon after the break. The opener out for 26, the catch more straightforward for Swindles this time. Carlson forged a partnership with the former Hampshire man and took Glamorgan past 100 with a 4 off the bowling of Ben Mike. Their 50 partnership was reached in some style. Carlson's bat in full flow as Hendricks disappeared to the ropes. They ploughed on. The dismal start dealt with 150 on the board with another boundary from Carlson, albeit not quite how he intended. And Carlson was soon up to 50. Another edge evaded the catchers, up to the mark of 69 balls, the 4th wicket worth 100 in the process. North East followed him. His 50 also took 69 balls to reach, and it was sealed when he crunched Mike through point to the boundary. There was plenty more for the hosts to enjoy before tea. The score beyond 200 with another attractive Carlson stroke. And North East then whipped one through the leg side to take the value of their partnership to 150. They were still together at tea. The score 220 for 3. And Glamorgan were now just an even 100 in arrears. Carlson forged on after the break and found himself in the 90s, but he wouldn't be able to convert that to 3 figures. Out LBW to Wright for 91. North East though was still there and still firing off the boundaries. He was up to 84 when Mike ended his resistance. In came Andy Gorvin for his first class debut, and he found some nerve settling early runs too. He and Cook looked to hold on for what remained of the day, and they took the total beyond 300 in the process. Both men wandered in at the close unbeaten, their partnership worth 38, and the hosts look to be in the driving seat now, just 15 runs from parity. How far they go beyond that remains to be seen though. Leicestershire won't want Glamorgan to get too far out of reach.
Kiran Carlson just 15 runs behind with 5 wickets in hand. I guess you'd have taken that at the start of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's that was our aim for the day ahead, just take those 2 wickets early and then kind of back for the whole day and see where we are. And it was, yeah, it's nice to be within their score now, and yeah, with still a few wickets in the shed.
Main contribution from yourself and Sam North East. You were fairly whistling along in the afternoon there.
Yeah, we got into a nice rhythm. Like me and him were just kind of batting and doing our thing. It's a shame we obviously didn't both kick on. It would have been nice to be 3 down at the end of the day, but it doesn't always work out like that. And yeah, I'm very pleased to put on a big partnership with him, and he obviously played beautifully.
Seem to enjoy batting together. You've got a good rhythm and momentum going. What's Sam North East like to bat with?
Yeah, he's brilliant. Obviously, a very experienced man and kind of very chilled at the wicket, which I think I enjoy, and kind of just work off each other. And yeah, we're both pretty attacking players when we can be. So I think it's very nice.
For yourself, pleased with the way the ball was coming off the bat?
Yeah, it's good. I felt pretty good all season. Obviously, I haven't really converted as much as I'd like, and it was nice today to kind of go in and get the team into a decent position.
What's the wicket like?
Yeah, it's okay. I think if you put the ball in the right area for long enough, there's a bit there. I think there's obviously periods where it looks flat when there's a partnership that you can score quickly, but I think like any kind of wicket at Cardiff, as soon as you get that breakthrough, you can get to it pretty quickly. I think we showed that in the first dig and when they bowled at us as well, losing those 3 wickets relatively early on. So yeah, I think it's one of those where the wicket's probably only going to get slightly worse. I can't see it getting much better from now on. So hopefully we can kind of bat well tomorrow and see where we are.
What would be an acceptable first innings lead? Do you think 15 behind at the moment with 5 in hand?
Look, I think anything. I think we've got obviously good players coming in with James Harris, Michael Neeson and Wheel. So I think we'd back ourselves to get probably 80 or 90 more at least with those guys. So I think we'll aim for that and see where we are this time tomorrow.
Cheers, Kiran.
Stone is into bowled a Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
Very good morning and welcome to the third day of Glamorgan against Leicestershire in the LV County Championship Division 2 here in Cardiff. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Edward Bevan will be joining in commentary. And just 15 behind, Glamorgan, as overnight batsmen Andy Gorvin and Chris Cook emerge. Leicestershire, as the cliche goes, are in need of quick wickets in the first hour, Richard.
Yeah, very much so. Good morning, Nick. Good morning, everybody. Glorious, glorious morning here in Cardiff. Every prospect of a full day's play. And it could be a really interesting one, how it will pan out. Obviously, Glamorgan in the driving seat up to a point. If they can get 100, 150 ahead, pick up a couple of Leicestershire wickets or more before the close, then they'll be confident in enforcing victory. Leicestershire at this stage will still be hopeful of finishing, well, not too far behind on first innings and then getting well ahead themselves. But it looks a lovely day for batting, Nick, and the pitch looks a little lighter and more uniform in colour than it has done on the first 2 days.
They do have a new ball in their hands, though.
They do. They do.
We had exactly 80 overs completed last night. And it'll be Chris Wright, 3 for 65 next to his name, to bowl the first delivery of the day to Chris Cook, who plays it into the offside, and it's running away towards the point boundary, and they'll pick up a couple of runs, 307 for 5.
We've started a couple of minutes early, which is good stuff. We can make up the 2 overs we lost last night, can't we? So I'm just thinking we will. No, it says 96 on the board, so 95.5 now, but shouldn't we have added those two?
I think it's because they came off after 6 o'clock.
Right,
it's when
okay.
It confused us last week at Derby when we had a similar circumstance. So probably not. Wright is in to bowl to Cook, who defends to mid-on. And I was impressed listening to your interview with Chris Wright. His honesty, really.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think he's at the stage of his career where he doesn't really mind too much about towing the party line, so to speak. Not that there really is one too often with Leicestershire. They're encouraged to be open with the media up to a point. Up to a point.
But he said, well, we had a couple of bad sessions in the game, didn't they, basically?
Essentially, yes.
Here's Wright in to bowl, and Cook runs it down on the offside. There is no run. Richard will be rejoining me on commentary in a couple of minutes, and then Edward Bevan in around about 25 minutes' time. So, a fine morning. Smallish crowd at the moment. Hopefully a few more will wander in. Only 2 sides of the ground effectively open at the moment. Well, 2 and a bit. Wright is in to bowl to Cook, who works it away on the leg side, and will get 4 runs here. Backward of square. Wright straying down leg side with the new ball. And it is the perennial danger that while the new ball gives the bowlers more opportunities to take wickets, it also sometimes comes more quickly off the bat. And Glamorgan move up to 311 for 5 with Cook on 28 not out. He had a very quiet start yesterday and was badly dropped behind the wicket off the bowling of Mulder when he was on just 9. As in comes Wright again, bowls, and a little bit of life in that one, as Cook had to play it down into the ground on the offside. City Hall clock in the distance, chiming the hour. And in case you're wondering about the noise of spectators sounding somewhat distant, it's because they are somewhat distant from us. There's no one in the stand at the Cathedral Road end, the Castell Howell stand. Members just down to our left are the closest spectators. As Wright is in to bowl to Cook, who allows that one to go through outside off stump, and there's no run. So the pavilion and the river end stand are open. Grandstand, well, most of the refurbishment work on the canopy has been done there. There's still a few small blocks of seats to be replaced. Maybe 1,000 or so in that big stand. And here at the Cathedral Road end, there's work being done on the conveniences underneath. The old facilities have disappeared. And hopefully by the time the T20, they'll be replaced by new ones. So it is Hendricks then from the Cathedral Road end to open up, still looking for his first success of the game. And that is outside off stump and allowed to go through by Andy Gorvin, the Glamorgan first-class debutant. Bowled tidily without taking any wickets with his medium pace. Glamorgan have made changes in that number 7 spot in the batting order. Started with Callum Taylor, who was also operating as a spinner. Then they had Tom Cullen as Hendricks is in. Bowls and no shot played by Gorvin, and he's out. LBW. Gorvin thinking he was safe to leave it because the bowling was left arm over the wicket. It turned out he wasn't. And with a suspicious look down, Gorvin is on his way. I'm a little surprised that was given the angle of the delivery. Hit him in line. And Gorvin learns a lesson.
Andy Gorvin was LBW to Kiran Hendricks for 23.
311 for 6. So Gorvin is a leg before, not playing a shot. Looked as though he might have been hit around middle and off, and there must have been some suggestion that would have passed outside off stump, but not in the mind of umpire White. 311 for 6 as we await the replacement bat, who will be trying to peer underneath the helmet. Is that the bearded form of Michael Neser? Or is it James Harris?
Oh, Neser, you're correct.
Yeah,
They're both bearded men. Both broad of shoulder. Always a risk, I suppose, when you're padding up. And it did look to swing back in the new ball slightly. So perhaps Bjorn Hendricks' fortune has changed. 1 for 48 for Hendricks then from his 16.2 overs. Thought about it a long time, the umpire, didn't he? And I thought long enough for him to imply that he wasn't going to give it, but decided it was going to go on and hit off stump, or had come back enough to hit off stump. So young Gorvin did a good job yesterday. He was fortunate. His very first ball he might have been LBW, wasn't he? But he did a good job for his side.
Here's Hendricks then to bowl to Neser, who leaves that outside off stump, and it goes harmlessly through to keeper Swindells.
Second bowling bonus point.
Yep. So still 9 runs behind Glamorgan, and their efforts to build a significant lead have already taken something of a setback. Neser's highest score so far has been 27 in the 5 innings that he's played, so not quite in touch with the bat so far as he leaves a ball outside off stump. No contact with anything on the way through to Swindells. 311 for 6. Over 8, -3. Somewhat concerningly, possibly, for Callum Parkinson. He's not likely to be doing much bowling himself in the immediate future. In comes Hendricks running away from us. Bowls to Neser, wide one, who drives at it, and that's gone somehow down towards third man. And they pick up just the single. Well, that was rather scruffy cricket all round. It was a bye. Not a great ball, not a great shot, not a great piece of keeping, and not a great piece of running either.
No.
Cricket was the loser.
It was. But 1 to the Glamorgan score.
312 for 6.
Yes, everything was sort of a little bit half-hearted about every aspect of that particular delivery.
Hendricks to bowl once more to Chris Cook, who runs that one down deliberately to third man, and they'll go through for a single. Was that the last ball of the over? It was. 313 for 6, so a successful over for Buren Hendricks, and Glamorgan trail by 7 with 4 wickets still in hand.
Good evening to Fango Fox down in Melbourne. He says if Leicestershire can get these last 4 wickets for another 60, quote, they are right in the game. Yeah. You just wonder, though, if that were to be the case and they were conceding a first innings lead of 40 or 50 or whatever, it's going to be quite difficult to get in a position to declare on this track what sort of total will they want to be ahead. Chris Wright is in from the river end and bowls, goes past the outside edge with an outswinger. Cook plays and misses. Right, 3 for 71 off 19 overs before this one. So an opportunity for potentially for a 5-foot, his best return of the season. 49 wickets last season for Wright. Just the 2 slips. New ball notwithstanding, he is in and bowling. This time Cook wisely lifts his bat over the line of the ball as it swings away outside off stump.
Joe
Wind
Root.
has changed.
Sorry, Joe Root is at the middle early for Yorkshire against Essex. Yorkshire 85 for 3 in reply to Essex's 403 all out. The England skipper was protected by a night watchman last night.
Do you think all the scribes will have headed cross-country from Worcester to Chelmsford overnight? It's shock to their systems. In goes Wright and bowls, looking for the Yorker. Well dug out by Cook, plays it firmly to Hassan Azad at mid-on, and there's no run. The wind's coming up river, or from the sea now, up from the west, up from the barrage.
Mm-hmm.
The flag's pointing towards Caerphilly Mountain, or fluttering towards Caerphilly Mountain. They're coming the other way, and as a consequence, the temperatures are beautiful now out there. Right is in and bowls, a little bit too wide, moves away a bit further. Cook lets it go through.
Yes, it's probably an ideal day for those playing club cricket today, isn't it? Not too hot, but pretty sunny. And so hope it's the same way with our Leicester listeners.
A lot of excitement in the city this morning. They've got over the football. Now it's the case of the rugby team at a focus of sporting attention.
5:30 kick-off.
Right, hair bouncing is in, bowls, lovely delivery, goes past the outside edge again. Cook was beaten numerous occasions last night, but he has the knack of missing at the moment. Missed that by a bit, actually. Good movement for Chris Wright, who, for a couple of overs last night, suddenly found prodigious movement, didn't he? And
there was a bit of difficulty, or considerable difficulty, for Gorvin and Cook last night.
Slightly open stance. Cook as Wright is in, bowls to him, bounces and leaves him, and again he plays and misses 3 in a row. But he's survived. He's got through the over by hook or by crook. Right, 3 for 71. Maiden over for him, and a good one, genuine maiden, so to speak. 3-1-3 for 6. Glamorgan trail by just 7, but now with 4 first innings wickets in hand.
Edward Cooper sends me a photo of some tulips that he encountered en route through Butte Park on his way to the ground.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Edward.
Actually, the sun has brought out a lot of in the ornamental garden bit. It's brought out a lot of the colour.
So it's Hendricks, successful in his last over, to bowl to Nisa, who dabs that one down into the ground. No run. So Leicestershire operating with a couple of slips at either end. They have third man and fine leg, relatively conventional field, 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg side. So yeah, lovely conditions, I would have thought, for those playing maybe their second or third league Saturday of the season. As Hendricks bowls, and that came back a little outside off stump as Nisa shouldered arms. But despite the dismissal of Gorvin, maybe it didn't come back that much.
No,
but
just
despite,
a good leave, actually.
despite the dismissal of Gorvin, Nisa and Cook are happy at leaving things.
A few more people in the ground this morning. Who can blame them? What a day for watching cricket. First class cricket.
Is Hendricks to bowl. That one went away a little bit, and Nisa again shouldered arms. He's in no hurry to get on with it. And Glamorgan have no real need to put the foot on the gas this morning. Just a question of batting as long as they can.
Quite high, that LBW, wasn't it, as well?
Hendricks bowls, and that's a decent ball that gets up a little bit. Nisa just about deals with it, plays it down into the gully rather hurriedly, and it's well fielded, and there's no run.
It was straight, but just... Gorvin will probably consider himself, well, I don't know, as I say, after yesterday.
Yes, he got the benefit
50-50.
of one early on, which was more obviously out than that one, possibly.
Mighty close.
3:13 for 6. It's a tough job on umpiring. No video replays available at this level, as Nisa again shoulders arms outside off stump, and the strategy of Glamorgan seems to be to let Buren Hendricks tire himself out at the moment and allow that new ball to sail harmlessly through.
It is their best chance of winning the game, isn't it? To have a decent first innings lead of a three. Well, they need a 3-figure first innings lead, and then try and bowl Leicestershire out for under 300 and be chasing sort of 200
yep.
in the final session, something like that.
Next delivery is into Nisa, and he drives, doesn't time it, out into the covers. A maiden over, 313 for 6 Glamorgan. 7 runs behind with 4 wickets in hand. If you are just joining us this morning, you've missed the dismissal of Andy Gorvin, the debut maker, leg before to Buren Hendricks for 23 without addition to his overnight score. Chris Cook produced a couple of scoring shots in the first over of the day. But apart from that, Leicestershire keeping things tight with the second new ball.
So it might be a slightly attritional morning, in as much as Cook does attrition. He doesn't really, does he? He likes to attack when he can. Well, it's a loose one.
Yeah, he's a player with a reasonable number of gears, to be fair.
Right is in and bowls to him. He's dabbing that one away off stump out towards Sam Evans at point.
And Chris Cook made his name initially as a limited overs player. He was in the Glamorgan T20 and one day side before he became a championship player, and I haven't noticed his stats recently, but certainly for the first year or two he was one of the slowest scorers in the red ball and one of the quickest scorers in the white ball. Now much more experienced.
At the moment, 29 off 85 balls as Wright is in, bowls to him, too wide, and Cook can safely leave, and does. He's got deep square out. Chris Wright, I think it's unlikely, you would have thought, that he's not, he bowls relatively few bouncers, right? He doesn't waste too many deliveries in that respect, at least. Otherwise, relatively conventional single saving field. Hendricks is down at third man. Who's that down at long leg? Could be Azad. As Wright is in and bowls, looking to drive. Doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. He was deep in his crease and ends up pushing it out, but wide of Parkinson at mid-off, who has to move 3 or 4 yards to his left, and Cook calls Nisa through for pretty comfortable single. He moves on to 30, brings Nisa down to face Chris Wright for the first time, so deep square comes into conventional mid wicket. That's the unfortunate Vian Mulder, who must have thought he had Cook yesterday. A really awful drop behind the stumps. In goes Wright and bowls. Nisa's reaching for that one, but getting just about to the pitch, playing it with an angled bat and running it wide of backward point Evans down to Hendricks at third man and jogging a single to get off the mark. 3:15 for 6, just 5 behind. No doubt there'll be a little ripple of applause, maybe the odd cheer or two when Glamorgan go past Leicestershire's first innings score. Right turns. Is in and bowls to Cook down the leg side, flicks the pad, runs very fine, down to fine leg for 4 leg byes.
Well, there's been a lot of that in this match, hasn't there? Ball swinging just down leg and flicking either bat or pad, and it is a short boundary, I suppose, on this Cathedral Road end of the ground because of the physical sight screen having to be put in the field of play, which means that the rope is 5 metres in from where it normally is. Hence everything that does go fine goes for 4 basically.
It does. It's a fast outfield as well, and I think it would have travelled another 40 yards before being intercepted had there been a very long boundary down there. Wright is in again, 2 Cook bowls outside off stump, swings away, leaves, end of the over. Not quite as testing, that one from Chris Wright. Didn't quite get his radar aligned in the way he would have liked. 319 for 6, just 1 behind for wickets in hand. Cook 30, Nisa a single. I spoke to Hassan Azad this morning as we both walked through the park on the way to the ground. He's saying it's a hard pitch to read. I said, from a batting point of view, I said, well, don't worry too much. And I told him what Marnus Labuschagne had said, that he said how difficult David Lloyd and the rest of the side had found the pitches here to read in the time that he's been here, as to how they'll play.
Here is Hendricks then to bowl. Turned away on the leg side by Nisa. There'll be a couple of runs here down towards backward square, and they're comfortably home for the second, and there is the ripple of applause as predicted by Richard Ray as Glamorgan move into the lead. 321 for 6.
Always a little moment in the game, isn't it? Now Glamorgan will be looking to build. Big half an hour here. Was that Callum? Sounded like Callum Parkinson.
Hendricks is into bowl to Nisa, with shoulders, arms outside off stump. No run. Through to Swindells. Is there ever any game of multi-day cricket in which the first half-hour stroke hour is not big the following day?
Or the next half an hour in the game, whenever it is. Or a moment when the side can't go bang bang and change the scoreboard.
Early polls. As Hendricks is into bowl, that's clipped on the leg side by Nisa. It's a steal at mid wicket and there's no run.
A few clouds around now. Coming over the hill.
When did the word polls creep in? Is it Southern Hemisphere origin, do you think? Seems to be relatively recent in the UK.
Not sure, to be honest. It's logical enough, isn't it, I suppose?
Another word for stumps. As next ball is played out on the leg side. by Nisa. No run. Just gently trickling up to mid-on. I think possibly Michael Hogan was the first to use it in the Glamorgan squad, which is why I suspected it might be Southern Hemisphere. 3:21 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 1 run. As that's defended by Nisa. Ooh, from the slips. As if it was kept a mite low, possibly, as Nisa examines the bottom of his bat.
That's the other point Zad made to me this morning. That the increasing amount of variable bounce, that might be the big variable, if you like, literally, over the next couple of days.
I thought for a moment umpire White had signalled yet another no ball, but it wasn't the case, I don't think, because he was just getting... Oh, he's signalling that Hendricks was coming round the wicket. I think that must have been what it was to the batsman. Nisa has to chop down hurriedly on that one, defends it well on the leg side. Rolls up to right at mid-on. Not a bad over from Hendricks. 2 runs off it. 321 for 6. Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online. Remember, if you want to contact us via Twitter, Foxes Cricket 22 and Nick Webb 2017. Your thoughts on this game or on any other cricketing matters?
All sorts going on at Southampton, where Hampshire are 41 for 5 in their second innings. But they still lead by 204 runs. Mohamed Abbas, I see. Fond memory.
2 night watchmen out, though. So it's not quite as bad as it seems.
No. Abbas in the first innings was wreaking havoc. Little tear trickles down the cheek. We miss you. Bassy, we miss you. Chris Wright, endeavouring to make up for the absence of Mohamed Abbas, is in and bowls, edged by Cook, and half a hand to it on the bounce from Louis Kimber at second slip. It bounced well short of him, and he slowed it down, almost stopped its progress. Rishi Patel ran back from first slip, but he had 10 yards to go to get to the ball, so single taken by Cook, who moves on to 31, which happens to be the number on Chris Wright's back.
Yeah, Hampshire against Gloucestershire. Hampshire 41 for 5, but they are 204 in the lead, so that could be a decent game.
Wright is in to Nisa. Good bounce and a little bit of away movement, but Nisa just leaves, lets it bounce through, and then rehearses a careful defensive shot. Kimber applauds at second slip. Patel is standing very wide of Swindles at first slip. It's almost second and third slip, isn't it? There isn't a first slip.
Yeah, we saw Kimber around 2.5 slip when he was on his own earlier.
I would imagine that there've been a couple that have sort of slipped through the gap earlier this season. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump and left again by Nisa. I would imagine, therefore, that Swindles has been told, if it's within reach to your right, you go for it.
We did pick up that fine catch in front of first slip, to be fair, to get rid of David Lloyd early in the innings.
He did.
Pouched an easier one to get rid of Salter as well, but sadly the drop of Cook is still weighing against him.
And that of Labuschagne. In goes Wright and bowls, 2 wide, and again Nisa can leave, although that, in the end, courtesy of a little bit of rush of blood from the world's number 1, wasn't too costly. Dropped on 9 down the leg side. Was it 17 he got to?
Yes, so it only cost them 15 runs, that particular drop. Labuschagne dropped on 2, made 17.
On 2, okay.
Yep.
Wright is in and bowls again. a little bit too wide. And again, Nisa, who looks very determined to play himself in, just lets it go through. 20 balls he's faced for his 3 runs.
But of those 20 balls, how many has he actually had to play?
Yeah. No, but that's fine by him. But
yeah. Let the bowlers tie themselves out and
I'll have a good look.
Let some of the shine come off the ball.
Well, they know, Glamorgan, that Leicestershire's second string attack is, at the moment, not, well, in goes right and bowls and played in the air a little bit. He was in position too soon as he defended that one, Michael Nisa, and it was in the air as it went through towards extra cover, only for a few feet. But again, just showing that the pitch is perhaps a fraction slow when you come in. You've just got to adjust to the rate at which the ball comes onto the bat. End of the over, 3:22 for 6. Glamorgan lead by a couple. Still with those 4 wickets in hand. Updates time, just about.
So, send Mr. Bevan our way. As Glamorgan lead by 2 runs. So painstaking stuff this morning, having started 15 runs in arrears. They've added only 17 in the first half hour, give or take, because we started a couple of minutes early for the loss of Andy Gorvin. Here's Hendricks still going. Bowls outside off stump, and a swish by Chris Cook that might have come off the bottom edge as it went through to the keeper. Or the noise, I think, was probably bat on ground rather than ball on bat. So something of a sound to get the slips excited. But no appeal from Hendricks, and it was must have been the bat hitting the ground. So Hendricks is in, left arm around the wicket, and it's defended by Cook. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. As the clouds are coming over, actually, it's certainly less sunny than it was when we arrived at the ground, and even when we started, the clouds are spreading over in the last half hour or so. It's all white and high, so it's no risk to play, I don't think, at all today. 3:22 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 2. Hendricks into bowl, and that's pushed away on the offside by Cook. No run. All very sedate this morning, Edward.
Yes, I think a new ball made a difference, and excuse me, it has been jagging about a bit for the opening bowlers, and Leicestershire would have been glad to have got that early wicket in the second over. But Cook there, he's been very patient. He's generally a very fine, and still is, of course, a shot player, but he knows that he's the last of the recognised batsmen. Everybody can bat these days, but he would say he's a top order batsman.
Hendricks into bowl. Cook forces off the back foot, but straight to cover. No run. Really has been stalemate the last few overs. Gorvin falling early on.
Yes, the ball, instead of going away from the bat, of course, from Hendricks, nipped back in, which is a lot of people, left-arm seamers, find it very difficult to do. But Hendricks, he tested Gorvin outside the off-stump, and then he padded up. I don't think there was any threat of not being out. Nobody complained because he was plumb.
Really?
I thought. But,
Hendricks bowls, and
I'm a different angle over there.
Turned out. Played out on the offside.
You thought it was?
I thought it was potentially missing off. Richard and myself was the view that it was less likely to be given out than the one.
Well, that's happened twice.
Early in his innings, which did seem pretty adjacent. But there we are. It's a mug's life being an umpire. They don't get the benefit of the replays.
I've never done it in my life, and I have no wish to. I wouldn't like to be abused.
3:22 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 2. The game grinding to something of a standstill at the moment as Cook nudges one to point, and there's no run.
Yes, Glamorgan will have to be wary. They don't want to go crashing along and losing wickets and getting a lead of about 40. They just want to settle down. As we know, the shine will eventually go from the new ball. And they have to be wary because Chris Wright, the best bowler by a long way, and he can take wickets. Hendricks is bowling a bit better than he was yesterday, but there wasn't any real threat from the other seamers. So there's still 2 full days to go. And I think it's probably be a bit patient for a start and then try and crack on. Nisa then to receive from Wright, who's bowling from the river end. 2 slips as in comes Wright, bowls to Nisa. Nisa pushes forward on a straight ball and pushes it out to mid-on. So the lead now, just 2 runs. Morgan will be looking for their next batting point, which is 350. 28 runs away, and they may have to scramble if they want to get the maximum.
Yes, I mean, it seemed that the run rate to get 400 would be no problem if wickets were in hand, but it's slowed down considerably.
Right, bowls. Nisa gets one, and Peel for what is that now, do you
Caught
think?
behind off the inside edge, I believe.
Alex Wolff was got nothing at all to do with it.
Query.
Watch the replay.
Did jag back a long way. Did it maybe brush the top of the pad on the way through? I think it was a caught behind appeal rather than a LBW.
Huge appeal by the close fielders, excuse me, and also by Wright. But Alex Wolff was completely unmoved.
Perhaps it was one of those appeals where you just say, how is that? And it's up the umpire to decide whether the ball flicked pad or bat on the way through.
Yeah. They had to appeal because there was a noise.
Yeah.
Chris Wright is on the button this morning as in he comes, bowls to Nisa. Nisa gets a ball that he is beaten outside the off stump. Yeah, just looking at that again, Nick, it brushed the pad on the way through, so it was a very good decision.
Appeal for LBW then.
That's why I said, what are they appealing for?
What do you got? If Glamorgan can see off Wright and Hendricks, they might be thinking that they've got into slightly calmer waters.
Helicopter hovers overhead as Wright bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Very good over that. Oh, there is 1 ball to go. No, there's 2 balls to go. Not counting well this morning. 322 for. Glad to say, and the BBC Wales and Radio Cymru are both down here today, and they will be broadcasting on the day's sporting events from this ground in the sunshine.
I give the presenters a treat after a few chilly, wintry afternoons at the football or rugby.
Here's the next delivery, and this left again outside the off stump by Wright. 322.47. 17 runs added this morning in the first 35 minutes, and Glamorgan have lost Gorvin with LBW. Didn't add to his score, out for 23. Cook's still there. He's been in there some time, in fact. 96 balls for his 31. And Nisa was a very aggressive batsman, and he hasn't had the opportunity. This will be the last ball as in comes Wright and bowls, and this is a good looking shot out towards mid wicket, but there's a man patrolling that square leg boundary. Nisa will keep strike, and the score advances by 1 to 323 for 7. For 6 rather, for 6.
6 down, lead 3 runs. If you're joining us, you haven't missed a whole lot of action so far. First wicket of the match for Buren Hendricks when he trapped the debutant Andy Gorvin leg before, not playing a shot without addition to his overnight 23. Since then, Glamorgan have added just a further 12 runs. As Hendricks will continue this his 5th over of the day, I think, as he comes in and bowls outside off stump and driven by Nisa firmly but straight to cover, and there's no run. If it does get one through that offside, it is a shorter boundary towards the pavilion side of the ground, and there isn't a sweeper there at the moment.
Kiran Carlson, the acting captain of Leicestershire for this game, is having a word with Hendricks, who appears to me, Nick, to be a very laid-back sort of person. No histrionics, just walks back to his mark and bowls, gets on with the job.
And he comes. It's number 18's rather faded, actually, compared to some of his teammates. As that one strikes him on the pad, that must be close, but Nisa survives, and umpire suggesting that it pitched outside leg stump from the signal of Mr. White, and therefore could not be given out, even if it's going on to strike, and has a little word with the bowler. 50-50 as to whether that was on or outside leg stump, but certainly worth an inquiry. Nisa survives. He's on 4. Survival is all these Glamorgan
good bowling this morning
can do at the moment. Hendricks in the sunshine to bowl to Nisa. Hits him on the pad again, this time just a frustrated yelp from behind the stumps.
I don't know if in Cardiff you had some rain. It was raining quite heavily down in the west last night, and I'm just thinking it might have freshened up. Obviously the pitch was covered, but I haven't seen bowling like this, have we, in the whole match? It's quite testing.
It is. There are just a few spots in the hour when I was going home after an event in town around about 10:30 last night, but nothing significant, I don't think. Hendricks bowls and beats Nisa outside off stump. Well, Glamorgan hanging in there, but Leicestershire's bowlers really are putting a lot of pressure in this session, and may well have taken more than one wicket on a more fortunate day.
Yes, I quite agree, and must be wondering, well, this is going to be quite difficult, and we really do want to accelerate here, because I think it was 117 overs that Leicestershire batted, and Glamorgan will need all of tomorrow, if they do get a lead, this is, to try and dismiss them.
Hendricks bowls and run down off a thick edge towards third man, and it's well stopped inside the ropes, and again they should have taken 2 there, but they don't. Nisa somewhat slow on the turn, having made sure that it did get past the slips, and a good piece of acrobatic fielding by the man in the far distance on the third man boundary, just the single taken.
Interesting to see the Cook has taken a fresh guard here. There's been a couple of LBW shots, perhaps he's batting just a little bit outside leg stump.
Yeah, trying to reduce that possibility of being trapped leg before. Open stance for Chris Cook as he drives to mid-on, fielded by Parkinson. No run. 324 for 6. Frustration for Hendricks. 21 overs, 1 for 52. He's clawed his figures back after being a little more expensive yesterday. Right, 3 for 75. And the game not drifting because it's been closely fought, but Leicestershire are giving Glamorgan's 7th wicket pair a really good examination. Now, whether the change seam bowlers can keep it up, but looks as though we'll have one more over at least from Wright, and possibly one more from an enthusiastic Hendricks.
Yes, Wright to continue, and he will be bowling to Nisa. Nisa has been beaten for about the 20th time this morning, as Wright is getting movement off this pitch. That is no doubt, because he's beaten the bat many times, both batsmen. Cook very patient, 31. Nisa's on 5. 2 slips and 3 saving, 1 on the offside, and a man down That third man having a drink from a bottle. Next ball again, but an absolute perler. Pitched around the middle and off and beat the forward prod. I think Nisa, Glamorgan's opening bowler, and Michael Hogan will be looking on at this and thinking, well, I hope it just stays like this for when we bowl. Very thirsty Hendricks down there at third man, having a long stint and taking the advantage of having some liquid down him. Chris Wright comes hurtling in and bowls now, and that's left. Good carry, very good carry, and Swindles didn't have a particularly good day, so they took it just not far from his shoulder. Chris Wright, 36 years of age and a journeyman, having started it all of his career with Middlesex before moving across to Essex and then down to the Midlands. And he hasn't gone very far, up to Leicestershire, which is not far from Warwickshire, of course. Here he is again, gets close to the stumps this time, and Nisa does get a run down towards third man, and they amble through for a single, and probably Michael and Nisa pleased now that he can get down the other end and see how player Chris Cook plays it.
Nisa calling for something, maybe gloves or a drink. Waving his hand anyway.
I don't think he'd be able to have a drink. That happened here a couple of weeks ago. He was ushered off the field, the 12th man, and you can't bring drinks on just like that. And that's excellent news, because it does bring the overrate down. Here's Wright again, this time bowling to Cook. And Cook has hit outside the line of off stump. Surely that was nowhere out. It did come back in, but it
probably done too much then in the end.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, right. Bowling the odd threatening delivery, but there's 2 or 3 outside off stump each over that are not requiring the batsman to play, and at the moment they're deciding not to risk anything. So we're in this holding pattern. 325 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 5.
As you say, possibly Chris Wright will have a rest, or he may have one over. He's bowling extremely well. Last ball of the over coming up as he bowls to Cook, and Cook is on the back foot, can do nothing but just push it in front of him. Just a single off that over, and going advancing by singles. 325 for 6. They should get the next 24 runs, but let's have a look. How many overs gone here? 91. So they've still got 110 overs. They've still got plenty of time, but runs are hard to come by. Credit to the 2 opening bowlers here.
Bit of pitch thumping is being done at the moment in the footholds of the left arm over bowler Buren Hendricks, who might have thought his foot was just slipping a little bit, and the official mallet is being brought out, as well as the big pitch thumper, to the big metal square on the end of a pole to try and flatten things down as much as possible.
It must be hard after the weather we've had.
You would have thought so.
Rock hard.
You would have thought so. There was a bit on the other side of the wicket for the right arm bowlers that seemed to have been filled in before the match began. Let's hope that
Will it
stays
create
in
some
place.
For the seamer of a spinner, rather.
It's a possibility. Hendricks bowling left arm over at the moment, and seeing Nisa whip one off his legs down towards backward square for a single.
Yesterday he bowled very wide and not very well, Hendricks, but this morning he's bowled extremely well with his partner, exactly what Leicestershire wanted. And it'll be interesting to see when the change bowlers come on, whether Glamorgan will advance just a little bit quicker than they're doing now. But there's so much time left in this game that they can afford now to play every ball on its merit.
Yes, the lead is still a mere 6 with only 4 wickets left. Harris, Wheel and Hogan to come. Hendricks in to bowl to Cook, who drives but doesn't time it, and it's fielded by Parkinson at mid-on.
Is that a no ball?
There's a couple of odd...
Sort of go with his hand to his side. Hasn't been called.
No, I don't think so. There's a signal earlier from umpire Wright that White that appeared to be a no ball but wasn't. Hendricks to Cook, who runs that one into the point area, and there's no run. Joe Root has got the wicket for Yorkshire. He's 21 not out in his first county game since stepping down as England captain. Yorkshire 115 for 3. In reply to Essex's rather slow 403 all out, so that game isn't hugely well advanced on the third day at Chelmsford. So still 2 slips, 4 saving the single now with square leg moved back. As Hendricks does not deliver, maybe losing his rhythm at the last minute.
Do you remember the first ball he bowled in this contest? He went tumbling over. So he's not trusting that landing area. Probably come off after this, I would have thought.
May well be his last over. It's his 6th of the morning. Wright has had 6. And Parkinson himself, the captain spinner, is warming up. As that's outside off stump, and a big drive and a miss from Chris Cook, who looks somewhat out of sorts in this innings. As wide, Cook went after it.
Frustrating.
Yep. Other games in Division 2, Worcestershire are 211 for 7 in reply to the Stokes-inspired Durham 580 for 6. Stokes 161 off 88 balls. As Hendricks bowls and Cook defends, thinks about a single, then decides rightly it isn't there, as the ball just rolls to mid-off. Matty Potts has got 6 wickets out of the 7 to fall, 6 for 51 for Durham, who are Glamorgan's opponents next week.
I think we witnessed Matty Potts' debut, I think it was against Glamorgan, I may be wrong, some years ago, and he was really impressed then. Said in one of the reports this morning, could be a future England bowler.
Next delivery from Hendricks is defended, and this is a no ball as umpire White pivots and points, or gives the signal towards the scorers next to the dressing rooms, and that is the 16th no ball of the innings. So they've handed Glamorgan 32 free runs and haven't helped their over rate, which would be -1 rather than -3 were it not for those no balls. 328 for 6. Hendricks to Cook, who's squared up by that one. The ball rapping into thigh pad, it sounded like. Rolled out into the gully. There is no run. 328 for 6 Glamorgan at the end of the over here on BBC Sport Online and on the 2 county websites. Glamorgan lead by 8.
Chris Cook knows that he's the senior batsman. He's been there for some time. And he's faced 105 deliveries. It's not his natural game.
He's usually got going by now, hasn't he?
He's obviously, it's against the new ball, not easy, and the bowlers have bowled extremely well, and he's got to be patient. He knows that he mustn't give his wicket away. So Mulder, the medium pacer, is coming on to relieve White, and he will be bowling at Michael Nisa. And interesting to see if they'll try and play a few shots, or whether there'll be not quite such accurate bowling from the change bowlers. There's Mulder, bowls the first ball, and that is right on the spot, driven back to the bowler by Nisa, and no run. Exactly the same field as Chris Wright had.
Leicestershire's next opponents are Sussex, who are involved in a fairly even match against Middlesex. Sussex 392 all out, Middlesex 297 for 6. Off a bad light there at the moment. Ollie Robinson's taken 3 for Sussex, the England prospect.
Here's Mulder, bowled. That's hit, or attempted to be hit very hard, but it just dribbles off the bottom of the bat, and Nisa has a look at the willow and decides, I don't think it is the shot, probably the pace of the pitch.
So we had 6 from Wright this morning, without success. And he did have a couple of shouts, but he wasn't quite as accurate as yesterday. Hendrick's more accurate.
In comes Mulder, brisk pace, bowled, and that's a square drive attempted outside the off stump, which goes down through to the keeper. Batting is all of a sudden become very difficult. I think Nisa is saying, well, if I try and play a few attacking shots, great. If not, if I get out, well, at least Cook is there. And you're talking about Harris to come, of course, who is a very capable batsman, who's got a championship 100, and Wheel, who's no mean batsman either. But for the moment, it's Mulder coming in, bowls outside the off stump, left by Nisa, through to the keeper. Now, what is he signalling there?
Umpire off wandering around.
Did he go for 4?
Believe it did.
We didn't notice that. It must have gone right through Swindle's hands, because... Well, it did, yes, because...
4 byes.
Yeah. Didn't pick that up. Specsavers in the morning for both of us. And the score does advance anyhow to 3-3-2 as Mulder comes in over the wicket and bowls outside the off stump. You can either think that Mulder is not very accurate, his line has been outside the off stump, or you can think, well, I'll bowl them, bore them. If they're going to pad up immediately, a man is sent out to the extra cover boundary, and Leicestershire's priority now will to try and stop Glamorgan advancing too quickly, hence the third man, the extra cover and the mid-wicket. Nisa's the batsman who likes to hit straight most of the time. Mulder bowls very wide of the off stump. Wasted delivery, end of the over, and it's 332 for 6.
Well, that was a maiden over, although it conceded the 4 byes. As Mulder doesn't look terribly happy with life. 332 for 6. And for anyone coming into the ground around now, they haven't missed an awful lot, really, in terms of the match action. 1 wicket and 27 runs in the first 55 minutes here on BBC Sport Online. As we're going to get Ben Mike to have a spell. So Parkinson was warming up. He's not one of the first changes of today. Ben Mike, who has claimed 2 wickets, and 2 very important wickets for his side. Those of Marnus Labuschagne for 17 and Sam North East for 84. But he's been hit around a little bit as well. His figure's 13 overs, 2 for 71 at the moment. So what can Ben Mike do to knock over 1 or 2 of these Glamorgan lower order partnerships? Cook on 31 on strike. Painstaking 31. Mike bowls short and Cook hoiks it round. It was outside off stump and he's pulled it into the mid-wicket area off possibly the toe of the bat for a single. And the timing, batsman's timing is all over the place this morning, isn't it?
No, the pitch has gone
soggy.
Slower.
Yeah. Sticky, soggy.
Hopefully not, because you want a quick pitch for the seamers to try and take advantage. But yeah, I thought he might have slapped that through extra cover.
3.33 for 6. Treble Nelson on the board. 2 slips, 5 saving the single. Mike to Nisa, who gets something on it. The ball rolls down towards backward square. Was there bat? No, there wasn't, says umpire White. It was a leg by. 3.34 for 6.
Scoring yesterday was around the 4.5 mark throughout the day. Today it's gone down to 3.58, which is a good scoring rate on most days, but they have been tied down this morning, Glamorgan's batsmen.
Yeah, that's the rate overall, but look at today's scoring rate. That's wide outside off stump, and it's a no ball. It may well have been called a wide had it not been called a no ball, but it's 2 runs once more.
Right, I'll give them the doubt here, because most of the no balls have been from this end. There might be a problem with the landing, but surely as a professional bowler you should be able to work out your run-up.
17th of the innings, 34 runs handed to Glamorgan. Mike bowls and Cook slashes outside off stump, and through it goes to Swindells. 336 for 6. This is a strange old hour of cricket.
Yeah. I think either the pitch is getting slower as the game goes on. I can't think of anything else really, because balls that have been missed or mistimed, I mean, many.
It's the 17th no ball of the innings, that. As Mike bowls, and that's hit firmly by Cook, but straight to cover. There's no run. Point is pushed back to the boundary for Cook on strike. Square leg is back as well.
Yes, they're defending at every opportunity.
So there are plenty of singles available for Cook at least. As Mike runs in off a longish run from this Cathedral Road end and bowls, and Cook pulls down towards fine leg, and we'll just take a comfortable single. 337 for 6. Cook is on to 33. Not out.
Just wondering when the last 4 was off the bat.
That's a good question.
There's one in the first over from Cook, but I can't remember.
It's possibly the only one of the day, I think.
Now then, how will Nisa cope with Mike?
Here's Mike in, right arm over, bowls to Nisa. Comfortably enough is the answer to that one. Ball back, just back of a length, defended on the onside end of the over. 337 for 6. So we've had 32 runs added in the first hour of play in 14 overs. So 2 1/3 thereabouts. But that's not going to help Leicestershire's over rate either. 14 in the hour, and we started just before the
no
civic clock at 11.
And no interruptions.
So the match really yet to get going this morning, apart from Hendricks dismissing Gorvin. Mulder's trying to kick it into life with a short extra cover.
He's bowling to Cook and comes in for the first ball of the over. Cook is off the back foot, hammers it down towards cover. Again, I say hammers because it went fairly slowly. Batsmen are having a problem with timing. Glamorgan claw their way up to the next bowling point. They need 12. Man on the drive for the mistimed drive, which could well come with the ball seemingly not coming onto the bat. Yes, Mulder bowls and is tickle away down the onside, and in comes and in the end is Parkinson, who feels it's a leg by. See how far that went to the bat. The pads they make these days, they must be very, very strong.
Yeah, you're right, Edward. That's one boundary off the bat in the first hour, flicking back through the scorecard.
Yeah. 338. 339 for 6.
It's a battle of attrition out there.
Yes, it is, and in a funny sort of way, it's enjoyable. Moulder bowls, tucked away, well timed. They'll probably take a couple here down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Yes, they do. This time he does time it nicely, does Cook, as he advances. He is now on 36. And Nisa is on 7, 341 for 6. Mulder turns again, past umpire Alex Wharf, and bowls. This time it's treated with respect by Cook and plays down the pitch. Cardiff City, they're away at Derby for their last game of the season. Swansea City are at home to Queen's Park Rangers. Newport at home, but the huge interest in football circles in Wales is Wrexham. I think it's Stockport they're playing tomorrow.
Yeah, coverage of that on BBC Radio Wales in the north and online.
Mulder bowls. Cook is pushing forward in a very, very patient innings, uncharacteristically so. But Glamorgan certainly needed him.
Ospreys Dragons as the United Rugby Championship rather dribbles to a conclusion.
Is that tonight?
That's tomorrow afternoon.
No. Mulder now is in his 16th over. In he comes, bowls again. Clipped away nicely down towards mid-wicket. And he pick up a single, and he will retain the strike. Time for me to go and prepare to join my good friend Owen Clear, who's presenting the Chwaraeon programme. Ready for the football and a chat about cricket.
Diolch yn fawr, Edwards, who will be dusting off his Welsh language vocabulary as Richard Ray is back alongside us. Excuse me, be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners in around about 5 minutes' time. And while I clear my frog, perhaps Richard would like to describe Ben Mike.
From the Cathedral Road end of the ground, Leicestershire's young all-rounder bounds in and bowls outside off stump. It swings away and is allowed to do so by Chris Cook, who has managed to battle his way through to 37. It's been hard going for Glamorgan this morning. Leicestershire have made them work for every run, with the exception of extras, which I'm sure my colleagues have remarked upon. The fact that it has now achieved, if that's the right word, it isn't. It has passed 50 in extras, and I think 16 no balls, 32 of those runs no balls. Mike is in. Cook tucks him away off Midland leg out towards wide mid-wicket. Leicestershire's skipper for the game, Callum Parkinson, moves to his right to pick up, and Cook takes one. He moves on to 38 from 117 balls. Nisa's 7 has come off 46, an indication of how hard he has been made to work, certainly in the first hour, by Messrs Wright and Hendricks. Wright, at times, seemed to be beating Nisa at will, but didn't find the edge, or when he did, it ran through to third man. Might have thought about an extra slip, Callum Parkinson, but I don't think any catches went through that area. Mike is in. Bowls full, clipped away off his toes by Nisa, wide of Parkinson, who sprints after the ball down towards deep mid-wicket. Picks up around 10 yards inside the ropes, and Nisa picks up a couple, moves on to 9, 345 for 6. How many overs have we had? Just 95. So the possibility for Glamorgan of getting to 400 and a couple more batting bonus points is certainly very much live. Leicestershire will be still hoping to pick up maximum bowling bonus points. Slip coming out. Rishi Patel going in at mid-wicket, so just Kimber left standing at sort of almost third slip as in goes Mike Bowles. Wide, cut away, too wide, too short. And Nisa, who has battled away out there almost from the, not quite the first ball, I think it was the 8th ball that saw the demise of Andy Gorvin, is now beginning to, well, take advantage of the looser bowling from Ben Mike. Less so perhaps from Vian Mulder, who's been reasonably accurate from the river end, but usually get, as I say, we always say, a slightly mixed bag from Ben Mike. And Nisa gleefully put that one away. He moves on to 13 into double figures. 48 balls it's taken for him to get there. Mike is in again, short again. It's chopped out into the offside, but it wasn't quite as wide, so he wasn't able to hit it into the gap. Picked out Eddie Barnes, the substitute fielder, who is on at extra cover, who is off probably Hendricks. Looking round, can't see Big B out there. Big Buren. Beezer, I heard him being called out there. Sitting outside for half an hour. Beezer or B seems to be his nickname. Mike is in and bowls to Nisa, who just goes back and tucks that delivery off his legs down to long leg and brings up the Glamorgan 350. Another batting bonus point gives them 7 bonus points in total for the game. Every prospect of one more, you would think. Well, I don't say every prospect. There's 9 overs in which to get another 50 runs. Will it matter? I think they'd take not losing a wicket over the next 9 overs, really. Do you think?
Is it more than 9?
100. Of course it's more than 9, because that would take it 105, wouldn't it? So it's 14, so should do it comfortably.
Yeah, they've been scoring slowly this morning. There was just one boundary off the bat in the first hour's play. That from Nisa was the first one since Chris Cook's in the opening over. And there is another slight hold-up.
What's the delay for this time? Umpire's talking to the scorers, I think, on the walkie-talkie.
350 up. Mulder from the River Taff end is in to bowl, and Nisa leaves outside off stump.
So you're on for the duration today, are you? It would be. It's like being at Grace Road.
It depends on the demand of our various programmes this afternoon. No, Edward's is only flitting in and out with his bilingual demands. So
there's a Welsh language programme going on as
a Welsh language programme going out on the radio at the moment. As Mulder is in and Nisa drives to mid-on off the inside part of the bat, but of course they'll be slipping into the Football Championship commentaries fairly shortly.
There's a few lunchtime kickoffs, are there?
I think it's all. Is it all the Championship games possibly at 12:30?
Oh right, okay.
Are we on the last weekend? Yeah, final.
Goodness.
Final weekend. Everything in the Championship is at 12:30, and everything in League 2, I think, is at 3 o'clock. Mulder bowls, left outside off stump by Nisa.
Seems to have been a long season. Oh, it isn't over, is it? There's various playoffs and what have you to come.
Yeah, Wrexham are the main interest of the Welsh professional sides, and they play tomorrow.
With something to play for?
Yep. Playoff place is pretty likely for them. I'm not sure if they still have a mathematical chance of finishing top. Mulder bowls and Nisa works this one off his legs, but there is a man in the deep at mid-wicket, and it is just a single as it's fielded in front of the pavilion. 351 for 6. Nisa has 15.
Wrexham, one of the grounds I haven't had the fortune to... Few football grounds I haven't had the fortune to visit as a reporter, but it's funny enough, it's the same with the cricket, really. I've only ever come here over the years with Leicestershire. We haven't had a game in Swansea or anywhere else recently.
Mulder bowls through low outside off stump. Cook has nothing to do with it.
They tell me Colwyn Bay is a lovely ground too.
It is, and
Is it?
we hope that they'll be there next year. There are further discussions between Glamorgan and the Conwy Council and presumably Colwyn Bay Cricket Club scheduled, I believe, next week.
Right, okay. They want some improvements making, or?
There's financial negotiations going on, I think. So obviously it is quite expensive to... Mulder is in to bowl. Cook works on the leg side, runs the first one hard. Will they come back for a second? No. As the fielders pelt in, 352 for 6. We'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners fairly quickly, I think, shortly.
A burst in our earphones. It's the same with Oakham and Leicester, hoping very much to re-establish the Oakham Festival, possibly next year, but I think negotiations are ongoing. Sponsors very much required.
How far is that from base then?
Oakham is probably
Roughly.
about 25 miles, something like that. Obviously it's the capital of Rutland, or the county town of Rutland. Capital's the wrong word, isn't it? The county town of Rutland, but long established as a venue for Leicestershire cricket. Lovely pitches and a lovely new pavilion there as well.
So Parkinson into the attack, first spin of the day as we update BBC Radio Wales. Thank you very much indeed, Ian. Welcome to Sophia Gardens. And yes, Glamorgan making slow progress this morning after losing the early wicket of Andy Gorvin, leg before to Buren Hendricks, playing no shot without addition to his overnight 23. Since then, we just saw one boundary off the bat in the first hour's play. It really has been a battle of attrition. Michael Neser is 15 not out. Chris Cook is on 40 not out off 120 balls, and having run through their main seamers, Leicestershire have just switched to spin for the first time today with the skipper Callum Parkinson bringing himself on. Glamorgan are 33 in the lead as they look to extend that towards possibly three figures and maybe get maximum batting points. Glamorgan 353 for 6, lead by 33. So having informed BBC Radio Wales, I'll hand Parkinson over to you.
54 seconds, Nick. Very good. Watching your clock. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Ooh, stays a little bit low, as one or two have started to do from this Cathedral Road end of the ground as well. Neser managed just to go back and dab it out at Parkinson's pace. You can adjust when the ball stays low, but something to think about. Parkinson is in. Forward goes Neser, prodding at that one a little bit. Beaten in the flight, arguably. Didn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball, but didn't really turn, so he was able to get on top of the bounce and steer it towards backward point. No run. The bells of the Cathedral. In goes Parkinson. Really tries to put some revs on that, and took his life in his hands a bit there, Neser. So he went back and tried to cut it away. Did so, but again it sort of stayed a little bit low, and he was a touch late on it. Managed to cut it out towards backward point, where Mulder was the fielder. End of the over, 353 for 6. The lead then, as you heard Nick telling BBC Radio Wales, is 33. Once it gets over 100, become significant already in a way. You know, as I say, it's going to be really hard for Leicestershire to get in a position to declare, even if they were to take the next 4 wickets quite quickly. But if it gets over 100, and it's purely a defensive job, you would have thought.
As Mulder bowls and Cook just runs it into a little gap at point and jogs through for a single. 354 for 6.
Hendricks is back with us, so Barnes is off. Promised us his presence in the commentary box at some stage during the game, Eddie Barnes, but he's been required and quite frequently out there.
Yes, with the skipper injured, presume there's another 12th man
There is,
somewhere.
yeah. Will Davis is here as well.
As Nisa hit on the pad, big appeal for LBW, not given as they go through for a leg bye.
Ooh, that
Mulder looked interested, very interested.
must have been close. Too much.
Too much, maybe?
Just too much.
Did come back in quite a long way. And
Poor Mulder. He must think he's never going to get another wicket. He's had some good shouts and he's found the edge that his absolute goober was dropped behind.
Umpire Wharf can afford to smile at him.
Oh, I bet he
Bad
did
luck,
smile
sunshine.
back.
Umpire Wharf having claimed many a wicket in his playing days for Glamorgan Notts and England. Next delivery jabbed into the offside by Cook, fielded by Mike at cover, no run.
He's led something of a charmed life, Chris Cook. There was a period this morning when Chris Wright bowled 2 or 3 overs from that river end when he just seemed to beat the bat at will without finding the edge of Chris Cook's bat.
Yeah, seemed to have him on toast at one point, didn't he?
Nisa particularly was struggling, wasn't he? But didn't make the breakthrough, and just beginning now, Glamorgan to prosper. They fought through that first hour, with the exception of the loss of Gorvin, of course. Beginning to build.
Mulder in, bowls, down leg sides, might have flicked something on the way through, not cleanly taken by Swindells, and they will go through for a bye.
Did you remark on the 50 coming up, extras wise?
Oh no, I didn't notice that.
There was a very sarcastic round of applause outside. 16, I think 32 of them in, no balls, not sure.
I think it's 17, so possibly 34 now.
34.
Yep.
And, well, another 19 in, well, a lot of them in buys.
Mulder in to bowl, driven by Nisa, and he's got that past mid-on, not quite timed. Parkinson in pursuit. Parkinson gives up pursuit. Ball hops over the ropes. A rare boundary as Nisa managed to drive that one straight of mid-on, and Parkinson initially gave chase with some hope in his heart, but it faded. 360 for 6. The lead is 40 runs. 40 further runs are needed for a batting bonus point, which, if Glamorgan go for it, will increase the chances of Leicestershire getting a third bowling point. Mulder bowls, down leg side, and taken by Swindells this time, but my sympathy is with the keepers because the ball really isn't coming through very hard and fast, and Chris Cook spent a lot of time down in the dirt, and Harry Swindells is having possibly an even worse time of it.
Parkinson will continue. Had to take Mike off, really. He was just proving too expensive. And that little burst he had from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Had control for the first hour, Leicestershire, but beginning to lose it. Parkinson waits for Mulder to get into position at backward point rather than he'd headed off down to third man, so he has to come jogging back. He's got a short straight extra cover as well as he goes in and tosses it right up, full toss that is bunted away into the offside, and Hendricks, it's in Mike out there, or is it Big Bjorn? It's Beezer diving to his right, and he got down well in fairness and made the stop.
Yeah, that one was
no, it is Ben Mike, I beg your
potentially racing away for 4.
Parkinson is in forward, pushing out into the offside is Chris Cook, and it's wide of Mike this time, but jogs to his left 10 yards or so, picks up the single, is taken. Applause, because that's 361, and the partnership is a 50, a half-century partnership, and a very useful one as well. Parkinson in forward, beaten. There's an appeal for a stumping as Swindells took it and whipped off Nisa's bails, turned to the umpire. Ooh, that turned off stump. Now then,
that'll give him some encouragement.
it will also give Leicestershire a little bit of pause for thought as well. They'll be batting last potentially on this. Parkinson is in. Nisa is driving hard down into the ground. It bounces kindly for Hendricks, who is that short, straight extra cover. About 4/5 of the way back down the pitch. 1 pitch width. Hands on knees as Parkinson is in and bowls. Forward goes Nisa to deliver it on middle stump, which doesn't turn, pushes it back down the wicket.
Yeah, Hendricks and Mike quite close to each other in that cover area, 8 and 18, but I think Hendricks has had his shirt in the wash more than Mike because his numbers faded.
Parkinson in, back goes Nisa, cutting off the stumps, always risky, but manages to play it comfortably enough, I guess. Wide of point down towards the sweeper on the offside boundary, Azad, and the single is taken. Now, it is something I've remarked on. Both the South Africans' shirts seem to have faded, and they have been from a very early, almost the first day that they were wearing them. So the very first wash they went into was clearly too hot, or whatever. But the numbers are greyish on theirs as opposed to the lime green on the back of all the... If you look at Mulder's as well, it's slightly faded as he walks back. Alongside right.
Perhaps they were getting used to an unfamiliar washing machine.
I'm assuming, I don't know whether they do it themselves or not, really, whether the players take it home or whether they hand them over at the end of each day. I don't know. I'll have to ask.
362 for 6. Mulder to Nisa, drives but doesn't beat mid-on this time. As Mulder, I think, slipped a little in his follow-through.
Probably something they haven't been asked for a while.
Yes.
South African internationals.
Who does your washing? Do you do it yourself? Or do you have a team effort?
No, yeah. Pointed questions all the time from BBC Radio Leicester.
And what exactly do you have in the tea interval these days?
Yeah.
Is there a scone in sight in the pavilion?
A Welsh cake or two.
Mulder is in to bowl. And there's no run. Outside off stump. No shot.
I might just take 1 or 2 over and see if Hendricks or Mulder has ever had a Welsh cake. I was trying to get... We were up at Durham a couple of weeks or so ago, and I was suggesting to Bjorn Hendricks that he might go and see the cathedral, because obviously it's magnificent and very, very ancient building.
Long way up, though. Mulder is in to bowl and allowed to go through by Nisa. Comes back a little bit. Swindell takes it down the leg side, as that was extremely adjacent to off stump, which might have 1 fewer coat of blue paint on it now.
Mulder cannot believe it, and actually having seen the replay, well, been sort of gently laughing about the fact he's got so close to a wicket on so many occasions, and he just must wonder what he has to do to take one. But that absolutely shaved off stump. Goodness me, what a leave that was by Michael Nisa.
362 for 6 as Nisa plays at that one and nearly drags it onto his wicket. Well, that was extraordinary. He was looking to force through the offside and it just was completely mistimed. Came off some unlikely part of the bat and just dribbled past leg stump. Did Mulder get out of bed the wrong way?
Ridden his luck.
Kicked a black cat on the way in.
Well, it's been that way since he came to Leicestershire, really. He has had no luck with the ball at all.
Still hasn't conceded in this over, but needs to get into the wickets column. As Mulder bowls and Nisa defends to mid-off.
Just to finish that story about Bjorn Hendricks, suggested he go see the cathedral. This is from the balcony at Chesterley Street, and he pointed to Lumley Castle. Is that it?
No. Well, it's an old building.
No. I don't know whether he actually got there. I'll have to ask him. There hasn't been really an opportunity to ask him.
It's possibly a long way up after a day's bowling. As Mulder bowls outside off stump and Nisa allows it to go through. So maiden over and very close to getting a wicket, both with a ball that was left and a ball that was nearly played on.
It really was. That's as close a leave as I think I've seen for probably this season. So Parkinson will continue. Leicestershire desperate for another breakthrough. The lead creeping ever upwards. 42 now, and as I say, once it goes past 100, then only 2 results arguably possible. Might argue that's already the case. Beautiful day. Still, there's plenty of cloud around now, but it's moving quickly, and it's high and white for the most part, coming across from the hills, heading out down the Bristol Channel as Parkinson is in and bowls full, driven out in to the offside by Chris Cook. Out to Bjorn Hendricks, who's sweeping on the offside boundary, roundabout cover, single taken. Cook on 43. It's been a real battle for him. 43 off 126 balls, but he is still there. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Nisa is forward, bat in front of pad as he pushes it out to mid-on. Picked up by Chris Wright, who also bowled without any luck this morning. Still -3, the over rate. Parkinson jogs in and bowls, a little bit short. Back goes Nisa, tries to force it out into the offside, can't get it past Hassan Azad, who's taken over from Hendricks as the short straight extra. They've just basically swapped positions, maybe just to keep them interested. Right, beginning to swing his arms again at mid-on. In goes Parkinson, bowled. Little bit of turn, you could see the revs he put on that one. A little bit too short though, and he stood up tall, Nisa, and just pushed it into the gap in the offside and called Cook through for comfortable single. How are we doing for the hour? Should get through this over before updates time. To remain. Parkinson in and bowls. Cook is forward, playing that one off the pitch again, not getting to the pitch of the ball, but might just have straightened a fraction, but relatively slowly. A couple of overs ago, that one really did turn past the outside edge. Ben Mike is going in close now at short cover. Parkinson tells Hendricks to go a little bit wider on the offside boundary. His sweeper goes out to deep extra and runs in to finish his over. Bowls, forward goes Cook, defends it back down the pitch to Parkinson. End of the over, 364 for 6. The lead is 44.
Thank you very much to Richard Ray. So Glamorgan plodding along. Just the odd shot in anger. And 36 off 8 overs for the bonus point. 3 wickets still needed by Leicestershire for the bonus point. So at least we'll get something extra to talk about in the final half hour of the morning session as Edward Bevan is back in alongside us. As the first ball of the over from Mulder is played back to him by Nisa. No run. It's
I think this is a good partnership. They might have been rather slow, but having said that, they've only lost the 1 wicket. And what do we have? 74 overs left today, plus tomorrow. They're in a good position and should really get that 5th and maximum batting point here.
Mulder is in to bowl, and that's fiddled at by Nisa outside off stump, makes no contact. I think, though, they might not risk everything in going for the batting point. They'd probably rather just take the 7 bonus points from the match and give themselves a bit longer to bat on and put pressure on Leicestershire, which is probably more important to try and get the 16 points.
Yes, but again, we look at the end of this, even if the 1 point often counts.
Swings
Just,
and
as you say,
roundabouts.
see where they are.
Mulder is in bowls and Nisa drives off a thick edge down towards backward point. They'll come back comfortably for a couple of runs as the throw comes into Swindells. 23 to Nisa, 366 for 6. It's remarkable how little has come off the full face of the bat this morning.
Nisa, we've seen as an attacking batsman who likes to have a go, but he's been very responsible. Realising, okay, there's just the 4 wickets left, and once he's in, he's playing a lot of responsibility.
Next delivery turned on the leg side by Nisa, but Parkinson is quickly to it at mid-on, and there's no run. Good morning to Andy Greenwood. Thank you for pointing out that the extras brought up its half-century. We eventually Richard mentioned it in commentary. Graham Smith, we were pondering about laundry. Apparently Glamorgan players do their own, according to Graham Smith. Because we were I think you were away addressing the other half of the nation, Edward. We were wondering why the South African players' numbers were much more faded. Mulder is in to bowl, and Nisa defends. There's no run. We came to the conclusion that maybe they had an unfamiliar washing machine set too high if they're doing their own washing. Steve was saying if Glamorgan can bat till mid-afternoon, that should remove the possibility of a Leicestershire win.
Well, I think a little longer than that, wouldn't you?
I think Leicestershire are being slowly batted out of the game. As Mulder bowls, Nisa plays on the leg side. Oh, there was a really easy single there.
The running has been brilliant this morning. Cook 43 now off 140 balls, so he is very much the sheet anchor here. Yes, they've got a plan and they're sticking to it by the looks of things. Glamorgan's 7 points at the moment, and 5 to the visitors. You're in need of a break, Nick. I think you have it.
Yeah, I think it's my turn to give way. As next update isn't until half-time in the football, which is midway through the lunch interval. I might even go say hello to Ian Hunt in person, since I've hardly seen him recently.
Where is Ian?
Where have he? I've no idea where he is. That's the trouble.
He was looking for the family standards. Parkinson has an over. The batsman, who is Cook, advances and just taps it back. 366 for 6. Patterson, who has one man back on the long off boundary, comes in and bowls again, down the pitch again. Again, is intercepted there by extra cover, and there's no run. It's been good discipline bowling by all the bowlers this morning. Nobody's been collared, as they say.
No, they've kept it tight, but no luck, and Glamorgan beginning to stretch away here.
Parkinson around the wicket, and this time is chopped and very well fielded at backward point there. Who's that fielder? They're diving away. Mulder diving away to his left. Stop what might have been 4 runs as the sun comes out.
It's a lovely day.
Here's Parkinson for defensive response from the batsman. I did predict it, Mr. Ray.
You absolutely did.
And you questioned me.
You insisted.
I said yes.
And you said tomorrow as well, so yes. I'm expecting exactly the same tomorrow.
A bit warmer, they say, tomorrow, but that doesn't worry us too much because you're indoors. In comes Parkinson. Again, he's tossed it up, and there's nothing at all that Cook can do but just advance. He's afraid, well, not afraid, he knows that there's a man lurking at long off if he tries to hit it over the top. And he's got a good field here. 3 men saving 1 and 2 on the onside. 3 on the off, 2 on the onside. As Parkinson is in, bowls again off the back foot, and this time he will get 4 runs. He's played it in between the wicket keeper and the backward point, and it's another boundary for Cook, who moves on to 47. Glamorgan 364 now for 6, and he bowled a very good over until he dropped it rather short and cut away.
was just a couple of overs ago that turned off the off stump and went past the outside edge of Nisa's bat, which will give Glamorgan a little bit of hope. The other thing is a little bit of variable bounce, but in both cases that's all there is, just a sort of suggestion of both things. So it sort of mitigates against the likelihood of a positive result in that respect, but you never quite know. So Wright is coming back on, Leicestershire's strike bowler, if you like. He had bowled without any luck this morning, beat Nisa's bat in particular any number of times, but didn't find the edge. Changes to the field. Big gap between Swindles and, well, I was going to say Kimber, but it's now filled by Azad, who goes in at just about first slip, second slip arguably, being waved away by Swindles. So Swindles and Azad a good couple of yards apart in the slips. Wicketkeeper and first slip and second slip. In goes Wright and bowls on off stump. Nisa looks to force off the back foot into the offside, doesn't time it. It trickles out towards Scott Steele in the covers, and there's no run.
Swindles, the wicketkeeper, will look on ruefully here because he dropped Cook early in his innings, and he's now there on 47 and faced 134 balls.
Yep, dropped him horribly on 9 off Mulder.
How much of a difference would that might have made?
Indeed. Right in. Bowls, comes back in, beats the outside edge of Nisa's bat. Jabbed unconvincingly at it. Let's have a look at the delivery. Just played down the wrong line, essentially, Michael Neeson. And again, Wright is troubling the Australian, who has battled through to 23 from 83 balls. Cook 47 from 134, so both with strike rates of around 25 to 30. But they're still there.
Yes,
partnership
indeed.
over 50. Wright is in and bowling, cut away down to third man. Bounces a few times before reaching Sam Evans, who's down there. Bit of width from Chris Wright, and Nisa took advantage, cut it away, picks up a single, moves on to 24. The lead over 50 now, 51. Still extras, the third highest scorer in the innings. 17 no balls. Extras
really.
53.
Yeah, as mentioned to Nick, the Nisa, as we know, is a hard-hitting sort of number 8, 9. But obviously, he's been told the plan here is to get as many runs as his team can, and obviously because he'd have been looking for runs, as Cook also is an attacking batsman, so they've reined themselves in.
Wright is in to Cook, who plays forward, bat and pad close together, guiding it out into the offside, but can't get it wide of point. Ben Mike moves to his right to stop. It is the way they're going to win the game, isn't it? I don't think Leicestershire would be inclined to set a target with the pitch the way it is. No. So if Glamorgan can get that lead, 100, 120, 150 even.
What's the lead now? 51. Yeah.
Try and bowl Leicestershire out for under
200.
Yeah, and
Won't be easy.
No. Right in. Bowls, thick inside edges. Cook plays firmly at it, a little bit flat-footed, but it runs out through the vacant mid-wicket area down towards Buren. Hendricks takes one, moves on to 48, 372 for 6. 20 minutes until lunch.
Talking about food, we must mention Sandra again.
Yes, absolutely.
The wonderful Sandra, who has in fact not only made Welsh cakes, we got brownies from her, and we've also got drizzle cake. And we're competing here with TMS, I think. We get loads of cake sent to them, but none as nice as this, I suspect.
I'm starting to drool. In goes Wright bowls and driven at by, I was as well, driven at by Nisa, not timed, and it rolls out to mid-off.
So if you are listening, down Swansea way, Sandra, many thanks indeed. And you must enjoy cooking. Keep it going while we're playing here. Thank you.
Sandra is the mum of a member of staff of Jack at Glamorgan.
And the technicians here who keeps you all going with the stream. Give them a mention, and of course, because it's such a a boost to people at home so they can watch the cricket. I don't know if it's the boost to the housewives, because I was watching an away game early in this season. I was there every ball. That didn't go down very well, actually. As Parkinson starts on the over and is pushed away on the offside.
I don't know whether Welsh cakes might be served in the pavilion or not, but I was suggesting to Nick that I might take one or two over to the South Africans to say, as it's their first visit to Cardiff, just to see if they've had one and whether they'd like to try one.
Oh, very popular. Parkinson. It's flicked down towards the leg side boundary. It might just run away. There's a fielder chasing it and has now given up, and that is Cook's 50. It's not struggled, but grafted very much for his runs. 52 of 138 balls. Very, very valuable innings, but he's made the most of having that drop. 376. So Glamorgan now need 24. And how many overs have been bowled? Bowled him! As I was looking at the score, but he has been bowled on the forward defensive, and I think that must have turned. So Parkinson gets his wicket as he came in, and oh yeah, that spun and hit the off stump. So a very valuable wicket there for Leicestershire, but Cook, after getting 50, is bowled. A very patient stay, and it's 376 now, 4-7.
Well, celebrations for Leicestershire, but I just wonder whether they'll be tempered a little bit by knocked the off stump out of the ground as well. Whether they'll be tempered a little bit by the fact that it is the second ball in 3 overs from Parkinson to rip a little bit and bite and turn off the stumps. Glamorgan will not be displeased, but this is what you want from a cricket pitch, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Days 3 and 4 for it to start to dry and start to take a little bit of turn and introduce clear variables.
If it does turn, Mr. Labuschagne, a leg spinner, turns it on anything, might get rubbing his hands as the new batsman makes his way to the middle.
Good partnership. It was worth 61 for the 7th wicket.
James Wheel is the new batsman. Very useful batsman, and he got 40 odd, batting at number 10 up in Nottingham. Left-handed, anything offline he will try and smear it away. Now I'll be very interested to see the Glamorgan approach here. 2 attacking batsmen. Will they still play in the same mode? I suspect they probably will.
I think so. 3 wickets in hand, they can both bat, keep going the same way.
It came as a bit of a surprise, that, because he played very carefully, played down the line, and then it spun and hit the off stump out of the ground. So
finger spinner in the Glamorgan side?
Salter took 7 against in the innings against Sussex with a bit of turn. So
they have options in that respect, Glamorgan.
Yes.
It's looking a good position that they're in. 56 the lead. They want it to be 3 figures.
And, Leicester will go in with survival, the only thing on their mind, really. So, left-hander to left-hander. He's going over the wicket to the left-handed Wheel, and there's a slip in place now for the new batsman. And he's bowling from this end as we look over his shoulder. Here he is, first ball to Wheel. Wheel is forward, gets runs. He's off the mark with a little nudge down to short third man. And the score moves on to 377 for 7.
Could be interesting, couldn't it? I mean, if Glamorgan needed 170 or in the last session, something like that, but it was turning, could be a very fun session tomorrow. All sorts, yeah. Possibilities. Could be a really exciting day.
Parkinson round the wicket to the right-handed Nisa, and he plays it back down the pitch, well fielded by the bowler, and there's no run. He's brought his mid-off now, halfway, which I always find very odd, because there is a single, then if it over his head is 4 or 6. I think that either go to the orthodox or go right back. Here's Parkinson, bowls now to Nisa. Nisa is forward, an exaggerated forward push to smother the spin. Very good over there by the Leicestershire captain, and Glamorgan are 377 for 7, and 23 runs needed if they so want to in 6 overs.
4 overs.
It's 100. I don't think they'll attempt it now. Somehow, as Nick was saying earlier on, it's the sake of a point. When you've got 4 batting points, you don't really want to surrender your wicket, do you? Rather extend the lead if they can.
Yeah, another 50 runs, much more kind of important. If it means it coming time, there's plenty of time in the game still.
Exactly,
so.
Plenty of time.
Wheel, tall man, 29 on his back. Briefly of Leicestershire a couple of years ago, or at least had a month's trial, most of which, unfortunately, as was his way at Durham, really, a lot of the time he spent injured.
Yeah, he's
Touchwood seems to be fitting well.
Seems to be fitting well, as you say.
2 slips behind him as Wright goes charging in from the river end, and bowls. He goes for the big drive. Perhaps he is going for this extra batting bonus point. He missed, and it went through 2 Swindles. Patel's arms in the air, and are still in the air. Left them raised for a good 5 seconds.
It's always the point, Richard. Batsmen like we like to get on the front foot and attack as much as they can. And it's foreign to them to sometimes to rein in and push around, and invariably you see them getting out. So that first or second shot of his innings, he really flayed at that. So let's see what happens. All very interesting.
Right. Energetic run is in. Bowles goes past the outside edge. He didn't try and hit that. He was just beaten all ends up. Pushed across him by Chris Wright. Ooh, went away as well. And a little bit too good for the new batsman.
It's a bit not strange, but the ball has darted around, hasn't it, this morning for Wright from that far end. Whether there is a little bit more curve, it's not uneven bounce. It's movement off the pitch.
It is only 26 overs old, so they took it first thing this morning. The new ball. Wright is in, and Bowles, Fuller this time, jammed out rather by Wheel, but only as far as Vian Mulder, who swapped positions with his compatriot Bjorn Hendricks when they saw that first attempt at a drive from James Wheel.
Talking about you'd like to take some Welsh cakes to the South Africans. Our good friend at Derby, Dave Griffin, has asked where can he get them. So I think I'll get my wife to make him some.
Did you tell him? Do you mean when he came down?
When he comes down now
okay.
in September.
Right is in. Bowles looking to whip it away on the leg side. Thick inside edge and pad, I think, from Wheel. Sees the ball trickle out into the leg side.
So I've told my wife, and she said she had pleasure in making him a little tin's worth.
Oh, right. Am I too late to get on that particular Welsh bandwagon?
I would certainly ask her.
I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
But she's gone. She's not there this weekend. She hasn't left me, I can tell you that. But she's gone to my daughter's. I say I'm on my own, but don't ask me to make you any, Richard, because I'm probably
Sandra's are wonderful.
I wonder if Sandra's listening.
Indeed. I'm sure she is. Right is in, and Bowles played off his legs. He's going to have to hurry a little bit, Wheel there, as Hendricks seized on the ball, but he doesn't do anything too quickly, Bjorn Hendricks, and he rather loped towards the ball, tried a side arm throw, but it missed anyway. Glamorgan hit with just about every throw, consequently 3 run-outs, although Leicestershire did invite danger in that respect. None so far in the Glamorgan innings, and I don't think the stumps have been hit as yet by the Leicestershire fielders on the very rare opportunities they've had to throw at them. Right. Looks a bit frustrated out there at the moment. He's cross about some field changes. And he's making further alterations. He's calling Patel out of first slip to go in on the check drive, really. He's going to be bowling to Nisa, who he beat frequently earlier this morning. Is in and bowls outside off stump. Nisa leaves with probably a little bit of relief outside off stump, end of Wright's over, his 26th, 3 for 79. His figures, they deserve to be a little bit better than that. He came down for the interview yesterday, and they've been walking back to their hotel, Leicestershire. Well, it's not the Holiday Inn. They're at another one a little bit further out, up on the Newport Road. The Mercure, I think it's called.
Yeah, I know.
But it's not so much further. But yesterday, Chris said, "No, I'm going to get the coach today." He said,
that is a fair walk.
He said he was a little bit stiff yesterday.
Should run back, possibly.
I suspect he will be again today. He's
now then, this
working
is
hard.
Interesting. There's a short leg and a slip for Parkinson to the left-handed wheel. He's got a deep mid-wicket. He's brought his long on up now, but not still halfway. As Parkinson bowls, and up comes Wheel and hits him over the top, and he is going to get, what is he going to get? 6 runs. This I half expected, but that was my point there. What hope has mid-on got? Very good blow there from Wheel. No inhibitions at all.
I suppose he's sort of halfway back and say, "Go on, hit it over me then." And it's only 5 minutes until lunch or whatever, and try and worry him.
He's there. He's back on the fence.
But now, he's shown that he can hit it over him.
Parkinson in, bowls to Wheel, jabs it away to cover. And Wheel has moved quickly on to 8.
An hour of James Wheel swinging like that really will hurry Glamorgan into 3-figure lead.
64 at the moment as Parkinson comes in and bowls to Wheel. Wheel knows that now long on is there, and if he's bowling across him, he will not attempt that shot. I wouldn't have thought, but you just don't know. And perhaps you'll try and hit him over long off, because long off is up for the single. Parkinson comes over the wicket and bowls again, and Wheel gets a good length ball, a quicker delivery, and this jab back.
Wheel is actually Wheel claims to be a Yorkshireman, although he was born in Middlesbrough.
Yeah, I thought it.
And played at Stokesley. Middlesbrough will have been his local hospital. Stokesley certainly is North Yorkshire.
And here's Parkinson, shorter and quicker delivery, which is played out into the covers, and they don't take a run.
What is he now? 28, and he'd only played 20 first-class games coming into this season, an indication of his injury issues over the years.
This is a forcing shot again, played this time all along the ground, and he'll get a single, nice-looking shot. And Glamorgan have moved on to 385, which means they now need 15. You have 12 deliveries, 15 of... Well, the way that...
it looks like they're going for it.
Wheel is playing, perhaps the plan is, Wheel, you attack every ball. If you get out, so be it. Nessa, you just stay in because James Harris is to come.
Interesting. We're going to get these 2 overs as well. It's going to be 2 overs before lunch, unless Leicestershire bowl this one incredibly slowly. Well, it goes to all parts.
You got to watch the run rate, haven't they?
He has got 3 first-class 50s to his name, James Wheel, and it's a club-like stance as in goes right, bowls to him, full. It just tucks him into the leg side, but only as far as Steele at mid-wicket, and there's no run. When I say club-like, I don't mean clubby, which the pros tend to use as an insult. I mean that he looks as though he's going to club the ball, baseball style, rather.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that they haven't got anybody at mid-wicket long off or long on, because if it's pitched up, you will probably have a look.
Could the Taff be in danger? Could any of the passing rowers, or I don't know, any wild swimmers?
The man who's presenting he's down there somewhere, presenting our sports programme.
Chris Wright is in, bowls, and Wheel does swing hard, doesn't time it at all. It runs out just wide of mid-on. Hendricks has to move to his left, though, so he's able to pick up a single. Rehearse the shot, having completed his one, takes him into double figures on to 10. 386, 14 from 10 balls is what is required for that extra batting bonus point.
Yeah, I think he'll probably try to take Callum Parkinson on, and if he gets out, so be it. I think that might be the ploy, but I think Parkinson, as you know better than me, is a canny bowler.
What will Michael Neese's approach be? He's 24 not out of 88 balls as Wright is in and bowled to him outside off stump.
No
His
ball.
approach, oh my word,
Well,
that will
dear.
big cheer from the Glamorgan spectators. No ball number 18.
Has this happened this season, Richard, for them in previous games?
It has up to a point, I'm afraid. Bjorn Hendricks certainly has been responsible for plenty of them. Right, less so, obviously. He's well grooved. It's fairly rare for him to bowl a no ball, but Hendricks has bowled plenty, Mulder a few.
So
that will help. Now just
4 balls left here now.
12 off 10 as Wright is in and bowls cut, nicely timed, but
Well
too
fielded.
close to backward point, who tumbles to his right, Rishi Patel, and as Eddie says, gets something behind it and makes the stop. Otherwise, I suspect that would have bisected third man and the man on the cover boundary and run away for 4.
What you do for a point, isn't it? Cat and dog. Or cat and mice, or whatever it is. Cat and dog. Yeah.
12 off 9 balls. 9 legitimate.
I think we'll just have
legitimate balls.
a look at it anyway.
Right is in. Bowles goes past the outside
Oh, a lot of that.
edge of Neese's bat. Well bowled, Chris Wright. Neese, not for the first time this morning, plays and misses at Chris Wright. So I think must be well into double figures, actually, the number of times that Wright, who walks back with his shoulders slightly slumped.
He's at
to
a
his
long
mark.
ball, is he? What's seen? It's 25th over.
27th over now he's coming to the end of. So, yeah, for a 36-year-old, 30, I think.
Yeah, he must be
it's
stronger
plenty.
than Ox.
As I say, he was tired last night, but he's
No
come back
surprise.
strong. And he charges and bowls outside off stump and a little bit too wide, and it swings away and is allowed to do so by Neese, who then rehearses a sort of an attempted cut out into the offside. So 7 balls left to get another 12 runs, but as Eddie has been suggesting, the responsibility might fall to James Wheel to see if he can loft
Quite well,
Callum
I think.
Parkinson in the next over, which might be rather fun. If we get it, it's 12:59, Eddie. We might have to wait. See what might just tick over. Right, to finish his over is in and bowls. Is defended out into the
Didn't want
offside,
that.
and it means that Neese keeps the strike with that single. 389 for 7. 1 over to go of the 110. Are we going to get it? Umpire is walking in. 12:59 shows on the electronic scoreboard. We are going to get the over. I don't have an update to do at 1. I've been told by text, so I can stay and watch.
A 1 o'clocker? No, footy half time.
Funny half time.
Right then, are we going to have drama? Yeah. Long on has gone back. Long off is not. Deep mid wicket, but Neese wants to stay there. I would have thought that is the plan. Anyway, you'll know from the first ball it's bowled and it's played away back down the pitch. Odds on Callum Parkinson, I would say.
But he's got a huge gap to push it into at point if he wants the 1 and to give Wheel the strike.
Yes, still
And at square
12
leg.
runs needed. It's Parkinson to the right-handed Neese. Neese's forward. Appeal
It's
for
close.
LBW.
No. Ooh.
Not given.
Let's have a look. See, prodded forward at that. Did it hit him on the back pad? It did. Ooh.
So
Eddie thinks not. Well, so did the umpire. So
no, I was just going.
Oh, I see.
Exclamation. Yeah, playing for lunch here. That's just pushed away on the offside. So we approach lunch, whatever that may be today for us.
It's a curious approach because it looked like they were absolutely going to go for it, didn't they? A couple of overs.
Parkinson halfway through the over, bowls, clipped away on the onside, there is no run. So Glamorgan will end with 8 points. 7 points, is it? Yeah. 5 for the visitors who haven't taken the third bowling point. it's a good haul. Even if you get a draw, that's 15 points. Parkinson bowls and Nisa pushes it away, and there's no run.
And that in itself mitigates against too many risks being taken by either side in search of the win, doesn't it? I wasn't sure about going back to 8 points from 6 points.
It does say to you, well, yeah, we play for a draw here, doesn't it? Parkinson, last ball before lunch, is playing quietly back down the pitch. They troop off for a well-earned lunch, and at the interval, it's 389 for 7. Glamorgan have lost 2 wickets this morning, the first of which was Andy Gorvin. He was LBW to Hendricks with 25, and then Cook's vigil ended when he was bowled by Parkinson playing down the long line for 52. Nisa is on 25, Wheel is not out 10, and
the lead is 69.
The Lord. The lead is 69 as we will break off now for some lunch.
Sorry. No, my bad.
Yes, a strange old morning session, really. Glamorgan eventually added 84 for the loss of 2 more wickets. Gorvin for 23 and Chris Cook for 52, but he was bowled by the Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson, the ball after reaching his half-century. Glamorgan then made a token attempt to go for the 5th batting point with James Wheel swiping a 6, but didn't really go all out. Michael Neser is still there, 25 not out. James Wheel is on 10. The Glamorgan players have found batting quite hard at times this morning, but they are extending this lead to a reasonably significant amount in the match, and they'll want to get it up to 3 figures if they possibly can. Glamorgan lead by 69 at the moment, with 3 wickets still left in hand. Harris and Hogan the men to come. They're 389 for 7 at lunch. Stone is into Boulder. Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Balls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sophia Gardens on day 3 of Glamorgan against Leicestershire in the County Championship, where the match position is that Glamorgan, after 110 overs, so that's the bonus points done and dusted, are 389 for 7. Glamorgan take 7 bonus points from this match, and Leicestershire have 5. 2 wickets fell in the morning session. Gorvin for 23, leg before to Hendricks, and then Cook bowled by Parkinson, the ball after reaching his half-century. But Richard Ray, batting has seemed something of a struggle. That doesn't tell the full story, does it?
It doesn't. I think Leicestershire bowled pretty well on the whole this morning, certainly in the first hour. And I think the extent to which the ball that bowled Cook turned off the straight from Parkinson, I don't think, although, and obviously saw the demise of Cook, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing from Glamorgan's point of view. The pitch is beginning to offer finger spinners a little bit of something, and Andrew Salter will have taken particular note, I suspect, of that delivery. So it just could mean that the next 5 sessions are livelier than some might have anticipated.
So we've had the bonus points done. Glamorgan made a very small effort to go for the 5th point. Wheel swiped to 6, but thereafter there weren't the balls to hit, and he is facing up to Mulder, drives hard to mid-off, and there is no run.
I was listening to some of the Glamorgan supporters during the interval, and the sort of consensus seemed to be we need as big a lead as possible. You know, there's 2 sort of points of view: get bowled out quickly, get Leicestershire in, bowl them out again quickly. But the general consensus seemed to be, no, we need runs, because it won't be necessarily that easy batting last on this track.
And scoreboard pressure does funny things to the mind. 389 for 7 as Mulder is in, and Wheel drives gently to mid-on, and they don't bother to consider the single, even though the ball was getting there fairly slowly. 69 is the lead at the moment. I suppose 100 is a bit of a psychological barrier in terms of the lead, and that sort of removes, you would have thought, the possibility of Leicestershire being able to declare and set some sort of run chase, as Mulder is in to bowl to Wheel, who clips one off his legs to fine leg. Azad is the fielder down in front of us at the Cathedral Road end, and they go through for the first run of the afternoon session.
Which means Mulder's bowling average, it's cruel, is now 209. But he has not had any luck today, or indeed in several other games, frankly. In the other games that he's played, the 2 other games that he has played. Hendricks has 1 for 55 in this game. Work out his average. As
Mulder charges in, bowls to Nisa, who'll take a single here just wide of mid-on. Forcing on the leg side. 391 for 7. Glamorgan lead by 71.
His average is about 100 and...
bleep bleep. Bleepity bleep.
About 110, something like that. About 109, I think, for Hendricks. Mulder, 209.
Apologies to South African listeners. 391 for 7. Mulder round the wicket, right arm, bowls to Wheel, who drives hard, and will get that one through mid-off, or past Parkinson to be more accurate. And it was far enough away for him not to put in the dive, and that one is raced away to the boundary at the river end for the first boundary of the afternoon.
Nicely played. Swung in a little bit, but over-pitched.
Well, Wheel is a tall man, and his setup is such that if he hits the ball, it usually stays hit.
So three first-class half-centuries, averaging over 20 in first-class cricket, 22.
As he pushes that one on the offside, there's no run.
Coming into this season, that is, so let's see what he's...
Will this season got a 40-odd up at Trent Bridge.
Yeah. Well, he was
0 and 45 is 2 innings so far, so this innings average will still be just above 20.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking to better that, but clearly has some ability with the bat.
The Beezer.
The Beezer, the B-man.
I mean, Buren isn't a difficult name for the English speaker to get their tongue round.
No, but they like it. They like a nickname, don't they?
There's no one with dog
Sports
in it,
teams.
is there? There's not a G dog in there
dog.
somewhere, or B dog, or.
No, I don't think so. Can't think of any off the top of my head. So, Bjorn Hendricks in from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's bowling to Michael Neser, who looks to chop him away into the offside. It's a little bit too straight for that. Ended up hitting it hard straight down into the ground, and it trickled out, or bounced out nice and gently towards extra cover, where Ben Mike is the fielder. Throws it to his captain for the game, Callum Parkinson, who's at mid-off, who relays it on to Hendricks, who's got a elastic bandage all the way up his right arm, neither of which he doesn't bowl or throw with. In goes Hendricks and bowls, tucks Neser up with an in-swinger, thick inside edge from the back foot onto the pads, bounces out into the offside. Thought for half a second it was going to sneak through, it didn't.
Yeah, cricket's nicknames are mostly rubbish, aren't they?
Does he mention one? I don't suppose he will do in the if indeed he may not have filled that one in. The overseas players tend to get a sort of little potted bio from the book itself, because often it's a late announcement of a signing. Hendricks in, bowls, driving, and he's got that one away wide of third man, who has a bit of ground to make up to. Get to the ball, so it should be a couple of runs for Michael Neser. It is a couple of runs, 397 for 7, the lead, 77.
Looking randomly, Louis Kimber, Melmo?
Well, it's actually Melman.
Ah, Melman.
Mean anything to you?
This is a fictitious character, obviously, of whom I'm unaware.
He's the giraffe in Madagascar.
Ah, yes.
Hendricks is in bowls, again the in-swing, again just slightly tucked up Neser, but he plays it neatly enough off his legs down towards deep backward square, where Steele, as he has been for much of the match, is the fielder. Single taken, Neser 29.
Given that my children are in their 20s, it's a few years since I watched Madagascar. It was very popular about probably 20 years ago.
Well, yeah, exactly, sort of simply because he was quite tall as a youngster. At school, and he acquired that nickname, Louis, and seems to have retained it from, if he is to be believed.
Sam Evans, nicknamed Smevs.
Smev, yeah, S.M. Evans, Smev. Yeah, that's a straightforward one.
Who is your look-alike donkey from Shrek, he claims?
Yes, he's charmingly modest, is Sam. Bless. Some interesting claims for lookalikes. In goes Hendricks over the wicket to the left-handed wheel, who's looking to drive, ends up stroking it rather out into the covers. Mike is the fielder, and there's no run.
Hassan Azad claims Freddie Mercury, according to
yeah,
the
he's got a bit of an
Cricketers
overbite, Hassan, so you can just about see it. I can see that. But he's not the sort who needs one with his first-class honours degree in chemical engineering.
Brains.
Well, there's that. Yes, he's raised the Mensa level of the Leicestershire dressing room, I would imagine. In goes Hendricks and bowls on off stump. Wheel just plays it out into the offside. Jogs a couple of paces, having done so. Walked into the defensive push rather out to Mike. It went end of the over. 398 for 7. The lead 78.
Yes, I thought they might be able to make something of the name Swindells in the dressing room, but his nickname's listed as Dumbo.
Well, yes, if you...
Yes.
Yeah, bless him. Or I've heard Lugsy as well.
Fairly large in the ear department.
Bless. Harry.
Very useful for hearing those little snicks on the way through.
Yeah.
Mulder is in to bowl to Nisa, who's driving into the offside, hit that powerfully, and it's well stopped by Mike at cover.
I think he's fielded the ball 4 times already post-lunch. He's attracting the ball at the moment. Benny Mike. Mike's got a great name. Benjamin Whitworth Munro Mike.
Wow.
It's a name with a certain grandeur, hasn't it? Those the family names, I think.
As Mulder racing right arm over to the right-handed batter and does not deliver. That's not going to help that over rate, which is suffering as a result of the no balls. It's still -3.
Yes, 17 no balls, 34 have contributed to an extras total of 55. Still the third highest scorer, Cook having been dismissed for 52.
Yes, I'm not writing the BBC website report today, so I just have to consider whether to put extras in the score box, which registers usually players who get more than 50. Mulder bowls, Nisa leaves, through to Swindells. I don't think we put extras in, it would be a little cruel.
I'd be surprised if they get a mention in the match report, or the day's report, compiled by the ECB network of reporters. They should, because that's a huge number, really.
Not good. And something that no doubt they'll have to review as Nisa tries to drive on the offside. Again, Mike does the fielding, dashing to his right. Nisa 29 off 107 balls, which, given that he's a burly chap who likes to hit the ball hard given half a chance, but has had presumably less than half a chance.
Well, he wants 150 to bowl at, doesn't he, really?
Ideally. The game unfolding slowly at the moment, but could be significantly as Mulder bowls. Edged courts as Nisa looked to force on the offside and hit it straight to slip. 398 for 8.
And Mulder celebrates like a man who's been crawling through a desert for many days and suddenly comes upon an oasis. Good catch. And a sharp catch by Louis Kimber. It was travelling, but it was, as you say, absolutely straight to him. And he punched the air. And Mulder, who has halved his bowling average. And good work by Kimber.
So 22 added for that partnership in around about 7 overs. Uncharacteristic innings by Nisa. In the end, he got a ball that was a bit too close to him to try to play that forcing shot. As he wanders off, strangely, doesn't go up the stairs to the dressing room. Perhaps he's taking the lift in reception. As James Harris, Glamorgan's number 10 in this match, comes to the wicket.
He's more than capable of scoring runs, isn't he, Harris?
Yeah, he's a fairly orthodox batsman. And scores so far this season, well, he's had a few not outs. 6-20, 15 not out, 13 not out, 1 not out. Just got in the penultimate over in last Sunday's run chase, by which time he quickly after that had an injured Van der Hoogten at the other end, so Glamorgan thought discretion was the better part of valour with 8 down and gave up in the penultimate over.
See the way he took that catch, why Kimber is now the accepted number 1 slipper in the side. Really neat piece of work.
And neat piece of placing, really, from Parkinson. I have to give him credit for that. They've only got 1 slip, but he's not in a first slip position.
It could easily have gone between them, couldn't it?
Harris faces up to Mulder and is beaten first ball. Harris's defensive prod as Leicestershire look to finally finish off this Glamorgan innings in the By the way, the 8th session of the game, and we're still in the first innings.
It's as good a ball as Mulder has bowled. Not what you want first up.
Well, and Iron Donald, bizarrely batting at 9 because of 2 night watchmen, is on 70 not out for Hampshire, the former Glamorgan batsman. Hampshire 161 for 9 as Mulder bowls, and Harris plays that one down into the gully. There's no run.
That's a big last wicket stand then, because they were 109 for 9 at lunch. So is Bassi hanging on in there? He's usually number 11 for him.
No, he was a night watchman, so he was out early. And Fuller is the number 11, who's a decent enough batsman. They've added 58 for the last wicket. Hampshire lead Gloucestershire by 324.
Yeah, they're big runs, aren't they, really?
So that may prove an interesting contest with plenty of time left in the game. In the 2 Division 2 matches, Worcestershire against Durham, the Ben Stokes match. Worcestershire 298 for 9 in reply to Durham's 580 for 6 declared, so that might be a follow-on
Wickets for Stokes.
request. No, not for 35 off 14.
Hendricks is in sun behind cloud temporarily and bowls to Wheel, plays him nicely out to mid-on, turns him away off middle and leg, pushes it out to Parkinson, runs 1, moves on to 16, 399 for 8, the lead 79.
Potts with the 6 wickets for Durham, who are Glamorgan's next opponents. Leicestershire's next opponents. Sussex are struggling to bowl out Middlesex. 350 for 9, they're 42 runs in arrears. At Hove are the visitors, with Holman on 78 not out. Martin Anderson made 55, so 4 half-centuries or more in the middle order there for the visitors to the south coast.
Well, they're in July, one of the midsummer games. Hendricks is in bowls. Harris is waiting in the crease and then dabbing it wide of Kimber. It runs down towards third man. That is the single that Glamorgan need for the 400. 400 for 8, 113.2 overs. Harris off the mark, the lead up to 80.
Too late. 20 balls too late for bonus points. But welcome nonetheless. Just another little psychological barrier to pass. 100 lead would be very welcome.
Hendricks over the wicket to James. Wheel bowls. Wheel again, big man, as we've been saying, looks to get forward, tries to drive it out into the offside. Bit too straight, so has to check the shot slightly. Finds Ben Mike in the covers. No run.
Former England captain Joe Root, 34 not out. Yorkshire 148 for 3, replying to an imposing Essex total of 403. 13 wickets in nearly 2.5 days at Chelmsford.
Hendricks 1 for 60 so far in the innings. Is in bowls. A good bouncer, startles Wheel. He was looking to come forward. Accelerated a bit, just leapt at him rather. It was well above his head as it went over, but decent bouncer from Hendricks. Just a reminder to James Wheel.
Right. Don't take liberties. Even fewer wickets have fallen so far at Old Trafford. Lancashire 230 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 315. Luke Wells made 80. Keaton Jennings is 103 not out.
Hendricks in to Wheel, turns him neatly off his legs, and he's timed that well out towards deep mid-wicket. A lot of work for Evans to do out there. Scampers round about 30 yards to his right, gets his throw away, and a good throw next to the stumps, but Wheel had long since completed his second run. Moves on to 18, 402 for 8, lead 82.
At the Oval, normally a batting paradise, Surrey have managed to dismiss Northants for 194, and following on, they're 38 for 2, still 169 behind, despite an unbeaten 83 from Luke Proctor in the first innings.
Hendricks bowls again to Wheel, who turns the bat face on that one. It was a full-ish delivery, looking for the Yorker, wasn't quite there, and he was looking to on drive and didn't quite time it, but Parkinson had to tumble to his right to make the stop, and Wheel takes one and keeps the strike in so doing, moves on to 19, 403 for 8 at the end of the over. The lead now 83, and it may be updates time. I'm not quite sure, but I better be there just in case.
That's all right. Edward will come in for the next few overs at least. Don't have anything for the next 40 minutes at least. Might even finish some more broadcast stream bookings, one of the most tedious jobs for the cricket broadcaster. Don't worry about it, Edward. Don't worry about it. You had to left it all to the office in your day, booking the broadcast streams to make sure that we actually get to talk to someone rather than just talking to ourselves.
Used to dial a number and that was it.
Mulder bowls, and that's slogged over long off. Parkinson thought he was in with a chance for a moment, but he wasn't. It cleared him easily. It was a big swing of the bat from Wheel, and takes Glamorgan onto 407 for 8. Got a little bit underneath it, but still powerful enough.
I think this is exactly what Glamorgan want, another 30-40 minutes of Wheel. I think there is a little bit of something in for the quickies from what I've seen this morning. Mulder and Wright to go well, and Hendricks has played his part too.
As Mulder is in balls and Wheel sends it up towards cover, takes a quick single. Harris might have to hurry, but they're safely home as the fielder didn't pick the ball up. I was looking to see which end he'd thrown it at, because it was a sharp single called by Wheel to the left hand of Mike at cover, and he casts his head in the air and thinks, if only I'd picked that one up cleanly, might have had a chance at a run out. 408 for 8. Mulder 1 for 80, having celebrated his long-awaited wicket. In he comes to bowl, hits Harris on the pad. It's a second wicket for Mulder. Harris goes for 1, 408 for 9, and the job is almost complete for Leicestershire.
Yes, it looked quite out for me then, because he played back, and I think that was hitting middle and off, middle and leg rather. Now then, enter Mr. Hogan.
Ah, yes.
Do you think he's asked what his job is? Well, I think he should perhaps defend and leave it to Wheel.
Well, Wheel's got more chance of connecting with those big shots. So Glamorgan not quite falling away. They've got some useful runs today. They've moved from 305 for 5 overnight now to 408 for 9, so they've added a further 103 for the loss of 4 wickets. But Leicestershire are hanging in there, aren't they?
I think, from what we've seen, that there is something in the pitch for the pace bowlers, because, well, as I say, and Wright especially, have got plenty of movement. Now Michael Hogan will come in with 3 balls to face, and what shot he's going to play,
who knows?
Only Michael knows.
Well, he has got a defensive shot occasionally.
Occasionally, yes. But Mr. Wheel is probably saying, if you can, Mike.
Yeah, hang around for the next 3 balls and let me have a punt. Yes. John O'Dew says, loving the sunshine, but missing the snooker already. See you at the Welsh, he says.
We've had a fortnight of it.
We've had plenty of snooker in the World Championships, before that the Welsh event. And Aaron Donald's innings, by the way, included 3 sixes in a row.
And he didn't score a boundary in his first 44, I don't think.
Good heavens, it's unusual for him.
Yeah. What's he on?
I'll check now. Mulder trying to finish Glamorgan off, bowls to Hogan, who plays that one relatively conventionally to mid-off.
I would say to you, rubbish, Nick, I can play.
Michael, never LBW, Hogan. They're still at lunch at Southampton. They must have taken it very late with 9 wickets down.
Yeah.
So Donald is now 70 off 70 deliveries. Now 7 fours and 3 sixes.
That's more like him.
And his 70 not out. As Mulder tears in, bowls to Hogan, who defends to mid-off. What's going on? Is it a leap year?
Yes. Off down the pitch comes Mr. Wheel.
1 ball left. Come on.
So Michael, block it, and we're not taking a run, okay?
Perhaps Wheel fancies a blast at Hendricks at the other end.
Then we'll have fielders out, fielders coming in, not taking a run.
Next delivery from Mulder, hits Hogan on the pads, bit on the thigh, I think, a rather too high thigh for a serious appeal. Ball bounces out on the offside. 408 for 9 Glamorgan at the end of the over. Mulder now 2 for 80. His figures coming down for the season by the minute.
By the minute, yeah. Well, a lead of 88 is not to be sniffed at, is it? Especially by Glamorgan, who rarely get a first innings lead, and the ball is very much in their court. Some people will say, well, I'm glad Glamorgan are all out, which gives them more overs to bowl at Leicestershire. And I don't think it's going to be a very fast-scoring innings. Leicester showed that in the beginning. They want to try and survive. So, here is Wheel to receive 24 from 26 balls. And he is going to face Hendricks, who is left arm over from this end. He's in now and bowls the first ball to him, and he plays up to a deepish mid-off and does not take the run.
No, bowler got a hand to it. It's only just trickled to mid-off in the end.
Is he long off and long on halfway back? So the single they wanted is there? But why?
Well, I suppose it's inducing them to try and hit over the top and hoping for the miss-hit.
Yeah, he's got to bowl straight, doesn't he? Because anything offline. Third man and a fine leg of mid-wicket and a deep extra cover for Wheel as in comes next ball, and he's edged that down. He might get 4, will he? No, and they're not going to take the single.
Yeah, they did take the single.
They did take it. They faltered, and as I was watching the ball go to the boundary, they'd crossed. I have complete faith in my senior partner, says Mr. Hogan, Mr. Wheel. Another single, and the lead going up towards the 100 mark. It's 89, and we will have how many overs remaining? 60. Yeah, plenty of overs. 60.42 for the takeoff, and is that -3?
-3 still, yeah, the over rate. So that will be a concern for Leicestershire in the second innings.
Right, name your shot, Nick. I go over mid-off or caught mid-off. Or bowled.
Over mid-on, I think.
Here is Hendricks into Hogan, bowls to him, and he's got 4 runs, no problem at all for him. Cuts it through extra cover. Why haven't they got a man on the boundary? They obviously haven't seen my bat. And they are now going to rectify and have a man out there.
Slapped away that one, wasn't it?
4 runs, very useful. 93. And the stream thinks they'll play it again, and it was pitched just a little bit short. He stepped away and cracked it for 4. 400 now. And 13 for 9. Hogan off the mark with 4. Wheel is off. There's 25 not out. And we are how many balls into this? Just a couple. Hendricks is running away from us and bowls to Hogan, and Hogan gets a bouncer. And that's going away down for 4. Is it stopped inside? I think he has stopped it just inside.
Well, they've come.
Did they run?
Buys. Must have been 2. There were a few derisory cheers from the crowd at the far end, as though they believed that the player had touched the ropes, but a couple of buys. Yes, 2 men with very long legs doesn't take them long to.
1, I think, wasn't it? Wheels facing.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Yep.
I think they run 3.
No, just the one. Apologies.
Hendricks is in and bowls to the left-handed wheel, who drives, get a thick outside edge down towards third man. They'll take a comfortable single. So 7 off the over so far. The lead creeping up to 95. I will probably be completely wrong, but I think there's a bit in it for the seamers. I repeat, because a number of times today the bat has been passed numerous occasions. Hogan to face on 4. As Hendricks is in and bowls to him, and he leaves, would you believe it? And the ball hurtles through, and Hendricks now is getting a bit annoyed, I think.
Swindells is in some difficulty behind the stumps because the ball does seem to be swinging a little bit as well, and a couple of short deliveries, and you only got 1 ball on that last one. It was enough, but
he's diving like a goalkeeper.
Yes. Now that we're out of the election period, we can mention that the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, was here earlier in the match. He is a Glamorgan member.
Where was he sitting?
Dropped in, I think he was on the I'm trying to work it out from these pictures that I've just seen filed. No, I just looking back at the official pictures filed by the Hugh Evans agency, which included a couple of him, I think, yesterday. There's a swing and a miss from James Wheel to the first ball of the over from Fian Mulder. 2 for 80. Looking to improve his bowling figures. Chris Wright has 3. Mulder has 2. Mike has 2. Hendricks 1. Parkinson 1. So they've been fairly shared around. The Leicestershire attack. There's Mulder into Wheel, who follows that one and is lucky not to get an edge as it goes through to Swindells.
I think he'd be far better off, Parkinson, if he bowls himself. He's very, very, very accurate. He'll certainly tempt Hogan to indiscretion, or perhaps not. And Wheel will either get after him or get out. The lead is 95, and it's 415 for night on this. Well, it's a little cloudy, but no problems here. It's a very pleasant spring afternoon.
Mulder round the wicket to Wheel, who drags the drive back to the bowler. He throws it back towards the wickets because Wheel had overbalanced slightly and had hit it. I think it hit his bat again on the or his pads. As the
What's going on now?
2 umpires meet for a consultation. Now, surely that's not going to be seen as dangerous. No one was complaining.
Might have been words spoken.
Mulder was perfectly entitled to throw it back at the wickets because Wheel had come forward and there's a possibility of getting a run out.
Well, umpire Wharf from this.
I think Swarf didn't like it, by the look at it.
No, he's pointing the finger, the dreaded finger, the digit.
Yes.
Saying to Mulder, cool down.
Yes, we had enough disciplinaries in the last match with David Lloyd getting a ticking off.
And Mr. Cook.
Next delivery is driven by Wheel out into covers. Now Leicestershire were giving him a single there, and he was perfectly happy
to take
it off the 4th ball of the over. Hogan has 4. The lead is 96. Well, one more boundary would do things nicely from the commentator's point of view, because it'd make it a nice round 100 as the lead, and that would make our maths considerably easier.
Hogan probably thinking, if he's going to bowl it short to me, I'm going to plant him in the pavilion. I might just plant in the keeper's hand.
Hogan faces up to Mulder then. And Hogan has a big swing and toe ends the ball up to mid-on. More chalk on the cue, I think, there.
Wonderful agricultural shot, wasn't it? He tried to hit that over the taff. Long on. Yeah, she rehearses the shot. That is far more elegant, Michael, the way you played your second shot. She walks away and does a bit of thinking. One ball to go over the over.
Yeah, so wrote a piece mainly about his batting for his testimonial brochure. Because I thought everyone else would write about his bowling. It's available now for his testimonial.
It's entertaining.
It is. Mulder into Hogan, who drives, gets an inside edge, and the ball thuds into the advertising hoardings down beneath us.
Mulder's not a happy man.
The double teapot there, having almost forced Michael Hogan to play on. Shot off the inside edge, just past the legs.
Buys, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yes. I must have shot off a footmark then and deceived the keeper. I do apologise. Well spotted. Yep, Hogan's remains on 4. And so that nearly bowled him. And the lead is 100. All right. That'll do from the Welsh point of view.
Right. I think things are getting just a little bit heated because they're getting really frustrated now at the Leicestershire side. They battle hard. It's nothing more annoying than tail enders getting runs, especially off the edge or buys or whatever. Now then, let's look at this field. Mid-wicket, fine leg, third man. Nothing like Derby last week when we had 9 Derbyshire fielders, of course, at the boundary. It'll be Hendricks coming up to the left-handed wheel and bowls to him, and the wheel has lost his bat as the ball ends up at mid-on. And somebody hurtles in from mid-wicket, dives 4 over, just as the ball is going towards mid-on. I was having a little bit of entertainment there.
Well, spot the ball there, wasn't it? Spot the ball, because we were looking at Wheel having dropped his bat. He might easily have dropped it onto his stumps, and it just must have lobbed up towards mid-off. Cover nearly got there.
And Hogan has beckoned him to tell Wheel.
Calm down, boy.
Yeah, be selective. And Hendricks trying everything he can now. Races up and bowls. This is played very firmly up towards long on, and they will go through for a single. So Glamorgan have had, I would say, they could easily have been bowled out this morning, or they lost wickets, but they've extended their lead to 101, having been in deficit this morning of 15. 1 for 70 then, Hendricks. Don't think he'll pitch it up to Hogan. Well, if he is, he'd better have men back on the offside. Hendricks is waving. Wheel is waving to somebody in the pavilion. Bright sunshine now as Hogan waits. He's hit 1 boundary. And there is just the slip as the close fielder. And he comes and bowls to Hogan. Hogan nearly falls over as he gets a Yorker down.
It's another one.
The block hole, and guess what?
It's Leicestershire's favourite extra, I'm afraid. The no ball.
I've absolutely lost count now. I think it's about 16 or 17, is it?
Possibly more.
2 more runs, 103.
That's the 19th, so 38 runs from no balls.
Me. Hendricks tries again, comes up and bowls to Hogan, who tries to force it away but makes no contact whatsoever.
Joe Root is starting nicely for Yorkshire at Essex. He's on 42 not out. Yorkshire won 59 for 3. Reply to Essex is 403.
You were here yesterday when I said about the cricket balls and seam this year.
Yes.
Very
technical.
Confirmed. No, it's just dropped the seam a little bit and it doesn't do so much. Millions of runs scored. Now then, let's see if Hendrick can do something as he bowls to number 11, Hogan, who gets very professional and ducks out of the way and leaves it go through.
Leicestershire's next opponent, Sussex, have finally dismissed Middlesex for 358 at Hove. Sussex lead by 34 runs on first innings. Ollie Robinson, 5 for 66.
He's back.
He'll be in the England team then.
Slowly ticking the names off. Here's Hendricks to bowl to Michael Hogan. He's hit that somewhere out to mid-wicket, I think. A real farmer's hike. Out to mid-wicket for a single.
You could almost hear the cows mooing as he...
well, I say the farmers because the books of old, you'd get the farmer coming, taking an afternoon off from milking or whatever it was, and he'd walk in with these arms like tree trunks and hit the ball for miles.
Yeah, got one of those in Macken's second 11.
What, you?
No, a farmer.
Oh, a farmer, sorry.
Who does hit the ball very hard.
Yeah, they're so strong. Right, last ball of the over, as we've had a no ball. 7 ball over yet again. And this will be to Wheel. And in comes Hendricks. Bowls to Wheel, and Wheel has hammered that. And then that's gone in or over the boundary. Beautiful shot. You could hear it probably now. Effects microphone. He hit him over cow corner for a big 6. So that's a profitable over. 6, 7, 10 over off it. And Wheels is going to change his glove. That was hit a long way and very hard.
4:30 for 9 as the pavilion crowd were forced to watch out. Respectable crowd. Not huge, but football and rugby seasons still concluding. They must be nearly over now for the championship sides.
Cardiff 0, Derby 0, Swansea 0, QPR 0 when I looked last.
Cardiff are 1-0 up at Derby. At the last couple of minutes of stoppage time. Swansea City, I'm afraid, are 1-0 down to QPR. Not it's
surprising, it doesn't really matter.
Hugely important for either side.
No.
There's a little feel-good factor going into the summer break. Newport County play Rochdale at 3.
Nothing frustrates the fielding side when there's 9 down and there's resistance. So already we have had 12 runs by some rustic shots, but very, very useful shots from Wheel. And we have a change of bowling because on that far side Ben Mike is going to bowl. Now then, Hogan with a short boundary way to his left.
Here we are then, Hogan facing up to Mike and driving quite elegantly through wide mid-off for 4 runs. A big swing of the bat, and it was in the slot from Mike and duly dispatched by Hogan. In fact, it wasn't too far off a decent ball, but it was just a
bit too far up to the bat.
Too far up, and Hogan swinging through it, hit it off stump, hit it from off stump through the offside.
The heads are beginning to go down at Leicester.
114 is the Glamorgan lead now.
I think we might get a short one here.
Which I think they would probably have settled for unofficially at the start of play. As Hogan cuts hard down towards backward point.
Oh, no.
No, it's a sprawling stop by Scott Steele on the backward point boundary, and just the single as he slid along the turf there in front of the rope, in front of the empty grandstand, which is still under refurbishment. No workers popping new seats in today as there were yesterday, but the daffs look a nice bright gold these days. And their stalks, this is the different coloured seats that pick out the Glamorgan emblem there. Bright green.
Daffs have died.
Yeah.
And gone for another year.
Yes, it's past the season, I suppose. 4:35 for 9. Lead 115. As that's glanced by Will down towards fine leg. There's a chase on for Azad, but they'll come back comfortably enough for the second run, even though Azad hauled it up inside the fine leg boundary.
Very useful runs these, aren't they?
34 to Wheel, 437 for 9 and as well as the usefulness of the runs, it's the irritation factor for the Leicestershire openers, Azad and Evans, who are having to run around in the field a bit longer than they would have hoped, and they'll only have 10 minutes rather than a full interval to get themselves ready. Wheel faces up to Mike. Short ball could be caught at fine leg. He's holed out to Hassan Azad, who gratefully accepts the catch. And Glamorgan are finally dismissed for 437. And it is a third wicket for Ben Mike.
Wheel was caught by Hassan Azad off the bowling of Ben Mike for 34.
Very useful final stand there between
Yeah, 29?
29 for that last wicket, and that Glamorgan's lead now is 117, which is perhaps, they would like to have got more, but I'm sure that they'd be very satisfied with that. Yeah, Wheel played well for his 34 before he was dismissed, and Hogan was not out. What was he not out? 10.
Yeah, so the batter's out today. Gorvin for 23, Cook for 52, Nisa for 29, Harris for 1, and Wheel for 34. Hogan was left not out 10, and I'm sure that Dr. Hignell will inform us of the bowling figures via the public address system very shortly. So we'll take a break and be back with you in around about 8 minutes time for commentary of the Leicestershire second innings, starting 117 runs in arrears.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Leicestershire bowling figures in just a moment. So Glamorgan 437, the final total. Michael Hogan unbeaten on 10. And in Glamorgan's total of 437, there were 64 extras, comprising 11 byes, 15 leg byes, and 38 no balls. Here are the Leicestershire bowling figures. Chris Wright, 27 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 83. Deeren Hendricks, 26 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 79. Ben Mike, 15.4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 88. Kiran Carlson, 24 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 67. Vian Mulder, 24 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 81, and Scott Steele bowled 2 overs for 13 runs.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where we are halfway through the match in terms of innings. Glamorgan have compiled 437 in reply to Leicestershire's 320, with Chris Cook today's highest score, 52, apart from extras, 64. 3 wickets apiece for Wright, who got them yesterday, and Mike, who got a couple, got one more today, and Mulder picked up a couple of very welcome wickets, and we've been saying he deserved that reward.
He did. Yeah, it might feel a little bit better, but I think how Leicestershire will feel at the end of the day very much depends on what the scoreboard reads. If they can get through to the close 1 or 2 down at the most, they'll feel got a good chance of saving the game. Very hard to see how they can go on and win it from here, frankly. Best chance of winning it, curiously, might be being sort of bowled out for 280, 300 and hope it turns plenty for Callum Parkinson. Heavy roller has been on it though, so should have taken 1 or 2 little demons. There was nothing there. Imps rather than demons. There wasn't much there really, was there?
Very small demons in the wicket.
Nisa looking for them. He's going to open the bowling for Glamorgan from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls outside off stump to Hassan Azad, who steps forward and lets it go through. Leicestershire will not, I hope, be expecting Azad to try and push the score along. That is not his job. His job now is essentially to get through until tea, which is 22 overs and 5 balls away. Is that right?
Yes, somewhere around the 4 o'clock mark.
Nisa in bowls. Azad, thick outside edge along the ground, out to through the sort of 6th slip sort of area, runs down to 3rd man. Azad is up and running, batted pretty well in the first innings. Hassan Azad, before, well, I say getting himself out, he took on the arm of, I think it was Nisa, wasn't it, down at the long leg, and failed to beat it. In the first innings he was run out for 64.
That is a very pleasant +1 as the Glamorgan over 8 at the moment. You don't often see that.
What did Leicestershire finish? Was it -3?
I believe so.
They'll fiddle it to might lose a point, or half a point, or whatever. Nisa in to Sam Evans, full, looking to drive, and down into the ground it goes, taken on the full, on the bounce by Michael Nisa, who makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. We did have a little incident just before the close of the Glamorgan innings when Vian Mulder hurled the ball at the stumps. James Wheel was defending and was warned. I don't know if it was an official warning. I don't think it was. Leicestershire cannot afford any transgressions. Any transgressions could trigger a points deduction. It's hanging over their heads as Nisa is in. Evans is back defending. Ball on the off stump out into the offside.
They're still the bad boys of the county championship.
They do like to make an example of Leicestershire. It's a sort of totting up process, and there were 5, and a consequence of which any one over the next of this season essentially could trigger a 12-point deduction in the county championship, or 2 points. Might be 4 points in the T20 and 2 points in the RL50, something like that. I'll check it. In goes Nisa and bowls, and appeal for a leg before a mighty shout, but it sounded incredibly wooden. Let's have a look, see. Oh no, it wasn't, but it was high, and it was high and did plenty, and that would have been a very generous decision to the bowler to have given that one. But amazing how wooden that sounded. These pads these days, you'd think they'd be designed not to sound wooden, really. But
it's got chunky pads as Smev.
Actually, I suppose you would want them wooden, wouldn't you, in a way, to sound wooden,
yes,
to convince the umpire that it came off the bat. In goes Nisa and bowls outside off stump. A big lift of the bat from SM Evans, hence Smev. Lets it go through to wicketkeeper Cook, and it's the end of the first over. But testing one from Nisa. Hope for Glamorgan. 1 without loss. Still trail by 116.
So Glamorgan need to just ask as many questions as possible. Leicestershire didn't score hugely quickly in the first innings. They did have some decent runs for the first few wickets before the circle of self-destruction to some extent started, with Azad's 64 and Patel's 82 being the two leading performers. Michael Hogan then, having got his first wicket of the season at home in the first innings, having claimed 9 away from home. 1 for 58, economical as ever, rarely goes from more than 2.5 and over. And Hogan will be bowling to left-handed Azad with 2 slips and a gully, as Azad gets one that almost floats towards gully, as Labuschagne didn't put the dive in, but that didn't land far in front of the Australian.
Did it hit the forearm guard? Something like that.
Thought it was glove, but I may have been wrong.
Could have been. It hit something soft, didn't it? It wasn't.
Yeah.
Because it looped towards gully rather than flew.
I'm sure there'd have been a huge appeal had it actually carried. 1 for 0 Leicestershire, second time round. Hogan bowls, Azad leaves, moving away further outside off stump.
And good afternoon to Bronte, who spent 3 days down in Cornwall, and he's finally found a beach that the BBC reaches, he says. So he says, good afternoon to Ed and Nick and myself from Hale Sands in Cornwall.
Afternoon, Bronte. Fox's Cricket 22, Nick Webb 2017 for your Twitter messages. As Hogan bowls and Azad takes a single to Dorvin at square leg. It's there just about. But there are a few raised nerves maybe in the Leicestershire camp there, because that was a little bit tight, but Gorvin didn't have a shot at the end. In the end, 2 without loss.
I won't even speculate on what the comments would have been had there been a run out in the second over to follow the 3 in the first innings.
One doesn't like to harp, but Leicestershire have given away a lot in this match. 3 run-outs, a stumping, and 38 in no balls.
Yeah, 1 or 2 other wickets as well, they'll feel.
Hogan into Evans, who's forward defending on the offside. No run.
But it's a familiar situation for Leicestershire batting to save, or to try and save the game. They've managed it twice this season and failed to do so on 2 other occasions. So, not enough first innings runs. A very, very familiar story. Chris Wright yesterday, well, you heard the interviews, and yeah, at least 100 short, and certainly.
Hogan is in, bowls, and Evans plays on the offside, doesn't quite time it, goes to Salter at backward point, no run. Leicester Tigers against Leinster, 5:30 kick-off. Coverage on BBC Radio Leicester and online.
Yeah, that has long since begun. They're at various local public houses, I believe. 2 Welford Road. What's it called? The Mattioli Wood Stadium, Welford Road, I think it's now known as.
Yes. Hogan in from the River End. Evans driving through the vacant mid-off. Nice shot for runs.
Did that 5-minute thing, so anything will do.
There we are. We'll press a few buttons on our screen to keep it going as we watch a replay of Evans' very pleasant off-drive through mid-off and fielded by one of the ground staff. I'm just a little surprised. There are a couple of ground staff members lurking on the covers. Now, they don't usually do that. I mean, perhaps they just fancy, perhaps they haven't got any duties for an hour or 2 and they just fancy it. But
they look quite comfy there, don't they? They're disporting themselves.
They are making themselves comfortable, but they don't often gather there unless there's at least some possibility of rain, which wasn't really in the forecast.
There's just a couple of dark clouds overhead, but be it all around, it's pretty broken, so if there is, it won't last long. In goes Nisa, bowls outside off stump. Azad steps forward and lets it go through, and it does go through low to Chris Cook, who takes it almost in front of Lloyd at first slip. Still, yeah, absolutely no sign of anybody in the crowd. Well, putting on a jumper, let alone putting on putting up an umbrella or putting on an anorak or cagoule these days, isn't it? Tends to be. Nisa is in, and bowling Azad is forward, deflecting the ball wide of point, as in inside point, wide down towards almost deep backward point rather than wide third man. Harris runs round and fields Azad. Picks up a couple. He joins Evans on 4-8 without loss.
Token Welsh interest in events at Welford Road. The presence of Tommy Raffel, the Welsh flanker in the starting lineup, former Wales under-20s captain.
They've been making the point in the build-up as Nisa turns. Runs in, not a long run, and bowls. Azad solidly behind, delivery on middle and off. That effectively they feel they're playing Ireland because there are 16 members of the Leinster squad in the Ireland squad. So he feels it's sort of Leicester against Ireland. And I said, well, this is Leicestershire against Wales, in a way. In a way.
Yep.
There are plenty of Welsh cricketers playing elsewhere, of course, as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like plenty of ex-Leicestershire cricketers playing elsewhere. So Darren Stevens went past 15,000 first-class runs. In goes Nisa, thick outside edge, good diving stop at wide third slip. Full gully, really, out there. Made the stop. It was along the ground. It wasn't a chance, but it was Marnus Labuschagne, as ever, a theatrical dive and tumble and stop and. Still down on his knees now.
Only 2 Welsh-born cricketers elsewhere in the championship at the moment, I believe.
Donald and
Salt.
Was Phil Salt Welsh-born? In goes Nisa, bowls, a little bit short and a nice pull, economic pull, and good work down there on the wide long leg boundary, deep backward square by Michael Hogan. Didn't get there too quickly, but he got there quickly enough, sprawled to his right, made the stop, saved 2 runs.
Yeah, Phil Salt was born in North Wales and lived there until the age of about 10 or 11. Then I think the family went to live in the Caribbean for a few years. So there's a bit of Caribbean in his cricket upbringing.
Nisa in to Azad, squared up a fraction, thick outside edge along the ground all the way well wide of backward point down to the wide third man boundary. Harris comes in and fields Azad again. Picks up a couple, moves on to 8, Leicestershire 12 without loss at the end of the third over.
So Phil Salt's family then, when they came back to the UK, they moved to the southeast of England, which means he hasn't particularly got a North Wales accent, but I've talked to him about his upbringing in Wales once or twice, and so he's the first Welsh-born player to represent England since Simon Jones at senior level, with James Harris winning a number of England Lions appearances and Nyron Donald playing at under-19s level. There's Hogan bowls. Evans forces it on the offside Salter fields. A couple of the current, Leicestershire's Roman Walker played for England under-19s once, I believe. And Prem Sisodia, the spinner who's expected to feature in the T20. He played England under-19s.
How far back would you go after that? I mean, certainly must be somebody after Lewis and people like that, presumably, but...
What, before Simon Jones? As that's driven down the ground nicely by Evans, and there's a half stop by Harris, and in the end there was enough doubt to preclude them from taking the single, so good work from Harris. Senior level, apart from Simon Jones, there's the 90s generation. Steve James got a couple of caps. Hugh Morris, the chief executive, a couple of caps. Matthew Maynard played Test and One Day cricket. Robert Croft, Glamorgan's most Test capped player. Hogan bowls, outside off stump. Evans plays no shot. Alex Wharf played England's one-day internationals, but of course originally born in Yorkshire, but played for England while with Glamorgan. So that was a sort of group of Welsh-honed players came together, and James Morris, Maynard, Croft, Steve Watkin is one of the second 11 coaches these days. Hogan bowls. Evans defends on the offside. Sadly, the 21st century has not been as productive as the 90s were. I thought at the end of last season Carlson might get an England Lions appearance somewhere in the winter, but needs to do it again and be more consistent this season. Hogan is in, and Evans is plunging forward to defend. Bat and pad together, 12 without loss. Azad 8, Evans 4, 105 the deficit.
51 overs in the day after this one. We look odds on to get them all. Grandstaff still on the covers, but absolutely no sign of a shower.
Perhaps they're just fancying a bit of viewing. They've got a bit of time off. Hogan in bowls. Evans plays on the leg side defensively to mid-wicket. Well, that's where the ball ends up anyway, and it's the end of a tight over from Michael Hogan. 12 for naught, Leicestershire, 105 runs in arrears.
Did you enjoy the Middlesex slips choreographed pinging of the ball to and fro after each delivery? When you played them, it's sort of like little atoms bobbing around under a microscope, aren't they? Zipping around.
Well, the Glamorgan innings didn't last that long, unfortunately, for the Middlesex to get bored, really.
Well, it wasn't. They just did it after every ball that went through to the wicket-keeper, essentially. It was entertaining for a while, and it became a little irritating. In goes Nisa, bowls short, pulled neatly by Azad again. Hogan has to run away to his right, does so, picks up in front of, well, I don't know whether it's called the Jellyfish Business Solutions stand.
Oh yes, it rolls off the tongue of every Glamorgan supporter. Yes,
there you go.
I'm sure the club will be very grateful for you calling it that. Family stand is usual for the T20 stuff. It's where they put the youngsters with their parents.
The seats in that family stand have faded to a pleasant sort of sky blue, as opposed to the dark blue. In goes Nisa and bowls, bat in front of pad as he steps forward into that defensive press. Evans, that is. Out into the offside it goes, picked up by Kiran Carlson.
Rain on the south coast of England, that is, as opposed to the south coast of Wales, where it's nice and dry. Sussex 15 for 2, 49 ahead of Middlesex, rain delay.
Must be a shower being blown along the channel there. He's quite short steps in his run in and bowls and looking to turn it into the leg side. Does turn it into the leg side. Evans half stopped at square leg. In the end, Gorvin turns and picks it up, and momentary hesitation between Evans and Azad, but safety surely has to be first, and it is on this occasion. Here comes a list of my updates. Let's have a look, see. About three. It's very vague, but that'll do. At least it's a warning, as Nisa is in. Evans defends on the back foot. On this occasion, out into the offside it goes. Nisa bends and refastens his shoelace.
I had a lovely visit to Hove for the T20 last season. Drive down, check in at hotel, 5 o'clock, arrive at ground, 5:30, match called off, an hour and a half before the scheduled start, despite the fact that it wasn't actually raining at the time.
It just rained so much.
It apparently hosed it down for several days previous.
It's usually got a good draining ground, isn't it, with the slope. Nisa is in, bowling full and looking to drive. Evans strokes it out into the offside, but again, picks out the one man in front of square on the offside, who is Carlson, who's at a wide-ish mid-off. And he makes the stop. Evans remains on 4. One scoring shot for him from 17 deliveries. Azad has been a little busier, 9 off 12.
And Aaron Donald still going for Hampshire, 81 not out. Hampshire 192 for 9, leading Gloucestershire by 355 now.
Nisa is in. Bowls, hits on the pad, Evans, and the appeal sort of begins and rather sort of peters out as the ball rebounds off the pad down towards long leg. So maybe just realised it had, in the end, done too much. It had done too much, but again, it sort of beat the defensive shot or attempt to deflect it down to long leg, such as it was, leg by 14 without loss. So did you stay on in Hove, or did you?
I did. I couldn't, having driven down.
It's a long way.
Afternoon. I really couldn't be bothered to drive back again. So it was just a walk along the seafront, a bite to eat, and back the next morning. It was quite a nice walk along the seafront as well as at Hove, considering they'd just had a match rained out officially. 14 for naught, Leicestershire. Hogan to Evans, down leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind, and it's given. Sam Evans has gone for 5. Glamorgan have the early breakthrough. Great claim by Chris Cook. Michael Hogan with the wicket, 14 for 1.
What is colloquially referred to, and in the professional circles, as a strangle. But I've seen Evans get out 1 or 2 times that way. Cook.
Evans was caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Michael Hogan for 5.
Made no mistake. Got both hands to it. It was low. It was a good catch, that. It was low, and similar to the catch that Swindles wasn't able to hold off Labuschagne. As it turned out, that one wasn't too expensive, but that is a blow for Leicestershire. Evans has occupied the crease for long periods so far this season, but he's come and gone fairly quickly. They're 14 for 1, still 103 behind. I can feel the messages coming through already.
Van der Hoogten, I'm pleased to say, is out there as a 12th man. I'm not sure if he'd do any fielding, but he did do a little bit of bowling in the lunch interval, having been ruled out of this match with a hamstring strain. Video viewers get to see the extent of Chris Cook's plunge to take that catch, and I think Evans knew that his game was up because he turned and walked off.
The 19 no balls, it's just been pointed out to me. You may well have pointed this out, but
we didn't have a record. No, is it a record?
It was a record.
For what?
Highest number of no balls against Glamorgan, or conceded by any side against Glamorgan cricket in county championship history.
Wow.
That's a nice one to pass on to BBC Radio Leicester listeners, which I shall now go and do.
Oh dear. I feel Richard Ray's pain. If I can hit the button hard enough to switch his microphone off. 14 with a 14 for 1, 103 in arrears. As the 2 main contributors of the first innings are now together to try and cheer visitors, listeners and viewers up a little bit, with Azad having contributed 64 and Patel 82 to the first innings. In fact, Patel came in at 3 and was 7th out, faced 164 balls. He's facing his first now from Hogan, and he drives it to wide mid-off, and there's no run. So if Van der Hoogten is on active duties here, then it would suggest that he might possibly be available for the Durham game, having failed a fitness test the day before this particular game, but that was no real surprise since he'd limped off only about 4 days earlier. Hogan in, and forward stretches Patel to defend. Back to the bowler. tomorrow, by the way, and listen to Ospreys against Dragons on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Sport Online. You can also listen to the Wrexham fixture on FM in the north and on BBC Sport Online. Important time of year for Wrexham, Hollywood-owned Wrexham. Hogan into Patel, who glances that one down to fine leg for a single. 15 for 1. It's returned by Nisa, who's worked hard in this game, batted a long time for his 22 overs. Only 25 were delivered by Michael Hogan in the Leicestershire first innings, and it is Hogan who has the early breakthrough with that so frustrating way for Evans to get out, strangled down leg side, caught behind. Hogan into Azad, who's up on his toes defending. Ball gently runs into the gully where Salter is fielding. Claws from northeast at slip, alongside the skipper David Lloyd. Here comes Hogan having a crack around the wicket to the left-hander, and on leg stump deflected away by Hogan. The ball delivered by Hogan is deflected away by Azad. There is no run. It's the end of the over. Azad has 9. Patel has 1. Leicestershire are 102 runs in arrears.
Yes, this is exactly the start that Glamorgan needed, getting rid of the opening batsman in the early overs. These, I think, are the two best batsmen in the Leicestershire side. Hassan Assad, who made 64 in the first innings, and Rishi Patel, who played quite beautifully for his 82. They put on 90 odd. And Leicester will look to these two now to try and build a substantial partnership. But both Hogan and Nisa bowling very well. And Nisa to continue, then he's coming over the wicket and bowls, and this is left and through to the wicketkeeper by Patel.
Yeah, there's a few in that Leicestershire middle order with points to prove, with no one getting over 25. As Kimber Mulder, Steele got a first baller, Swindells and Michael capable of influencing the game, but not doing so with the bat in the first innings.
And he said, bowling quite quickly here at the moment. He's in over the wicket to Rishi Patel, who plays it away on the odd side, field in there by Kiran Carlson, who gives it a little polish, and I suspect Kiran hasn't stopped talking since he's been out there. Very enthusiastic, always giving the bowlers encouragement and telling the batsman that was nearly out, or words to that effect.
Yeah, Carlson, one listener remarked, appeared to be captaining the side. Well, he's just nearer to the bowlers than Lloyd, I think.
In comes Nisa, bowls to Patel. Patel leaves a ball outside the off stump and taken low down by Cook. Good catch by Cook, but an awful way to get out. Evans following a wide delivery down the leg side and just touching it, and a good diving catch by Chris Cook.
I suppose the thinking for the batsman is that it can be free runs, but
yeah, especially in the position Leicester are, they want to try and get runs every opportunity, because if you start just blocking, you might find yourself in trouble and you'll get nowhere near then the deficit. Patel waits as Nisa comes charging in and bowls. Oh, and that's gone, caught of the wicket. Another wicket for Glamorgan. And that is the end of Patel. He's gone a superb ball that pitched left, held its line, and through to Cook. And Leicestershire are in a spot of bother at 15 for 2.
Yeah, painful stuff for the visitors, as that was a pretty good delivery. Just did a little bit off the pitch.
Don't know why Rishabh Patel was waiting. It was his big deviation.
Was caught by Chris Cook off
It's the last thing you want, Patel, is a ball like that at the start of your innings.
Yeah, that would have dismissed a lot of batters, that delivery. A little bit of bounce, just a fraction of movement, enough to catch a thin edge, and Chris Cook tossing the ball up in jubilation as Rishi Patel, having been top scorer in the first innings, now trudges wearily back up the pavilion steps with just a single to his name.
In his defence, I think Patel wasn't staying there doubting the decision. It was just sheer disappointment, having played so well in the first innings.
Well, he can be reasonably satisfied with his week overall. I think a big 100 for the second, first team place, and top scorer in the first innings, even if he didn't manage to repeat it. New batter should be Kimber in at 4.
And just looking at first innings, Leicestershire 152 for 2. I think I did mention that the way that the Leicestershire seam attack was especially right, was seaming the ball and getting it to move off the pitch. Glamorgan's attack would relish the conditions, turning around completely, getting the replay there. And Glamorgan on top, Assad, who played well again in the first innings. He must be the sheet anchor now, and he walks to the crease. A wicket apiece then for Nisa and for Michael Hogan. And we have some time to go before tea. What are we in now? 16 overs before tea. Beautiful day now. Sunshine and very, very high clouds. Looking at the trees in the far distance, no breath of air. Nisa bowls the first ball to Kimber, who pushes it back down the pitch. A nice forward defensive. Kimber was one of the victims of a run out for 10 in the first innings, but he won't want to try anything like that now. Try and get his side out of this bit of bother they've got here.
Yeah, quite a lot of bother. They're an inexperienced side, as we've pointed out on a number of occasions. And, well, as I say, they've saved 2 games this season, but they've failed to save 2 others.
Nisa bowls Kimber's forward and pushes it away on the offside. Good over there by the Glamorgan opening bowler. 16 for 2, and we've had 7 overs. What was the tail ender that played, or was it a tail ender in one game? He batted and you were 9 down?
Correct, yes, it was Hendricks and Zad. Saved that the very first game of the season. They batted for 26 overs to save the game against Worcestershire when it looked all up. And but you can't keep doing that, you know, and they'd managed it in the second game. They saved it up at Durham, but the last 2 weren't well beaten, really, in the end, although they were sort of quite brave in the second innings. But the lower order can't keep digging them out. So much depends on Azad now, but there's so much time left in this game. 48 overs today.
96 tomorrow, of course.
Exactly. Hogan is coming round the wicket at Azad. Bowls very straight. Azad is advancing almost down the wicket, pushing it back past Hogan, but quite slowly, and mid-off can get across and make the stop, and does.
Yes, no threat of from the weather for the last 2 days here.
Absolutely not.
So it's all up to Glamorgan now to try and get wickets.
Well, Welsh tails are very much up at the moment. 1 more before tea, and they'll be very confident. In goes Hogan, bowls outside off stump. Good leave from Azad. Not quite as good as the leave earlier this morning. It was Nisa who left on that from Mulder that absolutely shaved the stumps, but that was probably an inch or 2. So relatively comfortable. But Azad, he's been in good form this season without quite, other than in that very first match when he went on to score a very, very good 100 against Worcestershire, being able to go on, but partly that's been his own fault. In goes Hogan, bowls to him, lovely delivery that just slides through outside off stump. Now, did that swing away? Did he play at it?
Yeah.
He did play at it. He went forward and it went past the outside edge, just a little bit of, well, effectively in swing to a right-hander, but a little bit of out swing to the left-hander. Lovely delivery. This is what good overseas bowlers, top quality overseas bowlers do so well. When there's a sudden opening, they can break the game open. And Nisa and Hogan doing that. In goes Hogan. Bowls a very good bouncer and just jerks his head out of the way. Azad, this is a severe examination for the young man.
I think there could be a petition going down to Mr. and Mrs. Hogan's house one day with a queue waiting and petitioning, please, can you come back for just the championship games next season, of which they say, I hope to goodness it's changed, will be 10. And perhaps, play another season. I doubt it.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump. This time it's a more comfortable leave from Azad, who lifts his bat over the line of the ball in the prescribed parabola that so many batsmen seem to prefer these days. But he has been a wonderful servant to the club. I'm sure there'll be all sorts of things planned for him towards the end of the season.
Well, this is testimonial, yeah, and
are you involved in a few sort of dinners?
Yeah, I went down at Swansea, and also I was hoping to go, but I can't now, go to this opening dinner at the invitation, which will be here in a fortnight.
In he comes, bowls to Azad. Exactly the same ball, exactly the same shot, or non-shot if you prefer. End of the over, 15 for 2 after 8. Leicestershire still over 100 behind, 102 behind.
Top-class bowling this by Nisa and Hogan, and you often wonder with Hogan retiring, and Nisa possibly is the sort of bowler Australia might use in the squad for next year's Ashes. I doubt it, because they've got some very, very fine pace bowlers. Cummings, of course, and Hazelwood, and Boland, the chap who came on the scene. Lots of them. So perhaps as he'll be in the country, I think that's what they said. As he's in the country, he'll be very useful if they suffer from injuries. And here he is. Comes in, bowls, and this time it's played down towards the fine leg boundary. Might well run away for 4. Yes, it does. And just a tickle down that leg side, and Kimber's off the mark with a 4.
I don't know whether he's just being hopeful, but I've seen Labuschagne rolling his shoulders a couple of times already.
He would, don't worry.
Fancies it. He fancies being there you go, first change.
He fancies being anywhere on the cricket field, and I've never known such an enthusiastic cricketer.
We were suggesting that the Derbyshire stalwart might be Wayne Madsen, who's a very similar sort of
first slip
cricketer. But you can forgive it of players like that, because it is sheer enthusiasm.
There's Nisa bowls, and this is pushing to the covers. Salter will field. Yes, you're absolutely right, because I noticed Mads then. Glamorgan over 300 for 5, and jumping around. I like it, because even though it might be a harmless delivery that passes the outside edge, it gives the bowler something, cheer him up a little bit. And
he's been doing it for, all his professional life, the 20 years. And he was at Derby University, gave him an honorary degree the other day. It was good to see him.
Well, he played for South Africa at hockey, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And his wife, it's in the family, is a fine, fine hockey player.
I wonder if he played at the ground behind us, the National Hockey Centre of Wales.
Could have. Here's Nisa. Bowls. It's gently played back by Kimber. And there's no run. So, will they be strengthened, Leicestershire, now by the return of their captain, Ackerman? Is he down here?
No, he's not here. The news of the injury was absolutely news to me. I wasn't aware that he had any sort of injury. Didn't appear to have any injury at Lords. He only saw 8-9 balls. He got a first baller and then didn't last much longer in the second innings. But he finished the game bowling, so it's a little bit of a mystery, that one. Hopefully he'll be available next time.
Nisa bowls. Kimber's just turned around a little. He's looking, played straight, and ended up at cover, no run. Good, fast, accurate bowling for this opening attack. And he might have dropped himself, you never know, quietly. Well,
yeah, the official reason was a hand injury, but he did come in for a certain amount of criticism for his captaincy as well in the game against Middlesex at Lords. Particularly his decision not to bowl Ben Mike for 98 overs. Mike came on and took 4 for 14.
He got 99 not out, didn't he?
And he got 99 not out.
Nisa bowls. Nice bounce there, right onto the face of the bat, and there's no run.
So we shall see. But we'll see what the result is here. But that game against Sussex is looking increasingly huge next week at
home?
Steel County Ground. Yep, at Grace Road.
Good wicket there normally, isn't it?
Usually they've given away 4,000 tickets for the game. So hoping for decent.
I think the weather's good next week.
It's supposed to be.
Nisa bowls and gun barrel straight and defensive response. That's a maiden over. The score remains at 19 for the loss of 2 wickets. 2 good wickets. Sam Evans was caught down the leg side by Cook off Hogan for 5. An absolute beauty go to Rishi Patel as he pushed forward and nicked it to the wicket keeper. Cook, 2 catches for Cook. He was out for 1. The wickets falling at 14 and 15. And it will be Michael Hogan to continue.
14 overs until tea, so it's going to be pretty late today, probably around about 4:15. But Glamorgan won't mind, especially if they take 1 or 2 more wickets. Hogan around the wicket to Azad on 9. The runs have dried up for the Foxes as Hogan bounces in and bowls. Azad solidly leaning forward.
You'll be delighted to hear that we are hemmed in by cakes today. I'm told they've arrived from the club, which we get every day. And Sandra, bless her, has been...
lemon drizzling and chocolate brownieing and Welsh caking.
Yes.
What a star she is.
Is that mine, Nick? Oh, right. Oh, he's been in at it already, is he?
Well, Nick advised this. He seems the implication being that our friends in the written press...
You're delving in.
In goes Hogan and bowls. Azad is forward, blocking it out to mid-off, and there's no run. That you have to act fast just to make sure you get your fair share. There's something of the pack mentality.
I've never had my wrath incurred by nothing there.
Have you? You never have?
No, there's always been anything, not any there today. I shall...
It's a good selection. It's a good selection.
Just explode.
In goes Hogan and bowls outside off stump. Good leave again from Hassan Azad. Azad scores this season. Remember, he got 64 in the first innings. 5 and 104 against Worcestershire, 66 and 25 up at Durham, 17 and 32 against Derbyshire, and it was only really at Lords where he failed, and he got a couple of, certainly one decision and a leg before against Afridi that looked to be missing leg stump by a mile. 12 and 2 he got at Lords as he pushes Hogan off the stumps, off leg stump, takes a couple of steps down the wicket and is rightly sent back as young Andy Gorvin closes on quickly on the ball. We know they are deadly in the field, Glamorgan.
He looks a very compact young player, and we've talked about his leave, and he has left well. And there's always a judge, I think, of a good, especially an opening batsman, where you judge a leave with the ball new and coming back into you and leaving you. I think he'll get plenty of runs.
Hogan in to Azad, another leave, and it's getting closer if you are to believe the body language of Michael Hogan and Chris Cook and David Lloyd. Well, Hogan have the best view in the ground.
Not demonstrative at all, but he held his hand on his head then. But it's a battle, this. Good.
Some of the shapes made by Labuschagne at mid-on are truly extraordinary.
He's having the ball now, isn't he?
Well, sort of, but he's been bowling left arm, right arm, all sorts. In goes Hogan and bowls, and played off the thick inside edge by Azad. He's getting closer, Hogan. He thought that had broken through, and there would have been a leg before shout that would have echoed up and down the River Taff. as it was. He got a little bit of an inside edge on the ball. End of what Eddie rightly described as a very fine over from Hogan, asking all sorts of questions.
Running back down as he goes out into the wilderness at fine leg or third man. And I think David Lloyd said something, and I'm not sure, Hogan just held his finger up and said, one more. He's had, normally they have 6 apiece. James Wheel's going to have a ball.
I'm surprised about that, because these two have really bowled beautifully, Nisa and Hogan.
Yeah,
but,
it could be a long day and a half or whatever.
Well, they're anticipating it, but if they pick up one more before tea or with the new ball...
Yeah, they'll fancy it then.
But Wheel batted well, didn't he? And
yes, he was entertaining.
And has a record of bowling Leicestershire out in their second innings. Did it for Durham to turn a match around up at Chesterley Street when, having been made to follow on, Durham won the game.
James Wheel, and he'll be bowling at this end, the Cathedral Road end. We're looking right over the top, a little bit of an angle, but a perfect view as Wheel comes in and bowls to Kimber, gets behind it and plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Run rate is just 1.87 at the moment, and they trail by 98 to Leicestershire. Glamorgan having extended the lead today to 117. Cook getting 52. Useful contributions from Nisa and Wheel.
The pattern is very familiar to Leicestershire supporters this season. You know, in every respect, not just in the sort of shape of the game, but the run rates and things like that.
In comes Wheel, bowls again to Kimber. Kimber gets on the back foot, tall young man, gets right on top of it and plays it out to mid-on. I can hear Mr. Labuschagne's voice from here.
Despite the fact that he's only talking to his teammates
exactly,
who are 100 yards away or whatever.
Affects Michael picking up his voice.
Yeah.
His Australian accent very well.
It's just a sort of general encouragement,
yes,
isn't it, that he's shouting. It's not anything more than that.
Wheel in, bowls medium fast, bowls a bouncer, which and it was a high bouncer because Kimber must be 6'3", 6'4", went over the top of his head through to the keeper.
He was nicknamed after a giraffe, Louis Kimber, so that tells you how tall he is. Let's have a look. He actually gives.
Was that chap, Nick, up in Derby, was listed as 6'1", it turned out he was 6'5". Who's that?
Kimber claims to be 6'3". I think it looks about right, doesn't it?
Thompson, that's right, the off spinner. Wheel bowls again, off the back foot. That's a good shot from Kimber. He's going to run away from 4, got right on top of it. It was short outside the off stump and hit it powerfully to the extra cover boundary, and a spot of relief there for him as the score moves on to 23-4-2.
He's hit some lovely shots this season. Only once has he managed to go on, though. 54 he made in the second innings against Derbyshire.
And he's looked secure here. He looked secure in the first innings, and then he foolishly got run out for 10. There's a short leg there, two slips and a short leg, and the wicketkeeper is standing back. And then comes Wheel and bowls. Oh, and he's beaten him this time outside the off stump, and it stayed low, that did. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Not all that low, but low enough.
Well, yeah, did a bit, yeah.
We saw that, didn't we, in the Glamorgan innings? The odd ball was...
if that had been straight...
Oh, it would be Curtis.
He'd have been walking back, wouldn't he?
Azad is probably saying, get on the front foot. But it was too short, that. It was close. Last ball of the over coming up. Trailed by 94 to Leicester. Shire. Here's Wheel. Close to the stumps this time, and it's left. Good delivery, end of the over, and Leicestershire 23-2. I'll never forget our old colleague Bob Hunt at Gloucestershire, and it was, come on the Shire.
Come on the Shire.
Great man Bob, and he's retired now, and
not been so well, I don't
not
think.
So if you are listening, I don't suppose you are, if you're listening to the Shire, Bob, we wish you well.
Very much so. Miss the old boy?
Yes.
Very much. Visits down there.
He and I would always, and Nick joined us then years ago, we'd always get a custard slice from a lovely shop down the road, which we would buy alternatively.
In Bristol?
In Bristol. If you go outside.
Just one that you divided between
one each.
Three of you?
No, certainly not. Very generous we are.
Round the wicket comes Michael Hogan. Azad bobs at the knees and he gets a short ball that he just sort of paddles around the corner. Paddle pulls, if you like. Short-armed pull. And Andy Gorvin is first to the ball, running around from backwards square leg to sort of short fine. And Azad takes one. First run for what feels like, no, because Kimber hit that fine 4 in the previous over, didn't he? But it just feels like the first sort of run, so to speak, for some little time. 24 for 2. Azad on to 10. Yeah, Bob's commentary, not just on cricket but on football, famous when Forest Green Rovers managed to be promoted to the Football League. Back over the wicket comes Hogan and bowls to Louis Kimber, who is leaning forward on off stump, playing it out into the offside. Picked up by Carlson at wide mid-off, and there's no...
will be reported. They probably will be reported, but they will be promoted from League Division 2 this year.
But obviously they're famous for being owned by Dale Vince, aren't they, who's the founder of the Ecotricity electric company. Very green, supposed to be very green. And
everything is veggie there, isn't it?
Exactly that. In goes Hogan and bowls. Lovely drive from Kimber. Lovely drive. Didn't try and overhit it, just used his height and weight and leant into it and punched it away through mid-off for 4.
I mean, only 7 runs in 5.5 overs, I think, from Hogan before that. And the advantage of height, Richard, isn't it? You get that big free. He must be 6'4", 5".
6'3", he gives his height as in the Cricketers' Who's Who.
And it is an advantage. You can make a good length ball into a half volley.
Lincoln born. Louis Kimber, his brother plays for Surrey. In goes Hogan and bowls to him, and he's driving again, but this time Carlson manages to scramble across, put 2 hands out to his right and make the stop. But just to finish that little story about Bob, his commentary when they were promoted got quite famous. They'll be eating hummus in the streets of Stroud tonight.
Lovely. Lovely. Yeah.
28.
Kevin Hand, our colleague at Middlesex, tells a lovely story about Bob. He loved the Shire.
There are many, but I'll look forward to hearing that. In goes Hogan and bowls, straighter this time, and on the back foot, waiting for it, is Kimber. Back down the pitch it goes to Hogan.
Gloucestershire were batting, and I think it was only about 10 minutes to go. And all of a sudden, 1 wicket goes, then the 2nd wicket, and just in the final over of the day, 3rd wicket, to which Bob goes, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Nothing biased about Bob, of course.
He was a man of Gloucestershire, very much within his voice and loyalties. In goes Hogan and bowls off the back foot, forced away. But it is going to be intercepted down there at wide, 3rd man by James Wheel, and it will be just a single to Louis Kimber. Moves on to 13. 29 for 2 at the end of the 12th over. Still, Leicestershire are 88 behind with just 8 second innings wickets intact.
I think it'll be, thank you Michael, for a fine opening spell as he walks away down to the 3rd man boundary. He's been excellent in the field in the 2nd innings, saved 2 certain boundaries which drew lots of applause. Hugely popular member of this Glamorgan side. 29 for 2 was James Wheel. He was struck for 4, but he bowled a good first over, and he'll be bowling to Kimber, who keeps strike. He is not out. 13 as the first ball is played defensively, and Kimber's overtaken his opening partner. And he has beaten once outside the off stump, kept a little shade low, but then he's looked in no bother whatsoever. Still 88 runs to make Glamorgan bat again, having lost 2 wickets for 15. Here's Wheel. Coming in now past umpire Wharf and bowls. It's clipped away on the onside. Finds Gorvin fielding there, who thrusts out her left hand and stops any runs. He's timed the ball perfectly, Kimber was. Did in the first innings. They'll want plenty of him at the crease, and Azad and the rest if they're to save this game. 42 overs remaining today and 4 balls. 96 tomorrow. A long time to survive as James Wheel comes in again and bowls to Kimber. Kimber this time leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, I mean, Leicestershire will be looking to get at least their noses ahead this evening. Possibly more, but they have been scoring slowly in this match. Glamorgan will probably keep up the attack for some time to there may be opportunities for the fielders in. A couple of slips and a short leg in catching positions.
Runs off this over from Wheel. In from this end now and bowled to Kimber. Kimber gets behind that, bounces through, just pushes it back down the pitch.
Yeah, Wheel's bowled quite tightly in this match, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a good all-round match so far.
He's yet to really turn in a spectacular match-winning performance for Glamorgan, but certainly he's looking like a useful contributor with bat and ball now.
Could face his way in, couldn't he, to the T20 side. Hard-hitting batsman and change bowler, and here he is. Bowls to Kimber. Kimber's forward, up to mid-off. No run. Might have James Harris at the other end before long. If we're getting near to tee, I might see a bit of the leg spin of our friend from Australia, who took 3 wickets in the first innings.
He'll be keen to get on as soon as possible. Bowl as many overs as possible. Yep. 17 in the first innings for 3 for 65.
5 dot balls from Wheel as he completes the over now and bowls, and that's a good looking shot. It's spoilt the over and it might just run away to the cover boundary, and I think oh my word, what a stop there.
Labuschagne, of course, with a full-length plunge.
I'd like to see that again. He dived and just brought the ball back in, as if it was just one to win sort of thing. Huge dive. That's the end of another over. Then let's see if Mr. Hogan is going to have another one. No, he isn't. 1 for 12 off 6. Both opening bowlers have been rested, having done their job well. And we're about to start the 14th over. And
there's a change of bowler at the river end. This coming on to bowl is James Harris.
There we are, the words of the doctor, Hignell.
Everyone within earshot, within a 2-mile radius, is duly informed. Leicestershire have got 10 overs still to survive until tea.
Is this what you dream about in the winter? Shafts of sunshine coming through.
Absolutely.
A goodish crowd. The sun is streaming through now, and just watching the men in white and watching a wonderful game of, yet again, 4-day cricket.
Here's James Harris with his first delivery. Is up in the block hole and driven by Kimber to mid-off, and there's no run.
I think what they want to do to Kimber is to try and pull back the length just a little bit, because he's very much a front foot player with that reach of his. Okay, you'll have to adjust your length, but as he comes forward, he's very sound, very secure.
Leicestershire looking at least to get to the next port of safety, the tea interval, as that's a lovely shot from Kimber, dispatched through the offside, just back of a length from Harris, and enough width to allow Kimber to hit through the ball, and he moves on to 20. And the total to 36 for 2.
Poor ball from James Harris. It was pitched almost a half tracker, and the bounce, as I've been saying, is true. Any movement that Nisa had from and Hogan had from the pitch are just about gone, I think. And you'll have to work hard for your wickets on this pitch.
And Aaron Donald finished with 89 in the second innings of his comeback match, out for a single in the first innings, but he'll have enjoyed today's proceedings, including 3 successive sixes. As that's driven again nicely into the offside by Kimber, but this time Labuschagne fields at cover. So Hampshire bowled out for 204 in their second innings. Gloucestershire are 11 for naught, needing a further 357 to win. Still off because of rain at Hove. Sussex against Middlesex. Worcestershire finished on 309 all out. Durham did not enforce the follow-on at New Road, as Kimber slashes and misses a ball that goes through low outside, fair degree outside off stump. So Ben Stokes didn't get in the wickets, not for 38 off 15 following his wonder innings.
He did well to recover from 16 for 3, didn't he? To 309.
They're still miles behind, though. Durham 61 for naught in their second innings, a lead of 332.
Could still draw that game.
His next ball is wide outside off stump, and Kimber doesn't risk having a thrash at it. Harris's radar still needs adjusting. Looks like Surrey may well complete victory today at the Oval. Division 1, Northants 107 for 5 in their second innings, still 100 runs adrift. And at Chelmsford, Mr. Root, Joe, made 75 in his return to first-class cricket. Harris bowls, Kimber drives down the ground, he'll get 4 runs, beat the bowler, beat the stumps, beat the umpire, who had to dance out the way, Mr. White, and the ball, like a bullet, heading straight back up towards the boundary, and it's a go fetch underneath the covers for Kiran Carlson. Luckily he can spot it straight away. 40 for 2 Leicestershire, 77 in arrears, and Kimber is taking a positive approach. He's moved on to 24 with the 2 boundaries in that over.
Yeah, he's had much of the bowling since he came in. I can't remember when Azad faced a ball. He is going to face a ball now. Indifferent over from James Harris, 2 fours coming off it. And the lead now is coming down, 77, just after Glamorgan gained a lead of a 117. There's a little huddle. And David Lloyd, the captain, just having a word with James Wheel. And you know who?
Marnie. Mr. Labuschagne, who you'd have thought might get an over or 2 before tea, just to mix things up a little bit.
I would have put some money on that if I had any. 2 slips then, and Azad will face the bowling for quite some time. And he's facing Wheel, who's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. One saving field this, and as he bowls the first ball, Azad tries to shovel it round the corner down to fine leg, but it's straight into the gloves of Chris Cook.
Don't think that one came out as intended.
Slanted right across him. He'd like to just whip it away down to fine leg for 4, but he didn't. Wheel gets away with it.
Yeah, he hasn't got leg side that heavily defended, just the mid-wicket, the mid-on and the fine leg, so that might have been an aberration.
James Wheel at this end is running away from us again. Bowlers to Hazard, who clips that away down to fine leg to Hogan, and they just take the single.
There is certain trepidation from our Leicester colleague here about the state of the Foxes running.
Yes, I suppose there is. We'll be very careful of that.
3 run-outs and a stumping.
We're just going to check on the extras too. Have there been as many no balls?
There's a record against Glamorgan, apparently.
It is against Glamorgan. What, is that no balls? Or it's not extras, because I remember 70 or 80 once. But wheel bowls outside the off stump. Good delivery left.
Highest number of no balls delivered by a Glamorgan opponent, apparently.
Is it really? What was it in the end? 17?
19. Then a 19.
Mr. Thomas, you have to work on your bowlers. Alfonso.
I'm sure they're only too aware of it, but it seems an odd sort of problem to proliferate among a team. It's usually just one guy, isn't it? There's no earthly reason why, unless there's a problem with the landing crease.
Wheel in, bowls wide of the off stump, taking low down by Cook.
But if that were the case, you'd expect Glamorgan to have conceded a few as well. How many were there? There were 5 no balls, 10 runs conceded by Glamorgan in the Leicestershire
Yes, that's a
first innings, and none so far in this. Problem all season, Richard confirms.
It has been strange in this game. We haven't seen the ball changed. James Wheel, medium fast, is running in and bowls, and that beats him outside the off stump. Quick delivery. Kimber trying to drive, didn't move his feet, but got very close to that. Very, very close. He could easily have nicked it. False shot from Kimber.
We spent a lot of time, and I have to phrase this one delicately, watching the umpires fiddling with cricket balls in Derby. Lots of hold-ups and lots of ball changes.
Had a lot here too, haven't we? This is they haven't changed it, which is strange. James Wheel again bowls. Kimber gets down on a ball of full length, nearly Yorker length, and pushes it back down the pitch. A wonderful piece of foot juggling, which you can hear from applause. 1, 2, 3rd kick up in the air, and. That was that. I think my time, I'll have to go back to the language of heaven.
Thank you, Edward.
Richard will take my place.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward, as he goes to address BBC Radio Cymru, whose Saturday afternoon programme is being presented from a few boxes along by our colleague Owain Llyr. Ian Hunt for BBC Radio Wales is developing his tan somewhere out in the stand, and hopefully we'll have another Glamorgan guest after 5 o'clock. 41 for 2. A little bit of stability and calm, Richard, for you.
Yeah, up to a point. Azad is a sort of point of calm. Kimber's gone for his shots and hit some lovely ones, but once or twice, I mean, in that last over, very close. On one particular occasion, James Wheel came to finding the edge and or hitting off stump. Harris, is it me? Is in from the river end and is cut away by Azad. Harris just hasn't quite got it right in this game somehow in terms of consistency, and that was short and wide and a little short-armed cut punch out into the offside by Azad to the backward point boundary, 4 all the way.
Yes, I'm wondering if Van der Hoogten is fit for the Durham game, whether Harris, on the performance of the last couple of spells he's had, maybe needs a little time to regain his rhythm, either in the nets or the twos.
I saw Van der Hoogten. He was in the dressing room on the first day. Harris is in. Azad again gets a slightly shorter delivery just outside off stump. It's straighter, so he just guides it out towards backward point. There is cover out there now in the form of Andrew Salter, so just a single to the Leicestershire opener. He moves on to 16, 46 for 2, still trailed by 71. And the attendant was asking him how he was, how's the and he said, it's just a hammy niggle. He said so.
Well, he was actually wearing whites earlier. He was out with a bib, so I don't know if he'd be considered as a fielder, but he was certainly in his whites.
You'd anticipate his availability next week then, as Harris bowls outside off stump to Louis Kimber, who just calmly steps forward and leaves the delivery.
Yes, I would have thought so.
Increasing Glamorgan's options.
Indeed.
There'll be, well, I think it's probably too early to say that there might be 1 or 2 changes for Leicestershire. We don't know yet whether Ackerman will be back. But there'll certainly be a little bit of speculation if they were to go on and to lose the game. Harris is in again, outside off stump again. Kimber can leave.
Yeah, among Glamorgan's bowling options, Harris, this is his 4th game out of the 5. He was unwell at Trent Bridge, so missed that one. Wheel's 3rd. Nisa's 4th on the bounce, but he's a hardy sort. Van der Hoogten played the first 4. Hogan is playing his 5th on the bounce, but would sternly resist any suggestion of being rested or rotated.
Lewis Hill might be back in the picture for Leicestershire. In goes Harris and bowls a no ball to add to the collection for the game. First in the innings?
Yes.
I think it is.
Had a couple at Derby.
Defended on the back foot by Kimber, out towards Hogan at mid-on.
Among Glamorgan's other bowling options, I think they'll probably keep Rory Smith for T20 in terms of first team duties, given that he's making his way back from injuries. Bowled a few red ball overs for the seconds.
Harris, slightly curving one. Bowls straight, but worked away off the stumps by Kimber, out towards deep mid-wicket. And Salter is at deep mid-wicket, so easy single for Kimber. 25 to him.
Yeah, they have bowling options. Douthwaite will be probably in the T20 side, you would have thought, on his the strength of his explosive batting as much of his seam bowling. Lucas Carey, Jamie McIlroy got a few wickets the other day for the seconds.
What I would say is that if Hill does come back into the picture, although it would help the balance of the side greatly were he to be available to keep wicket as well. I don't think he will. Harris is into Azad, who is edging into the gap down to 3rd man between Lloyd at first slip and the man at gully. Down on the ground all the way. It went to 3rd man when Nisa is the fielder, and the single is taken. Of course, it's Sam Northeast who moved across from 2nd slip to gully. So he keeps the strike as Azad moves on to 17. 50 up for the Foxes, so 35 added by these two so far. Leicestershire won't start feeling remotely comfortable until about lunchtime tomorrow. I would think if they're still there together, then they might start feeling comfortable. But 7 overs to go until tea on day 3, and if one of them were to fall, one of these two were to fall, having gotten in,
yes,
be nervous in the extreme.
Wheel it is, who will come in for his 4th over, 0 for 8 so far, bowling the left-handed Hassan Azad as he turns that on the leg side, and there's no run. Hasn't he got an unusual Twitter handle? Is he Bat Padman or something like that?
He's now now ex-Bat Padman.
Oh right, very good.
Because he rarely feels these days, but he has been there once or twice this season already. But it tends to be slip, or now that Kimber's come into the side, it tends to be grazing out on the boundary somewhere.
Here's wheel to Azad, and he plays that one down on the off side. Decent ball from Wheel, well dealt with by the left-handed opener. So 6 overs after this for Leicestershire to survive until tea, and they will pretty much, no doubt, but move into profit in the evening session. 67 only is the deficit at the moment, so Glamorgan have got a lot of work to do with very few demons, very few imps even, as Richard said, in the pitch. Full length ball driven on the leg side by Azad to mid wicket, no run. 50 for 2 it remains on a bright old afternoon in Cardiff, despite a bit of there's increased cloud cover, but it's sun still breaking through on occasion.
Flags are pretty limp now, aren't they? So Yeah, lovely afternoon for watching a bit of first-class cricket, watching Marnus Labuschagne bowl thousands of overs without having a ball in his hand.
Wheel is in to bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through by Azad. Well, when he's batting, you quite often get 3 or 4 shots per ball, don't you? He plays the shot, rehearses it. If he's taken a run, he might go and play it another couple of times or try out an alternative at the non-striker's end. So yeah, Sophia Gardens bathed in sunshine as Glamorgan press for their first home victory of the season, but there's a lot of work to do on a pitch that is giving them not too much assistance. They need to bowl well as Wheel bowls and Azad drives to Labuschagne at cover. Nice straight over so far from James Wheel. 5 dot balls. Applause from northeast at slip. Labuschagne continues to wind and throw his arms around.
The wickets he got in the first innings: Sam Evans, Vian Mulder and Scott Steele.
Yeah, Evans with a stumping, but he's come and gone. There was an LBW and a bowled, wasn't it?
It was. 2 in 2.
Wheel bowls. This one's on leg stump. Tried to turn it to leg. There was an appeal. It didn't look a very likely one.
You're not going to get those, I don't think.
And it is a maiden over. Umpire Wharf firmly unimpressed by that one. Like Wheel, tall and shaven-headed. And Wharf is considerably less broad across the shoulders than in his playing days. Obviously, being an umpire doesn't require quite the muscles as bowling 20 overs a day.
He keeps himself in good shape, though. He looks very trim.
Yeah, I think he might be on a vegan diet, or vegetarian at least.
Harris is continuing from the river end, bowls to Kimber down the leg side. It bounces, an appeal for a catch behind, but no, says the umpire on this occasion. Wasn't entirely convincing. It seemed away down the leg side, might have flicked the hip of Louis Kimber. Let's have a good look. No, obvious. Good take by Cook, goalkeeper style, two-handed up to his left above his shoulder. His appeal was quite delayed. I mean, yes, he was rolling around.
I think because he was on the deck.
But it wasn't a sort of flinging himself up immediately sort of thing from Cook. Anyway, umpire White wasn't convinced, and certainly Louis Kimber showed no inclination to walk off. Evans kind of did, didn't he? He knew. Harris is in. Kimber is looking to drive, but Carlson almost overruns it in his eagerness to get to the ball. Goes through his hands, but only by a couple of feet.
Considerable interest in the Glamorgan media team who'd vote for out on that one. They can run a Twitter poll on it. It seems to be the end thing for LBW decisions during the winter, isn't it, to keep the championship
Would
audience.
you have given this out,
yes.
sort of thing? Yeah.
And then a couple of hours later they reveal what the umpire actually gave.
I think faint edges are absolutely impossible to tell, aren't they? In goes Harris, goes past the outside edge with a lovely delivery that Kimber played down, at which Kimber played down the wrong line. Did it just seem away a little there? It did move a little bit, and good one from Harris, who may just be hitting his straps.
Certainly get plenty of encouragement. He's always been a popular figure in Wales, James Harris, a wholehearted cricketer. Came back to Glamorgan for a couple of loan spells during his many years with Middlesex.
Turns, a curving run, bowls onto the legs of Kimber, worked away down to long leg, calmly by Kimber. He's one of those big men who looks quite casual, Louis Kimber, the way he runs and some of his shots as well, but it isn't. It's just it's not an affectation, it's just the way he moves, really plays his cricket. It's quite sort of graceful, but not particularly sort of energetic or forced in that respect. 51 for 2, moves on to 26. Azad has 17. On strike now, the left-hander, as Harris is in, bowls down the leg side. He makes as though to play it away, withdraws the bat. Decides not to, wisely, I suspect.
The backhand flick by Cook going down the leg side just to make sure that David Lloyd, his captain, was awake at slip. And he was.
I'm sure he will give Labuschagne an over or two before tea. Especially when he's decided that the interval is on the mind of the Leicestershire batters. Harris is in to Azad, who is forward on off stump. Gangled bat, and it's got through North East. Shouldn't have done. And North East holds up his hand in apology, reached down rather casually to his left, and somehow the ball ran through, and it was young Gorvin who had to field in the end. And as I say, North East held up a hand and looked slightly ashamed. 52 for 2 Azad 18.
Just 2 off the Harris over, so that's more respectable from him. Nisa 5 overs, 1 for 13. Hogan 6 overs, 1 for 12. And these two have taken the score so far from 15 to 52, which when I was at school makes a partnership of 37, though they may have changed things since. Here's Wheel into bowl to Azad, who drives nicely through the offside. 4 runs, no point in pursuing that one too vigorously as it runs over the ropes and good 10 metres past them towards the grandstand, and Azad timing that one nicely to move on to 22 not out. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales shortly. As we reflect on the events of the day. There's Wheel in the sunshine, runs away from us, looking over his shoulder almost. On leg stump, that's turned away. That'll be a couple of runs down to Hogan in front of that family stand at a wide fine leg. Had a long way to go to make that one. Azad to 24, 58 for 2. This is the fifth over of Wheel's spell, so it may be he who gives way to potentially to Labuschagne. Gorvin hasn't been used yet, Salt hasn't been used yet, and the skipper, who's not had success with the ball, David Lloyd, this season, has not used himself in this match. Wheel bowls. Azad drives nicely through the onside, looking compact and secure at the moment. Hassan Azad picks up another 2. He's under 26, caught Kimber up again. 60 for 2 Leicestershire, 57 runs in arrears.
Both batsmen have scored 26, both batsmen have faced 43 deliveries. Pleasing symmetry. Pleases me, I'm easily pleased.
As well, cricket's a game of many numbers. It helps if you have a certain mathematical interest. Wheel right arm round, bowls, and again driven through the offside. This will be more runs, possibly 4 more. It will be 4, not even Labuschagne will dive after that one. And Wheel has gone a little off target after 4 very good overs to start with.
12 off the over, first 4 balls.
It's T20 style entertainment here in the sun at Sophia Gardens this afternoon. Well, the sooner they can knock off this deficit, which is now down to 53 runs, so Glamorgan needing to get 1 or 2 more before the visitors go into profit. As Wheel still persisting with his ring of 3 rather than a sweeper on the offside, is into bowl to Azad, and that's a better delivery that's left in theatrical style by Azad to go through outside off stump. Azad has 30 now. Kimber has 26. Men out. Evans for 5. Patel for 1. Both caught behind by Chris Cook. One down the leg side, one a more conventional nick. Hogan and Nisa, the successful bowlers. Morgan so far not able to get a success from their change bowlers. Plenty of time left in the game as Wheel bowls, tries to get a foot to it as it's straight driven by Azad. There'll be another couple of runs here. No, just the one as Carlson, fleet of foot, picked up around about 15 metres inside the straight boundary and threatened to throw. So that's the 50 partnership between these two. 65 for 2. Yes, we've just seen a half-century partnership come up between the Leicestershire third wicket pair of Hassan Azad, who's 31 not out, and Louis Kimber on 26 not out, taking the attack back to Glamorgan after the openers fell, or the first 2 wickets fell cheaply. Sam Evans caught down the leg side by Chris Cook off Michael Hogan for 5, and Rishi Patel edging behind off Michael Nisa for 1. Earlier, Glamorgan made 437 all out with a half-century for Chris Cook. Useful runs down the order for Michael Nisa and James Will. The advantage on first innings was 117. Leicestershire have knocked 65 of those off for the loss of 2 wickets, Ian.
Goes Harris, bowls outside off stump. Azad leaves, lets it bounce through to Cook behind the stumps. Needed this, Leicestershire. They need an awful lot more.
Salter might be useful later in the day, says Ian Evans.
I think he's right.
Paul Sussex querying that no balls record, because no balls haven't always meant 2 runs. That's an interesting point.
Harris bowls very wide, and Azad stepped forward and looked to be about to reach for a very wide cut indeed, and in the end pulled out, let it go through. Yeah, there is that side of things. It should be just the sort of number of balls on that basis, shouldn't it? But
yes, so if there have been, say in the past, 20 no balls, that would have been 20 runs. But it's the most conceded in no balls, I suppose we're safe to say. Maybe the most no balls.
Having a look at it. First time in the game. How old is the ball? It is 19.2 overs old. They're using the gauge, the sort of template, to check its sphericalness. Nope. That can't be a word, can it, really? Whether it is perfectly spherical, sphericality. And it clearly isn't. It has a lump in the wrong place, and it is going to be replaced. So I thought it was always unlikely that we had 2 innings when the ball didn't need to be replaced. This one has lasted just 19.2 overs. So make a note of it, folks, because it does often result in a ball that behaves somewhat differently.
Well, we had a real Friday afternoon batch of balls from the production factory, I think, at Derby. Other matches in Division 2, they're just about back on under lights now, apparently, at Hove. Sussex 17 for 2 in their second innings, 51 in the lead. And at New Road, Sean Dixon's again in profit, as Durham have started their second innings with a century partnership, having mullered Worcestershire's bowling all over the park in their first innings. Durham are now 373 in the lead, with all second innings wickets standing in the Ben Stokes match, although Stokes didn't take a wicket.
I wonder how brave Borthwick is prepared to be in terms of setting Worcestershire a target.
It's a smallish ground, isn't it?
It is, and apparently one of the boundaries at least is very small.
But he might fancy a pop tonight.
So James Harris with a new old ball is in, bowling down the leg side to Azad, who sort of flicks vaguely at it as he steps across a long way from the ball, bounces through to Cook, and there's no run. Should still be pretty new. 19.2 overs the ball was changed, so umpires obviously choose a replacement that is roughly that age. Whether they're actually marked with the age of the ball, I don't know.
I think they marked every 10 overs roughly. A lot I saw.
Harris is in, outside off stump. Azad, very high leave, lifts the bat high over the line of the ball.
I mean, I believe
what little
they've got. Well, I don't know if it's
mark on them or something.
Marked on the ball as such, or whether it's on the box. But I think it's meant to be every one available for each 10 overs of use.
So 10, 20, etc., etc. I must admit, they're brought out at Leicester in a sort of gunmetal box.
Yeah, they seem
looks
to be
like the nuclear codes.
Yeah, I think they're bigger than they used to be, so that means more balls, I guess.
In goes Harris, and bowls outside off stump, and again Azad leaves, as he has done almost throughout this over,
so to speak.
65 for 2, Leicestershire, coming up to the end of the 20th over of their innings. After a frenetic start in which they lost 2 early wickets, with the score on 14 and 15, Evans and Patel. Harris is in, looking to drive, thick inside edge from Azad, got in position to drive, ended up blocking it rather back down the pitch. It bounces for Harris to field in his follow through, and that's the end of the over. Some welcome stability brought by Azad in particular, but also Kimber, who's played really nicely in going to 26.
Labuschagne.
There you go.
It's Marnie time.
Kimber's hit 5 fours, Azad 3.
So he'll be able to bowl potentially a couple of overs before tea. And not even Labuschagne will be able to talk the umpires into bowling at both ends. As he scratches away, and is he going to be able to see more spin?
You tend to forget that's an option if you haven't seen too much of him. But the way he's skidded 3 through in the first innings, you'd think it might be leg spin again.
He said it tended to depend on conditions. He took a couple with seam at Trent Bridge, a couple with spin elsewhere. Now it looks like, it's going to be spin off the shorter run-up. His longer run-up's the same as Nisa, apparently, to save on the blue paint. And it's Nisa to bowl to Kimber on 26 not out. Labuschagne to bowl to Kimber. Not off the Nisa run, off his own short run. He's put a little bowling disc down. He's got a slip. He's got 5 saving the single and 3 out. Labuschagne into Kimber, who's stretching forward using that height and defending. As was either scratching his bat there or calling for a new one. Labuschagne tossing the ball from one hand to another. Bowls, floats it up, driven hard through the offside. Will that beat the fielder? Yes, it will, on the cover boundary, and just a little bit too much width offered, and Kimber using those long arms to smack it away to the ropes.
Could be if he does well in this game, Louis Kimber, if he goes on and makes a really useful score. Some decisions to be taken for the game against Sussex if Hill and Ackerman are both available.
Again, driven through the offside. Will that be 4 more? Yes, it will. So leg spinners can be expensive, they can be effective, and that was a repeat of the previous delivery. A bit more, too much width offered by Labuschagne. The stock leg break will be going further away from the bat, and Kimber timing them nicely. 73 for 2, just 44 runs behind now are the visitors. has turned into the leg side by Kimber for a single this time. Out to mid-wicket, 74 for 2.
Of course, you would imagine that Patel has done enough to keep his place with his
Yep.
top score in the first innings, and he got a beauty in the second. Evans and Azad at the top of the order. Does Ackerman come in at 4? Kimber go down to 5? Hill or at 5? Kimber at 6? See, this is the problem. If Hill were to keep wicket, then the problem kind of solves itself in a way.
Yep. Has he
But he
done
hasn't
much of it?
No, not for ages. Obviously, he was the team's wicket keeper for a couple of years.
Labuschagne will come around the wicket to the left-hander. 74 for 2. Labuschagne to Azad. That one turned a little, but helped away by Azad down towards square leg, and they'll go through for a single.
And having had a broken thumb might make him even less keen to keep wicket.
75 for 2. Labuschagne to Kimber, who's already struck him for a couple of 4s in this over, and they will think about a single, but correctly decide against as Chris Cook pursued it out towards the umpire. Thank you, Dr. Hignell. 2 overs until the tea interval for those spectators who are suffering from rumbling stomachs.
Well, we did say about 4:15.
This is the latest, I think, that Glamorgan have taken tea this season. Been a couple past 4 o'clock, but nothing at 4:15-ish.
Looks like it's going to be a sort of 6:30 at the earliest finish on that basis. If not 6:45, but we
Depends on how much Labuschagne and Salter we get.
Indeed. We're going to start these 2 overs with one from Harris from the river end. Bowls down the leg side. Azad again sort of gestures at it as it swings away, taken by Cook diving to his right, but having seen Evans, unfortunately from his point of view, dismissed in that manner earlier this afternoon. Azad slightly concerningly casually flicking at that one, didn't get anything on it. He remains on 32. He's faced 54 deliveries. He's hit 3 4s. Harris is in, bowls to him outside off stump, and lifts the bat over the line of the ball. Applause from northeast in the gully from Lloyd at first slip. Just 42 behind Leicestershire now. Just still plenty. Say if they were to go to the close 4 or 5 down, Morgan would still be pretty confident of enforcing victory. Harris is in, bowls outside off stump, a bit more bounce this time, but again wide enough for Azad to leave, and he does. You're not convinced?
This pitch is not giving the bowlers an awful lot still, isn't it? I mean, Kiran Carlson did say hopefully it can only deteriorate, but it's not so far, and with a bit of sunshine out, not sure if there's a heavy roller to come or not.
Harris bowls again down the leg side, good take, diving away to his right by the athletic Cook, so no extras accrue. Well, it had the heavy roller between innings, didn't it? So that will be it, essentially. I can't remember whether beforehand.
Anyway, it's. I don't think this pitch is going to go downhill fast.
No, looks though it's holding together. Although there's been plenty of sun on it today, outside off stump again from Harris, and this time Cook is running across first slip, taking it in front of Lloyd. 5 deliveries in the over. Has he had to play any yet, or? Sure he has.
think so.
He kind of did it, sort of gestured a couple down the leg side, but that wasn't defending his stumps in any way. Perhaps looking to frustrate Harris as he comes in to finish the over, and perhaps his spell outside off stump could leave from Azad. Getting a little bit closer, end of the over. One to come from Marnus Labuschagne before the Welsh cakes can be broken out.
Well, Harris has improved his figures after his first couple of overs went for 17. He's bowled a couple of maidens now and 5 overs, not for 19. But as Richard intimated, the threat level maybe wasn't quite there. But it is a legitimate tactic to try and bore the batsman out as well. As we have another little discussion now. Discussion group. Several discussion groups. The two batters are having a chat mid-wicket, and Chris Cook, David Lloyd and Alex Wharf were having exchanging a few words, whether they're entirely happy with the replacement ball, maybe. Anyway, Labuschagne will bowl the final over of the afternoon session with it here on BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan and Leicestershire websites. Very welcome wherever you are listening. And Labuschagne to try to make a breakthrough of this stand that's added 60. And Azad plays to just in front of the umpire's square leg, Michael Hogan. For the leg spinner, there's no one behind square on the leg side. The deep mid-wicket in case he tries a hoik against the spin, but Kimber does no such thing as he plays second ball defensively to Michael Hogan at square leg. Lobs it back to Kiran Carlson for a bit more polishing. Carlson wearing his trousers out at times with the vigour with which he polishes. As Labuschagne bowls, Kimber stretches forward. 35 not out to him, 32 to Hassan Azad. The men out, Evans for 1 and Patel. Evans for 5, Patel for 1. Wicket apiece to Hogan and Nisa. Both caught Cook behind the stumps. Labuschagne bowls. Bit of turn away from the bat, but Kimber thrust his pad forward and watched that one. Will Labuschagne try the flipper now? Maybe one that goes straight on to finish the session. No, that's slapped away into the offside for a single. Last ball coming up. 76 for 2. Kimber moves on to 36 not out. So he will be on 36 at the interval, which will come at 4:17. So he'll be back on at 4:37. After a 20-minute break for the evening session here on day 3 of this game. Leicestershire battling away, putting a partnership together now as Azad is forward, bat and pad correctly together, defends it out on the offside. And that is the end of the afternoon's entertainment, with Leicestershire 76 for 2, trailing by 41 runs. Richard, myself and Edward will be back with another 2 hours worth at just after 4:35.
I've got some tea time scores from the other games taking place around the country. They're all on the third day in the LV Insurance County Championship. We'll start at the Aegeus Fold, where Gloucestershire need 368 to beat Hampshire. At tea time, they're 35 without loss. It's been an on-off day because of bad light and rain at Hove. Currently, those Sussex are 35 for 2 in their second innings. That's after Middlesex made 358. So Sussex are leading by 70 runs. Also, some precipitation at Chelmsford, where Yorkshire, on a rainy day in Essex, have moved on to 269 for 5. Yorkshire trailing by 134 runs. At New Road, Worcestershire were dismissed by Durham for 309, and batting for a second time, Durham have moved on to 107 without loss. So Durham currently leading Worcestershire by 378 runs. At the Oval, Northamptonshire are following on against Surrey, and in their second innings, Northamptonshire 132 for 7, still trailing by 75 runs. It's tea time at Old Trafford, where Lancashire have moved on to 324 for 5. That's against Warwickshire. Once again, welcome to everyone here today at Sophia Gardens. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, so if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to a steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here this summer at Sophia Gardens. That includes the game on Thursday, the 28th of July, the IT20 game when South Africa play against England. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various match day and ticketing and hospitality packages available here at Sophia Gardens, including those in the T20 class, as well as the 100 games later this summer. Copies of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook are available for purchase, together with score sheets and copies of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies also of the Glamorgan yearbook are available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. Now, as there's currently no public access beneath the Castet Howell stand, you can access the club shop by exiting back out through Gate 4, strolling down the lane, and re-entering via Gate 2. The shop will be closing around about 5 o'clock today, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items with a Glamorgan theme. And in addition, the Royal London One Day Pub, which Glamorgan won last year, is also on display. And if you'd like to, you can have your photograph taken with it. Finally, a reminder about refreshments. Food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk, situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion, and drinks and snacks can be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. And a reminder that members can obtain tea and coffee each morning in the Lewis Lounge between 10 and 11, and each afternoon from 3:30 until 4:30.
As Stone is in to bowl to Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
Stone is in to bowl to Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
To resume the Leicestershire second innings, Hassan Azhar and Louis Kimber. And to resume the bowling after tea for Glamorgan at the river end, Andy Gorvin.
Good evening, welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the third and final session on day 3 of Glamorgan against Leicestershire, where the match position is that Leicestershire are 76 for 2 in their second innings. That's 41 runs behind, and we've got a fairly well-established partnership. They've added 61 so far between Hassan Azhar and Louis Kimber, so it is the Foxes staging something of a fight back, having been 117 behind on first innings, and it is Andy Gorvin to bowl the first over after tea from the River Taff end, his first of the innings, and Kimber will get at least one off the first ball as he plays it down towards backward square. Gorvin still looking for his first wicket of the match, contributed 23 with the bat on debut. He's a 24-year-old medium pace bowler, formerly with the Hampshire Academy. University education in Cardiff, and has been around the Glamorgan seconds and Wales national county side, and played in the One Day Cup last season. So,
are his parents is it Welsh or? I'm just
don't think so.
You don't have to. So he's born in the Isle of Wight, and just wondering why his would qualify for.
As that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Azad. Well, Wales National County is just the same as the other national counties, the other second team tier sides like Berkshire and Hertfordshire and whoever.
I just wasn't sure whether there might be.
No, it's not a
qualification required.
I mean, they tend to be Welsh players, but there isn't a qualification as such. Gorvin bowls and forward comes Azad to defend on the offside. It is somewhat complicated and muddies the waters even further when they have the occasional political debates of Scotland and Ireland have got a national side that competes internationally. Why haven't Wales? Cops up every now and again. Gorvin bowls and Azad drives to cover. You have to explain to the politicians that while it may sound a lovely idea in principle that Glamorgan is part of the England and Wales Cricket Board and there wouldn't be a professional county operation in Cardiff if Wales were to go solo internationally. You wouldn't have thought. It'd be difficult to ride both horses. As Gorvin bowls, hits Azad on the pads. Impassioned appeal. Umpire White will have none of it.
Must have pitched outside leg. There was no real appeal from behind the stumps, though. Gorvin appealed like a banshee, didn't he? Yeah, just on the down as well.
Just on the off chance that it pitched in line with leg, I suppose.
But he gave it everything, didn't he? Slightly high-pitched everything. Scream of a demand.
Umpire White unmoved as another grunt of effort, but Asad's clipped that one neatly off his legs down to Salter, who for some reason is at fine leg. Not quite sure what he's doing there. Not a usual position for him, but I suppose given that he fields point to the right-hander, then it probably saves a little bit of swapping over. So Gorvin has bowled his first over at the cost of a couple of singles. And Nisa to have a second blast from the Cathedral Road end.
An important little spell this, potentially. He looked the likeliest of the bowlers so far. Bowled a really good opening burst. What these two have done well is for the first time in the match, and actually for the first time almost this season, they've got the scoring rate well above 3. They've dragged the rate for the innings as a whole up to 3.25, which is still well below that at which Glamorgan scored their runs, although they slowed down towards the end as they looked to build the first innings lead. But it does mean that they've gone a long way towards wiping off the deficit in a decent time. Nisa then, from his favoured end, the Cathedral Road end of the ground, bowls to Azad, who's reaching for that one, but he's punched it away through the offside. I think it's going to be dragged back. It is. Good work down there on the point boundary by the aforementioned Andrew Salter. He did well to chase it down because it was travelling across the square all the way, in fact almost across the sort of creases where the pitches are cut, which are pretty much bare earth. And a large part of the square as it gets towards the boundary, and he just managed to drag it back. He himself went over the ropes, mainly. Most important thing, the ball didn't. Azad picked up 3, moves on to 36, 81 for 2. Kimber just checks his guard from umpire Wharf, who's now standing at this end of the ground. It being, having been the change of ends for the umpires. In goes Nisa and bowls to the young man, who just leans calmly forward, thick inside edge of the bat. As the ball came back into him, ran out to mid-wicket.
Pity poor Worcestershire's bowlers. Having conceded a first innings lead of 271, Durham 170 for naught in their second innings, and a 71 ball century for Sean Dixon.
So Beddingham got a century. Stokes did more than get a century, didn't he?
Yep.
Butchered them.
Dixon's got 2 in the match now.
Flat as flat. We're there in a couple of weeks' time. Nisa in. Bowled him! Kimber is bowled. He has lost his off stump, and Nisa has made a huge breakthrough for Glamorgan. Where I said he was the most likely, produced a super delivery, did it straighten a little bit. We'll have a look at the replay. Kimber looks back in dismay as much as anger and walks off towards the pavilion. Came back in and just went between bat and pad. I'm afraid it did come back in, but Kimber, well, he'll feel that maybe there was a little technical fault. He played really well in going to 37, but the breakthrough has come and the Foxes are still behind, and they've lost their third wicket of their second innings. They're 81 for 3.
That was just an excellent delivery, really. As you say, a small technical fault from Kimber, but he has batted well until then. 7 fours, faced 56 balls in all. Little partnership of 66 for the third wicket with Hassan Azad, who's providing stability at the top of the order. But Leicestershire really need something a little bit more substantial to boost their hopes of getting out of this game with at least a draw. They're still 36 in arrears.
Coming back to for Leicestershire is Mulder.
Well, Mulder, like a number of the Leicestershire batsmen, looked good for a fairly short period out there in the first innings. They need someone to look good for a long period. These 20s and 30s aren't enough, simply not enough to change the game.
Noel Azad looks as though he's got the technique and the
he's got
patience.
Patience.
Yes, the temperament is the word I was looking for.
Apply himself, there's no question about that, but
dig in
as
for
long
the
as he
long
doesn't
haul.
run himself out.
He needs to dig in for the long haul, and he needs a bit of help from his mates. 30 overs remain tonight. Leicestershire are 36 runs in arrears as Kiran Mulder reaches the middle.
They lost 6 wickets in the last session. Yesterday?
Yeah.
On day 2. Was it day 1? I can't. It's all blending into one.
They do blur. That must have been day 1, surely.
Yes, it must, because obviously they were 220 for 3 at tea. No, that was
day 1. They
Yeah.
were 2 down at tea and 6 lost in the final session. Finished
the one.
8-10.
So Glamorgan might still have hopes of winning this one today. In goes Nisa and bowls outside off stump to Kiran Mulder, who stands still in the crease, lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through. They are, as I say, a little bit light in terms of experience. Mulder, though a young man at 24, has seen a lot of top-class cricket, 10 tests he's played for South Africa, so the situation in itself shouldn't faze him. Short mid-wicket is in as Nisa goes in and bowls to the South African, who is forward, playing it back down the pitch to the bearded Aussie. I was saying to Eddie when we were on earlier before tea that this is where the top quality overseas bowlers make such a difference, because they, once the door is slightly ajar, they drive on through it. And Nisa is doing just that. 2 for 16 he has. In he goes and bowls, driven firmly back to him by Kiran Mulder, and he makes as though to throw the ball at the stump, doesn't bother doing so. Little pirouette, little dance from Kiran Mulder, but applause, and the applause is for Michael Nisa, who has made an important breakthrough in just the second over. After tea, Leicestershire are 81 for 3.
Yeah, it looks like it's an uncomplicated approach from Nisa, isn't it? Bustles in and bowls and puts it in the slot as often as he can, or in the corridor of uncertainty when he can. But it's what you see is what you get. You get the feeling. 100% effort, physicality, bit of muscle. Andy Gorvin then into his second over as Azad tries to take root and edges down towards third man. for once, there is no third man. Edward fumes at the back of the box. There is no third man, Edward. It's 4 runs. 85 for 3. Azad under 40. I suppose Gorvin, being of a medium pace, won't get edged for 4 as often. But he's got something of a containing feel, just the one slip. It's probably a good stage in the game to give Gorvin a few overs, because the pressure isn't quite on Glamorgan. He's got a very experienced man at the other end. Nisa, that's outside off stump, and Azad tries to cut it. Really fiddled at that one and missed.
Yeah, wide poor ball. Wide poor shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Danger for Azad, I guess, is underestimating Gorvin a little bit, treating him with a little bit of not the respect.
There's always the risk, isn't there? If you think, I've got to keep out the guy at the other end and score off this guy, as Azad is forward defending, because Nisa is not likely to give away many runs. So the mindset is then we've got to attack the less experienced bowler.
How old did you say Gorvin was?
He's 24.
He's been
He's
not going to get any bigger, is
no.
What I'm just thinking.
What?
In terms of filling out and getting a little bit stronger, there's not much of him.
Gorvin bowls, and Azad defends on the onside, no run. I suppose this is the first season that he's been sort of full-time on the books, so might get a bit more muscular. With
a bit of time in the gym, maybe, and just he probably needs to find half a yard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
If he's going to have an impact as a seam bowler. He batted very well last night.
In comes Gorvin and bowls, and that's pushed away on the offside for a single by Azad out to the cover sweeper wheel, lurking in front of the pavilion.
Cook standing back to him now, but he stood up to him for much of the first innings without any discomfort. He was fairly straightforward. It's a fairly gentle medium for all his grunt of effort.
Yeah, so Cook stands up to Lloyd, who's a similar pace, but Lloyd has not been successful with the ball this season, given himself a few overs here and there, but often find that captains underbowl themselves a little bit. 86 for 3, but he's got plenty of other options. Salter will be the next one, you would have thought, before Lloyd. Glamorgan over 8 is now level, so they've lost the green +1. Gorvin bowls, and Mulder defends on the offside. Salter fields at gully, no run. End of the over. Azad has 41. Mulder yet to score. Leicestershire trail by 31 runs.
Just wonder with the new batsman at the crease whether Lloyd might think about Hogan, but he's got Nisa bowling very nicely from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Just 1 over into his second spell. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16. And he will obviously continue. Hogan, who's been up talking to David Lloyd, is now running back to long leg. Azad looks around calmly, sees that third man is moving around, but is going to stay at third man. So just Lloyd looks a little bit unsure about the field here, but Nisa's quite happy. Just the one slip as he bowls to Azad, who is forward leaving, and it swings through to Cook. He's got short-ish, straightish extra cover in the form of Labuschagne, and he's got shortish, straightish mid-wicket in the form which usually, I'm waiting for him to turn so I can see the red number on his back, Northeast, who's in there at fairly conventional, just a bit closer than a conventional mid-wicket. He's clapping his hands
they're
together.
Almost catching positions, aren't they?
They are. I think, Labuschagne is, and as Northeast gets closer, short, and he's pulled it around the corner down to Michael Hogan, who hurls it down at the non-striker's end just to give the hurry up to Azad, who was strolling unconcernedly down to the non-striker's end. Good throw from Hogan. And he did have to get the afterburners on by his standards a little bit there. Good throw from Hogan. That would have been
the worst of the lot.
Had he been run out from long leg,
going for a stroll,
for a single. I think Paul Nixon would have thrown himself off the balcony into the taff. As Nisa is in, bowls back foot defensive push from Vian Mulder out to Kiran Carlson, who's at wideish mid off. Those two, the mid wicket has gone northeast. He's gone into slip for the new batsman Mulder, who's only faced 5 balls. That makes sense. 1 or 2 more, can Leicestershire afford to lose a single more wicket before the close? Maybe just one, but goodness me, that would still leave them firmly up against it. In goes Nisa, bowls back foot defensive shot. Mulder drops it back down at his feet.
What have we got left tonight? There's 28 overs. Say they score at 3 and over. They might be 50 in the lead. They may be able to lose one more.
One at the most, because they're then into the middle order. They did bring in the extra batsman for the game.
Yeah, there's lots of potential in there.
Nisa is in, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Mulder's bat with a delivery that looked to just simply play down the wrong line. Let's have a look, see if it's straight. It did wobble a little bit, it did wobble. And he was playing down the line of off stump. Swung a little past the outside edge. 87 for 3. Still 30 behind. So much on the shoulders of Azad, one feels, as has often been the case for Leicestershire in the last year or so. In goes Nisa, bowls outside off stump, this time too wide, and again minimal foot movement from Mulder as he leaves, just pulls the bat unfussily back inside the line. End of Nisa's 7th over, his second of his second spell, 2 for 17. His figure's 87 for 3. The score. I do now have to do a 5 o'clock, so I'll leave you with Eddie briefly.
Thank you, Richard. So Leicestershire have to get their heads down and bat late into the evening. It's going to be a 6:30, maybe 6:40 finish, I would hazard here this evening. Light. Well, it's just clouded over a little, but shouldn't be a problem. It's certainly lighter than it has been on previous afternoons, as Andy Gorvin will come in from the River Taff end, running towards us and bowling to the left-handed Azad, who plays down into the gully. Fielded by Wheel. Not used to seeing Salter not fielding at gully, but he's at deep backwards square at the moment because of the left-right situation. One left-hander, one right-hander, while Azad is at the wicket, and once Azad has gone, next lefty is the number 11. Gorvin bowls and punched off the back foot by Azad. 2 mid-off, no run. Looks as though he's used to spending long periods at the crease, doesn't he, Azad?
Yes, he's a very composed player and knows where his off stump is. Nevertheless, I think Glamorgan will be quite happy having taken 3 wickets.
Gorvin in, bowls, grunt of effort, slashed past gully, but there is a third man now. They must have heard Edward's grunt of disapproval in the previous Gorvin over, so it's just a single. Azad moves on to 43, 88 for 3.
Mulder in the first innings was completely baffled by Labuschagne when he went to cut a ball. It came back into him and he was probably LBW. And they'll need him now to try and stay in the close. It's asking a lot with 27.5 overs left. But they just have to dig in and slowly accumulate, try up and build up a good total.
Next delivery from Gorvin, defended by Mulder. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Gorvin at his pace just has to nag away, I suppose, and try and frustrate the batsman out. Maybe just try and find a fraction of movement, but there's not that much that has moved. The ball to dismiss Patel was an excellent one from Nisa. There's Gorvin in once more. Bowls outside off stump. Mulder has nothing to do with it, showing his international temperament, that he's quite happy to wait to get off the mark. 10 deliveries he's faced so far. I have no idea what that noise is. Must be downstairs on the effects microphone.
Gremlins.
Gorvin bowls and stretching forward Mulder. Just defends to mid-on. There's no run. He's a test player, Vian Mulder, so he's got the capability of playing at the highest level. In fact, he's played for South Africa in all 3 formats of the games. A helicopter heading eastwards over central Cardiff. 88 for 3 at the end of the over. Azad 43, Mulder yet to get off the mark, and Nisa to continue 2 for 17.
Yes, the ball to Azad, who kept this innings going, is the sheet anchor as he was in the first innings when he made a very polished 64. Well, at the moment he is now 43 not out, as Nisa puts a man halfway back at mid-wicket, and he's got a long leg and a deep mid-wicket who's slightly in front of his the other fielder, who's up saving 1. Nisa from this end will come in now and bowl to Azad, and he a little bit undone there. Didn't quite know what to do with that delivery and thought of a run thereafter, but decided not to. Nisa makes a mark there. 2 for 17 him now. His figures rather 7.1 overs. Haven't seen Hogan since tea, so he would probably, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a go this end after Nisa's finish. Nisa in, bowls, forced away on the back foot, but no timing at all. It goes no more than about 3 or 4 yards.
Good captaincy, though, I think, to give Gorvin a spell with an international bowler at the other end, so that means the batsman more liable to take liberties against the less experienced guy, and he's more likely to pick up a wicket through that.
And it's advantage Glamorgan, so Gorvin can relax, knowing that they're not in a tight situation. Nisa in past the umpire, bowls, that's pulled down to long leg, and yet again the unbelievable Michael Hogan dives. He's got his fan club all around the ground. He's not only down there, dives, and that's about the 4th stop he's made. And the petition will grow, Nick.
Yes, addressed to Mrs. Hogan. Please, can Michael come out to play for another few months?
Just next year. We won't ask him to play one-day cricket. We will pay for the babies.
Ought to have an advert on the back of the shirt. Testimonial tickets available.
In comes Nisa, bowls, and Mulder plays right forward, smothers any movement, pushes it up to mid-off. 80 for 3. 89 rather for 3. 2 balls to go for this over.
Just looking, Chris Cook's figures, he's got 23 dismissals for the season already, which
One
is
of the leading.
Quite high. Must be up towards the top of the table. Only 4.5 matches in. 21 catches, 2 stumped.
Nisa in bowled. Mulder plays a good-looking shot, and is he going to pass mid-off? Oh, he's a good bit of fielding by Wheel there. Excellent fielding by the big man, who ran over, picked up in one fair swoop, returned. He throws with both arms, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I think, Wheel.
Yeah, well, good point, yeah. He's a left-handed batsman and a right-arm bowler, so he must have a good degree of Dexterousness, is that a word? We were wondering if sphericality was a word earlier. We're inventing them.
Last ball for Nisa, bowled to Azad, short and pulled away, and that's beaten everybody for 4. Short ball, and Nisa walks back rather ruefully after conceding that boundary as the score moves on to 94 for 3, and creeping up towards that 117 needed to avoid an innings defeat or make Glamorgan bat again, which will certainly do. And Azad again a good innings of 48 to follow up with his 64 in the first innings. Gorvin to continue.
Indeed, from the River Taff end, 3 overs 0 for 8. Chris Cook is now standing up to the stumps, as Edward suggested, to put a little bit more pressure on Vian Mulder's footwork. There is, well, that's interesting, as Gorvin bowls and Mulder hammers it back into the pitch and Gorvin fields in his follow-through. There's a first slip and a third stroke fourth slip. It's not quite a gully, is it, northeast? And Salter is
they have their reasons.
Point.
I'm just trying to work out.
I suppose the ball's not
it's going
coming through at a huge lick, is it?
Squarer than finer off the bat.
Next delivery from Gorvin beats the defensive prod of Mulder outside off stump.
Yeah, beauty.
Good delivery from Gorvin, just luring the South African batter forward and maybe a fraction of movement off the pitch. But it's those fractions that often catch the edge, as Patel found to his cost. Gorvin into Mulder, and he hammers this into the offside, but there's a good tumbling stop by James Wheel away to his right at cover. And there's no run. 94 for 3, 25 overs of the day's play. Remain light permitting.
Oh, I think so. It'll be all right.
Gorvin bowls and Mulder forces towards mid-on.
Did I tell you, Nick? I meant to tell you earlier. Going home last night, I was witness to a police chase down the motorway. How very exciting it was, too.
You were involved in a police chase?
Certainly not. You know, that in Bridgend, whatever that big place is, called something.
Yeah, the shopping village,
Yeah.
Gorvin in to bowl, and he's beaten Mulder again outside off stump.
I was going down there gently, and all of a sudden, this idiot comes off the slip road down, tries to overtake me, but there's a car on the other side, then comes right inside me, careering down. He didn't have a silence on his exhaust, and heck of a row. 2 minutes later, the blue light is behind me. Not me. I immediately slowed down a little.
As that's outside off stump, no shot played by Mulder.
And off he goes. Then another policeman comes. And 10 minutes later, a third policeman comes. And if you ever go down, well, you do obviously go down to the Swansea.com, 47, you turn off, you know, the junction there.
Yep.
As you come round there.
Into the Swansea city centre.
Yeah, no, just as you come off there, there's a council place where you put lorries and things.
Yep.
And there were 4 police cars by now surrounding the gentleman, the naughty gentleman. So they nabbed him.
Good heavens.
I'd love to see how it happened, but I thought, well, I'm not going to go down as quick as they did. But, it's like being in the flicks in the cinema.
Just an element's missing in the middle of Edward's film there.
Yes. Nisas are going to continue. Bowls to Azad, and he chops it, and Azad goes flying in the... Nisa rather goes flying in his run-up, and then immediately paws the ground. There must be something. We've seen the hammer out there a couple of times, and the Leicestershire bowlers also had a problem or two.
Yeah, single taken. I think Nisa's prone to falling over anyway. It's not the first time.
It could be dangerous. You could damage an ankle badly like that.
You could. He's having a conversation with Vice Captain Carlson.
As he prepares now, 95 for 3, trailed by 22 to bowl. Glamorgan would just like to nip 1. 2 would be a bonus tonight. As Muller waits, right-handed, he just scored the 1 run. Nisa bowls to him, forces him on the back foot, just gets down in time to play it up to mid-on.
Yeah, half century to his credit against Middlesex this season, but Leicestershire batting has not been overflowing with runs. Out for 16 in the first innings, Mulder leg before to the Labuschagne flipper, googly slider. I can't remember what it was. Googly slider.
It must have been a googly because you went to cut it.
Something went.
Nip back.
Not a leg break anyway.
Nisa races in now, bowls to Muller. He periscope up there can be very dangerous as he let that go and held his bat above his head. Seen many people there caught off that top edge, going through to the keeper. Nisa 2 for 24 and 8.3. That's very, very tight bowling.
Yeah, he's really kept the pressure on, and it's up to the rest of the Glamorgan attack to back him up.
Meanwhile, he's 1 away from another good 50. Nisa bowls. This is tucked away to square leg, and that is no run. 2 balls left of this over as the sun comes streaming through. Shadows beginning to show out there, but it's been another absorbing day's cricket on a pitch which certainly is favouring the batsman. You have to work for your wickets. 320 plays, what was it? 437. As in comes Asa. Bowls again. That's defended. Still just the 1 run for Mulder off 23 balls.
Well, we needed really to have a more batter-friendly surface at Sophia Gardens after some low scoring, well, certainly from Glamorgan in the first couple of home matches. It's just that it was misread, I suppose, or
didn't know what was going to happen.
They weren't quite sure, and Glamorgan inserted, which might not have been the right decision, albeit they have had the first innings lead.
Last ball of the over, Nisa in, bowls to Mulder, just plays and misses. End of a very good over, just the 1 off it. Leicestershire 95 for 3. They trail by 22, and Gorvin presumably will continue after he beat the bat twice in the last over.
Well, Durham declared at New Road at 170 for 1 in their second innings once Dixon was out for 105. Set Worcestershire 442. They are 30 for 1.
That's a 4th century and twice in the game now for
twice
Dixon.
For Dixon, yeah.
But he will not be playing for England because he's in Australia, I believe.
Dixon's...
Or is he a converted Englishman?
South African, he might be qualified by now. As Gorvin runs in from the River Taff end, and Azad plays gently down to point, and there is no run. Sean Dixon, well, he's not listed as yes, in fact he is qualified for England. He's now a UK passport holder. Born in Joburg.
You could have the Durham Openers then opening for England, him and Lees.
Yeah.
Got a big 100 down here.
As Azad defends once more. Gorvin's teammates really giving him every vocal encouragement. As for Leicestershire's next opponent, Sussex, they're 96 for 2 in their second innings against Middlesex, having lost both openers without scoring. But Chutashwa Pujara and Tom Alsop are 42 not out apiece. So Sussex lead by 130 with 8 wickets in hand. Interesting game there, as Azad defends again on the offside, but defends fairly comfortably and punctually up to mid-off. 95 for 3. Morgan Fielders desperately trying to create some drama where there probably isn't much, to be honest, in terms of ball threatening bat. Cook standing up, Lloyd standing back at slip. Gorvin staying over the wicket, and Azad forces on the offside, and Andrew Salter makes a good sprawling stop, and Morgan in the field really doing their best to back up the bowlers at the moment.
Gorvin 0 for 8 in nearly 5 overs. Well, you can't ask for much better than that on a very good batting pitch. He's not particularly quick, but he does zip through.
Azad has hit 5 boundaries so far. Needs 1 for his half century. He's faced 85 deliveries. Leicestershire going along at 3 and over. Gorvin is into Azad, outside off stump. Azad in no hurry to reach a half century because he's left that penultimate ball of the over. Mulder certainly in no hurry, 1 off 24 so far. As Glamorgan probe away in the evening sunlight, and Leicestershire defend mostly. 22 only in arrears now. Gorvin into Azad, who drives back to the bowler. It was on the half volley, and Gorvin got hands to it, and the follow through stopped the ball. It is a maiden over for Andy Gorvin. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8. Leicestershire 95 for 3, trailing Glamorgan by 22 runs.
Just do this over, and then in the finale on Radio Cymru, that's the BBC Welsh programme. And then I'm free for the rest of the evening, sir.
Marvellous. We can rotate accordingly then for the remaining 23 overs, or 20 or so by the time we got our radio reports out of the way. I've got one to do for Radio Wales at some point before past. Richard's rugby programme will be underway. The match kicking off at 5:30. Sorry. Lisa's first ball, a dot ball. Apologies, Edward.
Right, no problem at all. I'm just going to say that Nisa's had quite a lengthy bowl here, and I suspect that Michael Hogan will choose his end for the next change. He's only bowled, what? Hogan, about 5 overs? 6 overs?
6 overs, 1 for 12 in his first spell.
Yeah. Mulder, 1 run from 25 balls. Probably at the back of his mind as in comes Nisa and bowls and beats him outside the off stump. Very similar to the ball that dismissed Rishi Patel. Had him push him forward, but he just edged it. Found it difficult here is Mulder.
Well, the Leicestershire run rate is dropping slightly, but it's not necessarily a problem in itself, only if they lose wickets.
Occupation of the crease. In comes the next ball, and Mulder just gets a run there down towards, he can get more than a run, he's going to get 4 runs. Just drifting down the leg side, helped it on its way, and he gets the run at last. He moves on to 5. Yeah, just had to touch that, help it on its way, and there's going to be a little bit of a search for the ball here.
Gorvin's got hunt the ball. Oh, he's done it fairly quickly. He's found a ball anyway.
Yeah.
Be under the hover cover, though. There was an incident last week where Carlson was chasing the ball from underneath the covers and came back with one in either hand.
A good idea at the end of the season to go for a little search on your own down there.
Yes.
You pick up about half a dozen.
Could get some for the club, couldn't it?
I was thinking of my grandson. In comes Nisa bowls, and that's got a little straighter, but is still played out into the onside to short mid-wicket. Yes, they would probably do for net balls for the club. .99 for 3, trail by 18. That'll be a psychological moment when they pass the follow-on target. Not the follow-on, but you know what I mean.
Innings defeat.
Fall, yes. Bat again, whatever. Glamorgan will be in the same position as they were then, chasing a win, possibly, or it was a smaller total. They did chase a win at Notts and won comfortably. They were very close to winning, chasing 3-3-1 at Derby. And if they could win this, they'll have a rich haul of points, one under the maximum. But a long way to go as Mulder waits right-handed. And in comes the next ball. That's a handsome looking shot, but straight to Carlson at mid-off. That, I suspect, might be, thank you very much, Michael. Go and have a graze down at fine leg. He walks away, and who is going to bowl at that far end? I'll bid you farewell for approximately 10 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed to Edward Bevan. 99 for 3 then. Azad 49. Mulder moving into 5 with a boundary in that over. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester will be back with us very shortly. It's just getting a little bit more cloudy, but very pleasant evening still as Richard slots back in.
Seamlessly.
I can push a button with the best of them. Here's Gorvin then to bowl to Assad. Do you want to see him to his half century? Why not?
I hope so. Fingers crossed. Famous last words. In goes Andy Gorvin. Scuttles in and bowls. Assad clips him firmly through mid-wicket, and that is the half century. Carlson chases back and picks up and throws on the turn, but 2 runs to Hassan Azad, his second half century of the game. 51 he has made off 88 deliveries and 5 boundaries to his name. Very good stuff from Azad, but Leicestershire need an awful lot more. Can he go on this time? He made it to 64 last time as Gorvin bowls, and he defends on the back foot out into the leg side. No run on this occasion. Has to dig in again. But this is what he does so well, Azad. His third half century of the season to go with a century that I mentioned he scored in the first game against Worcester. Gorvin is in. Back foot defensive shot back up the pitch on the offside on this occasion.
Yeah, relatively late into county cricket, wasn't he? The age of 25 after his years at Loughborough.
Well, he was released by Nottinghamshire in the end.
Right.
And when he was released, or when he told he wasn't going to be kept on, then he went to Loughborough to do his chemical engineering degree, which took 3 years. Gorvin bowls to him again, back foot again, defensive push firmly out into the offside, this time fielded at mid-off. Hogan claps his hands together there. Gorvy seems to be Andy Gorvin's unoriginal nickname. Chases in and bowls outside off stump to Azad, who lets that one go through to Cook, long since standing up to the stumps.
Yes, stick a Y on some form of a player's surname, apart from in the case where it already contains a Y, as in the case of Tony Cotty, the former Glamorgan and Sussex player, known as Cots. So they knocked off the Y there.
Yes. Gorvin is in down the leg side, reaching for it a little bit is Azad, but he got there and he's flicked it down to fine leg for it's in a way a safer shot when it's down the leg side and the keeper is standing up, because it would have been a miraculous take by Cook in those circumstances. So he picks up 4 his, which we have mentioned to you already. Azad moves on to 55 out of 105 for 3. Leicestershire now trail by just, in inverted commas, 12. But thereafter, of course, every run has to be scored by Glamorgan. The amount of time needed is doubled accordingly. Mr. Maynard and Mr. Harrison walking the boundary at the moment, looking to walk a wicket. Who's that?
That's Mark Walton, another member of the Glamorgan staff, who spends most of his time with the first 11. He's also got an academy brief and something of a psychology brief. It's a mixed bag, I think. But we must be getting towards summer. Maynard's broken out the flip-flops.
Shorts, otherwise, all round. Trainers for Mr. Walton and Mr. Harrison.
Yeah, there's a nice sight on the field at lunchtime where several members of the Glamorgan staff had their little children running around there.
It was lovely, actually, because they're tiny. And some of them are just walking, and a baby as well.
As Hogan is in to bowl to Mulder, who plays and misses outside off stump.
Didn't look like he knew what to do with that one, really. He looks absolutely disconcerted back down the wicket. Wanders down and prods suspiciously. I'd like to see a replay of that one, if there's any chance. From behind the bowler's arm. Here we go, thank you very much. Yeah,
touch of movement, maybe?
Yeah, there was, but it seemed to really disconcert.
It wasn't a very definite shot, was it? It was a half-hearted prod from Mulder as Hogan is in, bowls outside off stump. This time it's a definite leave from the South African batsman.
You very much get the impression that Vian Mulder is not used to a swinging ball, so it just doesn't really swing in South Africa, where I think they use the kookaburra, don't they? So yeah, it all seems to be very new to him.
Might get a day 3 result at the Oval. Northants crumbling again. Second innings as Hogan in, bowls, Mulder leaves. Northants are in their second innings 192 for 8, and that is still, despite a bit of a 9th wicket stand, a 59th wicket stand. In fact, they're still 15 runs behind with 2 wickets left. So looks inevitable win for the City Slickers there.
Oh yeah, they started the season well, didn't they, Northants? But beginning to struggle perhaps a little.
Result of some sort, positive result that is, at Southampton seems inevitable. As Hogan bowls up in the block hole, dug out by Mulder, plays to point, no run. Gloucestershire are 66 for 2 in their second innings, needing a further 302 to win, so the odds would appear to be on Hampshire there. After an Aaron Donald's 89 was the top score in Hampshire's second knock of 204 all out.
Big Leicestershire connections at Northamptonshire, of course. John Sadler, now head coach there, former assistant coach with the Foxes.
Hogan to Mulder. Drives, doesn't time it. Inside edges it onto his pad. Ball rolls out to cover, no run.
Josh Cobb and Nathan Buck, former Foxes, on the playing staff at Northants now.
Plenty of runs at Chelmsford. Joe Root got 75. Harry Brook, another potential England candidate, is 74 not out. And Dawid Milan, who has had spells in the England side, is 63 not out. As Hogan bowls to Mulder, full length delivery, squirted away down to third man for a single by Mulder. So decent over from Hogan, returning to the attack. Just conceded the 1 run off it. 7 overs, 1 for 13. He has Leicestershire 106 for 3, but getting there, just 11 behind.
Well, we are now going to see the captain. We didn't see in Leicestershire's first innings. He decided he wasn't necessary with his little seamers, which can be very effective. As you've been saying, captains can be strangely unwilling to bowl themselves. Colin Ackerman really doesn't like bowling himself very often.
Yeah, he's come on often in difficult positions, Lloyd, as well, and he hasn't actually taken any wickets this season, despite 4 or 5 spells.
It kind of becomes a vicious circle then, doesn't it? Really?
Yes.
He's increasingly unwilling, and then increasingly out of practice, and increasingly less likely to take a wicket. What's the Glamorgan skipper going to do? Cook standing back, Labuschagne back at first slip as he bustles in and bowls. turned into the leg side, thick inside edge off the pad of Mulder, trickles out towards square leg and picked up there by Northeast. A howl from David Lloyd, not a Hewell.
The result in from about 100 yards away, win for Celtic Dragons in the Netball Super League. They've beaten Seven Stars 57-51, playing in the Sports Centre just outside the ground.
Bet it was cheaper to get into and watch than it was at the Arms Park last night.
Much cheaper. Still much cheaper in Welsh grounds than English ones in the rugby.
Lloyd bustles in and bowls, and it bounces and it's taken the edge, and off goes Mulder. Well, David Lloyd has worked the oracle for his side. He got one to bounce a little bit, jumped at Mulder, and he was walking off straight away. Whoop, it went up and it bounced and took the glove, I think, flicked the glove on the way through to Chris Cook, and that is another breakthrough for Glamorgan. Leicestershire are still behind. They still trail by 11, and they now have 4 second innings wickets down.
Mulder got himself a bit disconcerted in the last 5 minutes, hasn't he? Hasn't quite looked at home, having, looked okay while he was playing himself in, but didn't know quite what to do with one of the Hogan deliveries, and then maybe just a little pop from Lloyd, who's occasionally faster than he looks, but the captain delighted with his first wicket of the season in the first team. 106 for 4, and Leicestershire still 11 behind. So I think, looking at the change of innings, 4 wickets this evening for Glamorgan, they'd probably have accepted that, so maybe anything else is a bonus from here on.
Yeah, 4 frontline batsmen back in the hutch. Scott Steele on a king pair in his first-class game for Leicestershire.
Oh dear.
He will be a nervous young man as he walks out. Has a chat to Hassan Azad. Azad. Who's a fairly sort of phlegmatic character. He's not one for sort of exhortations, sort of Nixon style enthusiasm exhortations, and he'll be telling him dispassionately what the pitch is doing, if anything. And that one jumped a little bit at Mulder, but it was as though Mulder's post tee was sort of expecting it to happen. As though he believed there was a ball with his name on it. And
didn't look happy bunny all round, did he?
He never really settled at all, did he? Anyway, he's back in the pavilion. 38 balls he faced for his 6. 1 boundary. So Lloyd, looking for 2 in 2, is in. Bowls to Steele, who is forward, and that was a puff of relief from Nick Webb, but I suspect it echoed one out there from Scott Steele.
Well, you've got to have some heart, haven't you? Even from the Welsh point of view, wouldn't necessarily wish a king pair on an opponent. Into extra time in the rugby.
Lloyd is in, bowls full, driven, and it's got through Carlson, who's cross with himself. Azad has to scamper, running on a misfield. Always say don't. Junior school, I was taught not to do that, but they did, and in the end it was okay. Gorvin covered behind Carlson and got a throw away, but yeah, just an unnecessary risk, one feels. They took the run. Steele needed it. He's off the mark for Leicestershire.
If the Leicester-Leinster game provides as much excitement as Munster-Toulouse, it'll be a good one. They're 24 all into extra time.
The other semi, is it?
It's the other game at that in the Champions Cup, yeah. The other quarter-final today.
It should be it'll be underway at Welford Road, just. Yep. Lloyd is in to Azad, who's turning it off his legs. Lloyd has his hands to his head as though it all but broke through. It didn't. He got plenty of bat on it, taking it off his legs, pushing it out to long leg and taking 1.
Yeah, that they're in the second half of extra time now, and if no one scores, it'll go to a place-kicking competition, and we won't talk about Leicester and place-kicking competitions.
Lloyd is in reaching for it a bit is Steele, but he got plenty of bat on it. Squirted out to Salter at backward point, and there's no run. Applause echoes around Sophia Gardens for David Lloyd, who made an important breakthrough in his first over with just his second ball. What is amusing when you're sitting outside is listening to the applause whenever Michael Hogan does anything in front of that stand down there. That's huge applause for a clean piece of fielding. Cheers, in fact. 108 for 4.
Yes, Leicester Tigers having memorably won a place-kicking tiebreaker or whatever you call it to get a place in the final against in the semi-final they beat Cardiff.
Was that a while ago?
Principality Stadium.
You know more about this than I do, so
when was that? That was probably 12 to 15 years ago.
Yeah, see, there you go.
A while back. Here's Hogan then from the Cathedral Road end. Bowling to the Rock of Leicester, Azad, who's steering one down to third man for a single. As Leicestershire's coaching and backup staff go for a walk in the other direction to the Glamorgan staff earlier.
Yeah, I can see Rishi Patel at the front, Will Garvey, the physio, Alex Carey, the strength and conditioning man. I haven't seen Paul Nixon doing... He was playing football this morning with them, but I haven't seen him sort of walking around. The old knees didn't look in great shape, has to be said, for Nico, bless his heart. Taking a pounding over the years. You know all about that.
109 for 4. Hogan bowls, and that's clipped through mid-wicket. It might have been slightly aerial initially, but it was perfectly safe. Wheel is off in pursuit, but can't quite catch it up, as despite the long legs of James Wheel, it was clipped away nicely by Steele, and he moves up to 5. And Leicestershire 2, 113 for 4. The deficit is 4. So they can... with one blow, be free of the risk of an innings defeat. But still, the momentum of the game with Glamorgan, having dug out the wickets of Kimber in the 25th over and Mulder in the 36th. Hogan bowls down leg side, clipped away, down to fine leg. In fact, it's been hit fairly square, but they don't risk coming back for the second. Steele takes the single. 6 to him, 114 for 4.
This Steele's only third first-class game. Only played 2 previously for Durham, 8 List A games, 33 T20s. He obviously played for both Leicestershire and Durham at T20. 48 first-class runs. Well, it was still 48 after his first innings. He's moved it on.
Hogan to Azad. Noodles it down to third man for a single. 115 for 4.
So 53 first-class runs for Scott Steele, and his size score 39 was made for Durham against Middlesex at Lord's in 2019.
Not a bad place to have your highest score, but he'll be looking to improve upon that, of course, in the weeks to come with Leicestershire.
Nice if it was today. They need it to be. And I mentioned this because we've already mentioned it after this delivery.
Hogan to Steele, who drives to mid-on, no run.
The most beautiful thing he's ever seen is Durham Cathedral.
Oh,
I just mentioned it in the context of trying to get Bjorn Hendricks to go and have a look at it.
Yes, I think I ascended it with Mr. Bevan in search of divine inspiration on a Glamorgan trip to the north. There's a lot of steps. I wouldn't recommend it to fast bowlers at the end of a day. 115 for 4, just 2 in arrears. Leicestershire's Hogan bowls to Steele, who defends on the offside. No run. Carlson fields. So Azad is on 58. Steele 5. The batting to come. Swindell's Mike, Parkinson right, and Hendricks and Leicestershire are very shortly going to make Glamorgan bat again, as Edward can have a spell at addressing the nation.
Chaotic change completed.
Absolutely. Andy Govin, quite rightly, is going to continue and bowls to Azad, who drives to mid-wicket. Yes, in fact, I've been up to the top of Durham Cathedral twice. Once when we went for a small holiday up there, and then, as Nick was saying, then you have the great sight of the inmates of Durham Prison exercising.
You could see into the exercise yard.
Yeah, many feet up in the air, and I tried to wave to them, they didn't respond. Here's the next ball, and that's caught.
Oh,
gone.
What a catch!
Azad is
catch!
Gone. Magnificent catch at slip, and the
Labuschagne.
Oh, what a sharp catch that was! Top edge. Govin gets his second. As we'll just, I do apologise for this, and
it's Lloyd, his second.
Sorry,
Govin isn't bowling. It's David Lloyd.
Sorry. With a change over there, I'm not surprised at the mistake. Yeah, it is. Wide ball, plucked as if you're plucking oranges, apples from a tree.
That is huge. That is huge.
I'm afraid. It's not the end for Leicester, but it was a poor shot, really. It was so wide and short. And Lloyd, well...
It was just a little bit too close to him, perhaps, to try and cut it away. He could have dropped his hands and let it go through. He tried to cut it away, hit it very fine, and Labuschagne was sort of standing at more or less second slip. There was a biggish gap between himself and Cook at first, and it went to his right, and it went like a tracer bullet, flicked up his two hands to his right and held it absolutely as clean as a whistle. Beautiful grab by Labuschagne. It could easily have burst through. And that's a huge moment.
The golden arm of David Lloyd.
Indeed. Where's he been? The skipper.
Didn't bowl in the first innings.
Yeah. 0 for 200 is the word from behind us from Nick Webb. But it's working in this innings. At the moment, he's got 2 for 2 from 1.2 overs. And Leicestershire in all sorts of strife at 115 for 5. They're still 2 behind.
There we were talking about Durham Cathedral, swapping mics, looking down. Govin, I thought it was coming in, then it was Lloyd, and all of a sudden the prize wicket is gone. And it is now 115 for 5. I don't like to be a pessimist on behalf of Leicestershire.
You're thinking of the extra half hour?
I am, and a 7:15 finish.
It's
possible, yes.
Because Steele, obviously, just his 3rd first-class game, his 6th first-class innings, did I say? And Swindell's, who's been in no sort of form at all, and his confidence will be on the floor, really, after his wicket-keeping struggles in the game. And with the bat, Leicestershire look like they are going to plunge to a 3rd consecutive defeat, unless some sort of stand, and they have the ability. Steele, Swindell's, Mike, Parkinson.
Lloyd then. 2 slips now, bowls and Swindell's, gets a nice forward drive to the extra cover boundary, and he's going to find the boundary, and Leicestershire are in the lead. In real money, they are 2 for 5, or thereabouts, 119.
Yeah.
Nice shot to get off the mark by Swindell's, well pitched up, and he just pushed it away for 4.
They managed to save themselves from innings defeat against Middlesex last week at Lord's, but no more than that. They still went down by 10 wickets, which is not really too different in the overall scheme of things.
Lloyd comes in over the wicket and bowls, and not a very positive shot really. He seemed to reach for that and drive it back, and it ended up in mid-on. Morgan now very much with their tails up, having got rid of Hassan Uzadi. Played really well in both innings. Got 2 half centuries.
Yeah, 122 runs in the game for Azad.
Lloyd bowls and that nipped back off the seam, but he just played it gently out into the covers. So 2 new batsmen, relatively new batsmen at the crease. Swindells is 4 and Steele is 5. And Lloyd says to himself, I needed a second slip after that. So he's got a second slip. Sam North East has gone to join the catcher of the last one, Labuschagne. Next ball, pitched up, played forward. David Lloyd gets the prize wicket, and the lead is 119 for 5. And they have caught well, I must say, in this match. Glamorgan haven't missed really anything.
I'm trying to think of a chance that has gone down, and I can't off the top of my head. They affected 3 run-outs and a stumping, and their out cricket has been nigh on perfect, really. Leicestershire lost 6 wickets in the last session, as we were talking about, on day 1. They've already lost 3 in this session. Hogan is in and bowling, very straight and Steele, minimal foot movement. Prods rather in front of him on off stump, pushes the ball back down the pitch on the onside. His body language is not that of a particularly confident young man. The bearded Steele brought into the game on the back of a big century against Nottinghamshire for the second 11 earlier this week. What day is it? Saturday? Yes, it was back on Monday. I think he got his second 11 century. Hogan is in, bowls to him. Back foot again, he's staying on the back foot. Off stump delivery, off stump, middle stump, and played out along the pitch to wheel at mid-on. But Leicestershire very firmly in the corner of the ring now, getting a bit of a pummelling. Can they throw a blow or 2 in return? Mike managed to do that against Middlesex at Lord's last week. Hogan is in, bowls in the air, just short of extra cover, squared up. He was staying on the back foot, it was well pitched up. Somehow it must have been a bit of a leading edge. It popped up out towards extra cover. Carlson came running in, couldn't quite get there, but Steele had no idea where that had gone.
It was an ugly looking shot. He's just trying to shovel it away on leg stump, and as you say, Richard, it was a leading edge. He doesn't look at all comfortable, does he?
No, he doesn't. Neither am I. I don't know what Nick's done to this chair, but I can't get the back.
Just to add to your woes.
In goes Hogan and bowls. Steele's using his feet on this occasion, but not convincingly, advancing down the wicket and prodding nervously at the delivery. Off stump, it works its way out to point.
It's the Glamorgan captain, David Lloyd, decided, I'll have a little bowl here, see what happens. Gets a wicket with his first ball, then gets the second wicket of the prize wicket of Azad, and his first wickets of the season, I think.
They are. But 2 good deliveries. Certainly the one to Mulder. In goes Hogan and bowls outside off stump. Steele is stepping across, and again, even the way he leaves at the moment isn't convincing, is it? He's all over the place at the moment, sort of almost uncoordinated in his movements, and he's sort of swung his left foot in front of his right, almost like a sort of ballet dancer warming up there at the bar. He is all over the place at the moment, just looking to survive. 1 ball left in the over for him to try and see out. Hogan is in, bowls to him, and he's driving in the air, but wide of point, and he may pick up 4. He does, but, well, even that was completely unconvincing. reaching for a wideish delivery. It was in the air and it could have easily gone straight into the hands of Salter at point. He dived to his left, couldn't get there, ran away for 4. So Steele on to 9, 123 for 5. Leicestershire effectively 6 for 5.
Yes, he doesn't show signs of permanence, if you like. And,
he doesn't, bless him.
But, you know, it's 4 runs is 4 runs. And is Lloyd going to take himself off? Is he, heck? He's going to carry on and bowl his little medium pitch. He swings the ball as much as anybody in the side.
He got one to leap at Mulder.
He did.
Caught him on the glove, didn't it? And so, yeah, effective stuff.
And here is Lloyd. 2 slips, wait in. He bowls and just nudges it away on the offside. And there's no run. Glorious evening here at Sophia Gardens. Lots of people wait in.
Anticipating potentially seeing victory. Very Darren Stevens-like in his approach, David Lloyd. But he isn't necessarily always trying to bowl little Stevens outswingers and nipping the odd one back. He looks like he's trying to get a bit more action on the ball.
Here he is again and bowls. And this is a good-looking chopper, straight to mid-off. Well timed by Swindells. Batsman to come is...
there's just Mike and Parkinson, really, and then Wright
and
Hendricks. No mugs among them. Even Hendricks has shown he can bat for long periods, but it's just...
He'll have to bat a long time.
Keep asking them to do it, and they can't keep doing it. They can't.
Lloyd is in, bowls, and Swindells plays right forward. Thinking of a run, but I thought he's going to set off, and I thought not again, but he didn't.
But they'll still be thinking, with those batters come, they'll be thinking, look, if we can get 150 ahead, you never know, but that's a long way away at the moment. Can Mike lead a sort of counter-attack in the way he did against Middlesex?
Well, it's just the 6 runs ahead as Lloyd bowls and is leaving outside the off-stump. 2 slips and 3 saving when on the offside, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. I suspect this is a fine leg and a 3rd man. So they are eventually, in real money, 6 for 5. In comes the next ball and hurriedly withdraws his bat as Swindells as it goes rather low down to wicket-keeper Cook.
It's 8 minutes to 6, but there are still 15 overs left to be bowled today, so there's still an hour's cricket, really, left in the day.
Got to have Labuschagne
at least. Please.
That would be nice.
So we are looking at least a probably 6:45 finish. But we're set fair.
Yeah, Lloyd in, bowls, and plays that off his... off the stumps, and you can have him back for a 2nd run. We'll get there quite easily as he comes in from Nisa on the fine leg boundary. Just a couple of runs off that over. That is the end of it. The lead is now 8, and Swindells has moved on to 4, and Steele is on 9 on this rather glorious night here at Sophia Gardens. As some people say Sophia Gardens, which is just down here.
Maybe that's how they... Is it Bulgarian name? I can't remember. Queen Sophia of Bulgaria.
Sophia, yeah.
But I will take your word on the correct pronunciation even.
I can't explain to you where that came from, whether a man many years ago, Lord Bute, had a lady called, or a friend or a daughter called Sophia.
Michael Hogan looking to continue Scott Steele's torment, but he has to abort his run up there, whether he ran into... Tell you what, I was running along the banks of the river this morning, clouds of mayflies, absolutely
really?
Clouds of them. You had to close your eyes as you went through them and keep your mouth closed. Hogan is in. Back foot again from Scott Steele.
We didn't stay in your normal little guest house, farmhouse out in the country?
No, in the city centre. Tend to stay there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Airbnb, other providers of overnight accommodation are available.
Yes.
Curiously, not far from the BBC, actually. the BBC Wales building.
Bang in the centre.
Hogan is in and bowls. Steele is looking to drive again. No foot movement, just punched. Middled it, pretty much, but only as far as Carlson at extra cover. But again, he's walking around nervously. Scott Steele, I'm sure he is nervous. 9 of 15 balls for Steele. Needs to settle down. Needs to start believing. Hogan is in and bowling to him. He leaves half a stride forward. That was a little bit better from the Durham man. Durham man. Obviously he was at Durham, where he was actually born. Was indeed Durham. April the 20th. So he's just had his April 20th, 1999. So he's just had his 21st birthday, 22nd. What year are we in? 22,
23rd.
aren't we?
Born when? 1999?
Yeah, April 20th. In goes Hogan, bowls to him off the back foot. He's punched that away through the covers for 4. That's better for Scott Steele. And a punch of the gloves with Harry Swindles and a pat on the back. A little bit of extra encouragement from Swindles. That will raise Steele's confidence. He's into double figures in first-class cricket for the first time for Leicestershire. 2 pigeons settle down at Leg Gully. Yeah, 23. That's right. Always struggle with ages. In goes Hogan, bowls Fuller this time, but a little bit of a stride from Scott Steele as he drives that as far as mid-off, where Nisa picks up, polishes the ball on the front of his shirt, on his sort of chest, before polishing it on the back of his trousers. This ball was, remember, changed after 19.2 overs without any obvious change to its behaviour, but I think it's more about the effects of the heavy roller wearing off on the pitch now. 14 overs remain after this delivery. A helicopter goes overhead. Hogan is in. 2 Steele, back foot defensive shot back down the pitch. 2 Michael Hogan, end of his 10th over. 1 for 27. His figures, Leicestershire 1-2-9 for 5, lead by 12.
Yes, with that very small, slender lead and losing 5 wickets, it could be time possibly for a little bit of tweak from Labuschagne or Salter, just to change the pattern, especially after he bowled him first ball. Didn't pick the googly or whatever it was in the first innings.
It just skidded on, didn't it? And
yeah.
Turned and
although I think Wheel having a little arm over.
Yes.
I thought perhaps, yeah, we could try him. But it'll be Captain David Lloyd, who has taken 2 wickets very quickly in successive overs to continue from the rather tough end.
Swindles checks his guard with umpire White.
Here he is. And he comes over the wicket and bowls, and this time he leans forward into the shot and plays it up to short mid-wicket. There's no run. 13 overs and 5 balls left. And what's that? Over rate is level, I think.
He was bowled by Michael Nisa in the first innings, driving, missed, simply missed. Drove down the wrong line and was bowled for 22, Swindles.
Lloyd bowls to Swindles now, and he drives straight to mid-on. There's no run.
That, to a certain extent, has been the story of his season. He's got in a few times, but hasn't managed to go on. 16-0 against Worcestershire, 29. Didn't bat in the second innings against Durham. 0-8 against Derbyshire, 9-25 against Middlesex, 22 in the first innings here. So three scores in the 20s.
Lloyd again bowls to Swindles, who's forward, plays it up to extra cover. There's no man.
To a certain extent, could be said to be playing for his place, really.
Especially when Lewis Hill comes back.
Yeah, I was just sort of speculating on that, really. Whether Hill would be prepared to keep wicket.
After the injury to his hand.
Well, he broke a thumb, you see, so
bit
that
wary.
would make him a bit unwilling, you would have thought.
Lloyd in, bowls, that's driven, past cover, And, that's going to be 4 runs. Nice looking shot by Swindles. Reaches the extra cover boundary. And they are extending their lead ever so slowly. Lead by 16. And if you think of a 117 run deficit, that means it's 133 for 5. But in real money, it says 16 for 5.
Pigeons have been joined by another flock.
Yeah, well. They always come this time of day, probably looking for food. David Lloyd comes in, bowls to Swindles, so it's like swings a bit in the air, that, and he just pushes it up to mid-on.
Be inclined, if I was Cook, to stand up to the wicket, really, because Swindles is all over the place.
He's lunging, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's probably batting outside his crease as well. See what Cook does.
I think we'll be back tomorrow. David Lloyd comes in from the far end and bowls to Swindles, who drives but doesn't get through the offside cordon. That's the end of the over. And the lead is 16, 133 for 5. Half the order and the first 5 in the batting order have been dismissed. So Glamorgan not yet into the tail, but plugging away with plenty of patience, slowly getting their wickets one by one. Michael Nisa is coming back to bowl at this Cathedral Road end. So in comes Nick to carry it on for the next, probably go to the end, Nick, and I'll be relieved, and you two experts can take it to the close.
Yes, well, we've got Fionn labouring away next door to write the match report, which is always nice, but I've got to do the duties tomorrow.
Interview
tonight, possibly Chris Cook, I think.
You can probably do the captain tomorrow, won't
Captain
you?
at the end of the match, quite often.
Now then, let's see what Mr. Nisa can do.
Here is then from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Steele, who plays gently to mid-on, and there's no run. So, Glamorgan seem in control of this match. Leicestershire effectively 16 for 5. There is still work to be done. Still Swindles, Mike Parkinson, all capable of putting a dent in Glamorgan aspirations, as Steele on the back foot defends to mid-off, no run. So late on day 3, the shadows across Sophia Gardens.
It's a change in the field. Carlson is directing operations, giving his full backing to the captain. He's brought a man, hasn't he? And he's on the drive, well, a bit further back on. It's a sort of short extra cover. And notices that he's lunging forward, both Swindles.
Nisa steams in, bowls outside off stump, through low to Cook, who's had to work for his money in this match. He laboured long and hard for his half-century, and he's had to work hard behind the stumps as well, with balls not getting up that high. There have been a lot around chin high during the course of the match, and he's claimed 3 dismissals today, as that is defended on the offside by Steele.
Talking earlier, Nick, about Cook's dismissals, he's taken 5 in this game now. He has taken a lot of catches and a couple of stumpings, so he must be quite high up in the wicket-keeping stakes.
You would have thought so. Still leaping around athletically, and probably with less to worry about between overs as well, having relinquished the captaincy. Nisa bowls, that's down leg side and through to Cook. It's springing around like a spring chicken.
Glamorgan will have to bat again. How many they'll have to chase it remains to be seen.
Pitch doesn't appear to be deteriorating too rapidly.
In fact, it seems to have gone slower as the day's gone on.
As the shaven-headed trio of Glamorgan coaches pass beneath us, David Harrison, Matthew Maynard and Mark Walton. As Nisa bowls and Steele defends. Nisa fields in his follow-through, maiden over. Nisa 2 for 28 now after 11. David Lloyd 2 for 12. And the other wicket taker, Michael Hogan.
And it will be David Lloyd to continue at the rear end. The two batsmen have a chat in the middle of the pitch as if to say, yes, can we play these remaining 12 overs out tonight? Another wicket for Glamorgan, of course, will be the ideal scenario for tomorrow. And Lloyd has got Cook now standing up. And Margus Labuschagne has gone back significantly. Standing about, 10, 11 yards back. Here is Lloyd. Comes in and bowls, and Swindell, this strange crouching sort of a lunge at the ball, is pushing it forward. Maybe better advise Lloyd to try and get him on the back foot. Squawks of the seagulls in front of us. There's Lloyd coming in, bowls to Swindells, plays it out to mid-on this time and there's no run. Richard will be out in the town tonight, Nick. Staying in the centre of Cardiff. Get the blue suede shoes out.
I don't know. It's tiring work, these championship matches, once you've been on the circuit for a few years, aren't they?
In comes Lloyd, shoveled away on the earth. The best way to describe that as he pushed it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Gives the impression, Lloyd, that he's trying to hurry through now. Doesn't take long to bowl an over, thankfully. Just wondering if we'll get a little bit of twirl before the night is out.
Well, Lloyd's probably got another over in him, I would have thought.
There he is. Balls to Swindell. Swindell gets an edge down towards third man. It will not go for fours. Nicely stopped there by Wheel on third man boundary and returns in one fair swoop, which will bring Steele up to face Lloyd, of which he has not faced much, and it appears he's batting in his crease because Cook goes back and Swindells might be batting out of it, hence he went up to Harry Swindells. In the first innings, how was Swindells bowled by Nisa for 23. Two balls to go in this over. David Lloyd comes up to the right-handed Steele, nips back off the seam, pushes it away to mid-on. Pitch really is played. It's played very well throughout this game. Has a bit of movement. I thought Wright bowled extremely well this morning on it. Got a lot past the bat.
Got a result from the Oval. Surrey have wrapped up an innings win over Northamptonshire. In Division 1, that is.
Yeah. Lloyd bowls. That's a nice looking shot. He's only going to get one. A despairing dive there by Salter at cover.
Through the pigeons.
Yeah, pigeons go scatter.
So Northants pulled out for 202 in their second innings. Surrey win by an innings and 5. The wickets shared around. 3 for Dan Worrell, the Aussie quick. 3 for Gus Atkinson. Colin de Grandhomme has dropped in to play 3 matches.
What the staff that Surrey have got, and you think, for 3 games. Where's the academy? There's a huge academy there in the catchment area of London here. Well, there we are. Nothing to do with us. Right, Mr. Nisa is going to have a bowl.
Here he is into his 12th over then, as he bowls full length delivery that Steele digs out. At New Road, it looks like Durham are heading for victory, Glamorgan's next opponents, because Worcestershire are 78 for 2 in their second innings, both to Chris Rushworth. They need a mere 364 runs further to win, and even if Stokes isn't bowling against Glamorgan next week, Rushworth is always dangerous against them, and Potts got 6 in the first innings for.
Although Rushworth hasn't got many wickets this year.
As that's on leg stump, and Steele trying to work it away, missed out rather, hit him on the pad, rolled out on the leg side.
They had a very flat pitch the last game and the game before.
Well, at Chesterley Street.
Yeah, they were beaten by Notts at Chesterley Street, and I forget what the last game was. Tons of runs up there.
Right. So I should fully expect to go the distance, maybe, at Chesterley Street the 4 days. Nisa into bowl, driven nicely by Steele, nicely stopped by. Oh, there's a mix-up, and they'll eventually be safe as Wheel boots the ball, hopefully. Well, Steele drove towards mid-wicket. Carlson half-stopped it, parried it. They set off for a single, well, Steele did. Swindells rightly didn't want to know. And Wheel, who has demonstrated some football skills, put his shot into the corner flag.
They're talking a mid-wicket now. Your fault? No, it was yours. My call? Yeah, but straight to a fielder.
Yes, no, sorry.
How many times have I gone through that?
Sussex, who are Leicestershire's next opponents, give you their score after this. As Nisa bowls and turned on the leg side by Steele. No run once more. Leicestershire 135 for 5, lead by 18. Sussex are 171 for 3 in their second innings, 205 ahead of Middlesex. So all options of a result very firmly open there. Pujara is still there for Sussex, 82 not out. A very decent signing for the South Coast side, who've had their troubles in terms of personnel in the last year or two. Nisa to Steele on 14 not out, full length ball. Again he tries to drive Usa as Nisa's trying to york him. Steele drove just past a sprawling Carlson, and it's a very energetic dot ball.
I have some good news for tomorrow.
What, weather-wise?
No.
Cake-wise?
Sandra, she of the top cake maker, is coming to the ground, I'm told. Or might come, so Jack son says. And I bet you she'll be armed with cakes.
As Nisa bowls, and Steele on the back foot just jabs down on it in time. That was a good testing over from Nisa. Steele survives it, 135 for 5. I can recommend the chocolate brownies if there are any left.
And the drizzle cake and the Welsh cakes. Right.
It's about time we turned into Test Match special, cake-wise.
Absolutely. There was a lady many years ago insisted on sending us a cake every Sunday on a programme called Sunday Spin we used to have, the 40 League game. But with Andrew Hignell, our scorer there, he didn't see much of it. Don Shepherd go out for 5 minutes and have a rest, come back, where's the cake then? The notcher on the left has devoured it. Right, new over, David Lloyd bowls. Oh, we nearly nicked it to the keeper there. Cook standing up, took the bails off.
Yeah, double bubble for Cook. He took it just past the outside edge and whipped off the bails just in case Swindells had strayed.
With any confidence, and another thing is that they're not scoring quickly here. It's just the lead is 18.
Off for bad light at Old Trafford. Warwickshire 4 for 0 in their second innings, still 42 behind Lancashire, who made 361 all out. Century for Jennings.
Keaton Jennings, says Lloyd, bowls. And it's laid out gently onto the offside.
Trouble is that most of the candidates who are getting runs in this round as opening batters have all tried and discarded at least once, in some cases twice.
I think they've got to look to the future now. You know, people like that lad Bohannon, who plays for Lancashire. Somebody picked this side and put Compton in. Well, he's played 4 games, I think. Now he scored runs. Lloyd is in and bowled. This time Swindells comes forward.
And couldn't score a run for Notts last season.
No.
So good luck to him at Kent, but you need something of a body of work behind you to threaten as an England opener.
You get a little excited, don't you, people? I think Steve will keep his place. Lees, rather.
Lees, yeah. Harry Brooks got 100 for Yorkshire.
He will get in, I think. Here's Lloyd, bowls. Down comes Swindells on the ball, playing. Well, playing for the morrow, but I'm afraid there's 9 overs left after this. So he should just grasp the opportunity, perhaps. If they're not doing it, because, the field quite scattered, just the 3-5 men saving a single. And secondly, they don't want to take any sort of a chance. Lloyd, 2 for 14 in his 6th over, bowls, and it's met with a defensive response yet again.
Yorkshire in the lead at Chelmsford, 410 for 5, Brook, 106 not out. Milan 76 not out, Root made 75.
What must be rather painful watching. Still in the first innings.
Still in the first innings, yeah. So just whether Yorkshire can get far enough ahead to put any pressure on Essex.
Last ball then, in he comes, bowls, and again he plays forward. That was a maiden over by Lloyd, bowled extremely well, taking 2 wickets, and there are 9 overs remaining. And will it be Nisa to try and grab 1 before the end of play, or will we see some spin somewhere? No, Nisa's coming up with his cap and sticking to his task very well.
Just picking up on the score from the Kent against Sri Lanka Development 11, presumably their seconds or thereabouts. Darren Stevens got 168 off 142 balls.
But you look at that Kent side, it looks pretty strong. Joe Denley, Stevens.
There's a lot of new names in there, as well as a couple of old hands. Here's Nisa then. Could be the last ball of this spell, maybe, as he's defended.
The 2 men on
the onside. Were there 2 short mid-wickets?
2 short, the old silly mid-on positions, a couple of yards from each other, which probably tells us that the reverse swing is in being.
So Glamorgan pressing for, well, it won't be a victory tonight, but a victory maybe in the first session tomorrow at Leicestershire, just looking to take it as long as possible into tomorrow. Here's Nisa's next delivery is driven firmly by Steele, straight to cover, no run.
96 overs to bowl tomorrow. I can't think that weather's going to interfere because it's another lovely forecast. So what you're saying at the moment would be 96 overs to get 5 wickets.
Yeah, and then score a few. 18 the lead, not substantial. As Nisa steams in bowls, turned away on the leg side. There'll be runs here. There'll be 4 of them as the pigeons are sent fluttering and squawking from the ground once more. And Steele picks up a boundary to get the scoreboard moving again. 139 for 5. Leicestershire lead by 22 runs.
Yes, and some resistance here from Swindells and Steele, and I sense that Michael Nisa may be just getting a little bit weary. In the first innings he bowled 22 overs, and now he's into his, I think it's his 12th or 13th.
13th, halfway through. Nisa in bowls and out. Pushing forward, still there.
Put a bit something into that.
Was beaten, and maybe he knew he was getting towards the end of a spell. Just really bent his back, and still was beaten for speed. Trapped leg before wicket. It was very low down, and I think it hit the back pad as well as the front one as well. So 139 for 6 with 8 overs remaining. I hesitate to invoke the extra half hour, but it is a possibility at the moment. Effectively 22 for 6.
Do you have an extra bed in your room where I properly stay the night? So I don't want to get home tonight if there's an extra half hour. Do excuse me.
The loudest phone in South Wales, I would say it's a smartphone, but it's not very smart. 139 for 6. Nisa 3 for 32 now. So next batter in is due to be Ben Mike. And Steele making his 18 of 37 deliveries.
That was coming, wasn't it? It was absolutely coming. It was minimal foot movement throughout the innings, really, and Nisa was looking for that one, the in swinger, and just shuffled across and absolutely plumb. Well, I'm quite relieved Eddie's gone, because mentioning the extra, all I've got to double, and much as I love Eddie, I think, yeah, there was a limit. There is a limit.
If it's only a few overs, we might say we can do it between us. 139 for 6 as Ben Mike walks to the middle. 8 overs remaining.
I don't want to talk too much about what he did at Lord's last week, because this is a different day, different pitch, different team. What he just needs to try and do is get through to the close if possible. I don't think he wants to be attacking from the start here. As I said, different sort of setup. You haven't got a Freedy steaming in. You've got Nisa. He was a sort of different prospect, really. You can use the pace from a Freedy, but it's Nisa bowling these canny, medium-fast deliveries, getting a bit of swing.
Yeah, it's everything on target pretty much in this innings, isn't it?
It is, and he kind of went through the gate with Mike. His dismissal in the first innings.
Nisa in then to Mike. A theatrical appeal, mainly from mid-wicket and cover.
It was a big wooden noise, wasn't there, as well? The big click. You can't help feeling there was an inside. Certainly Nisa didn't really go up.
No. Tiger's got a bit of work to do then in the second half.
So I hear. I was trying to avoid the score, but
sorry.
It's all right. It's okay. I won't catch the highlights tonight anyway. But yeah.
Nisa in bowls and beats the outside edge. Cook asked the question. Must have heard some sort of noise, maybe bat on ground. Another successful over from Michael Nisa. 3 for 32 after 13. Leicestershire tottering at 139 for 6. Munster against Toulouse. Toulouse won a penalty shootout.
Oh. So what was it? It's a half time at Welford Road, isn't it? And the Foxes, I think, Foxes,
second.
The Tigers even.
The Tigers are coming second at the moment.
They are by distance.
Yes.
Go on. What's the score?
20-0.
There you go, nilled. Oof. But it's only three scores, isn't it?
It's only 3 scores down. Yeah, it can change quickly these days.
But Leinster are a good side, aren't they? Chris Edgerton was pointing out that they're the first pack Leicester have come up against this season that are actually heavier than them.
Yes, as you said, it's basically an island 15.
It is. David Lloyd is in, bowls to Swindles, who's advancing down the wicket and on driving. I think it was on driving. It might just have gone past the offside of the stumps. The dive is put in by the chasing Carlson. Can't get there. And Swindles picks up 4. It was an on drive, just went past the on side of the stumps. My instinct was about right. Swindles moves on to 15, 143 for 6. The lead just 26. 7.5 overs remain in the day. Another wicket or 2, and we could well be looking at an extra half hour here. Lloyd bustles in. Stevens-like bowls outside off stump. Swindles plays down the wrong line, is beaten on the outside edge. Cook, as all wicketkeepers seem to do these days, whips off the bails. Happy with them, he says to the umpire. Yes, yeah, a little bit, maybe just leaning to the, just wants them shifting a little bit. Umpire White, they are now shifted. In goes Lloyd and bowls. Swindles turning delivery from Midland leg into the leg side, picked up at square leg, running across from mid wicket. And there is no run. James Harris, it is out there. You can hear James Wheel clapping in the effects mic down at third man. I don't think we'll see Scott Steele again against Sussex. With respect to him, in goes Lloyd. Bowls, will effort delivery, but wide enough for Swindles to leave. Taken on the rise by Cook. He's passed 23 times, Harry Swindles, and sort of into the late teens on a couple of other occasions. So he's got in several times, hasn't been able to go on. But you can't help feeling that in terms of scoring big runs, these two are Leicestershire's last prayer. Lloyd is in, bowls, and he goes for the slashing square drive on one knee and misses. Flung the kitchen sink and a bit more at that one, didn't he?
Leicestershire do seem a little bit despairing at the moment in their approach.
Yes.
Having scoring rate having stagnated, then lost a couple of wickets here and there, and they've been just caught a little bit betwixt and between on occasion.
Lloyd into Swindles, who is half forward, defending on off stump, dropping the ball off the thick outside part of the bat down towards backward point. Andrew Salter is the fielder. It's the end of Lloyd's 7th over, 2 for 18. His figures may now be thinking about a change. I'd be inclined to give Labuschagne a couple of overs, certainly at Mike, who will want to, will want to attack. He played very sensibly for the first sort of 10 overs of his innings against Middlesex at Lords to get through until their lunch interval, and then cut loose when he lost the support of Vian Mulder after the interval in most entertaining fashion.
Nisa then in the lengthening shadows into his 14th over. Bowls to Mike, who is forward solidly enough. Plays out to cover. Labuschagne fields, and there's no run. BBC Sport Online, also available with the video stream via the Glamorgan and Leicestershire County websites. 1-4-3-4-6. Leicestershire 26 for 6 in effect.
Foxy Phil, 0 for an overseas like Nisa. We've had him in the past.
Yeah.
Not so distant past either.
Good signing. It's his second season. Only played 5 championship games in the first season. As Nisa bowls, and that's defended by Mike. Wasn't selected for T20, but you would have thought he'd have had a bit more work to do this season, since not required by Australia and Sri Lanka in the middle of the UK summer Australian tour, middle of their winter. And Glamorgan will be hoping to hold on to him for as long as possible, even though Cricket Australia might recall players in September, as that's lofted slightly by Mike towards mid-on, reaches wheel on the second bounce eventually.
Still got the 2 short mid-wickets in. Had Carlson been straighter, would have been straight into his midriff. As it was a good, 6 feet to his left. No chance of diving across, really, but not more than 6, probably 10. Otherwise, he might have tried to dive. Going to be a third? Is there going to be a third? Yes, there is.
A trio of mid-wickets. Funky field settings.
He's mid-on, isn't he, really? Straight mid-on. Labuschagne,
but they're in a row.
Yard, but they are, yep.
Pretty much, and there's one behind him as well, just to... not sure I've seen 3 crouching on the leg side before. There's Nisa bowls, and that's turned away down towards fine leg. That'll be 4 runs. Fine leg is quite wide. And Mike is off the mark. I think there's bat in there, wasn't there? Yep. No signal of a leg by from the umpire. And Leicestershire move on to 147 for 6. 30 runs in the lead.
They'll still be thinking in terms of 150.
Yeah.
And you never know.
Nisa bowls outside off stump. Mike allows that one to go through. No run. Yes, I mean, there aren't... Well, there are very few duffers with the bat in first-class cricket, and if Swindell's, Mike and Parkinson can muster 100 or so between them, which is perfectly feasible, but it's just the whole momentum of the game at the moment has flowed towards Glamorgan.
Absolutely.
As Nisa into bowl, forward comes Mike, defending to mid-off. No run. Funky field pays no dividends. It's Marnie time.
Hands his cap and sweater to umpire White. Well, Lloyd did his bit, more than his bit, the skipper. First 2 first-class wickets of the season, 2 for 18 from 7, including the potentially key wicket of Azad. And the initial breakthrough with a nasty little lifter that got rid of Vian Mulder. So 2 big wickets for David Lloyd. But now he's going to turn back to the talismanic Labuschagne, who blows on his right hand, spins the ball from hand to hand. Lloyd is sort of walking back to first slip with his chin in his hand, thinking for... But yeah, he's very, very thoughtful. He just takes his captaincy duties very, very seriously. David Lloyd. Shortish extra cover. Otherwise, just Lloyd as the close fielder, mid-on, little bit deeper. Hogan, who marks his spot as in goes Labuschagne bowls, a little bit short, and it's Hogan who's in the game, falling to his right, and as he does so, flicking the ball sort of sideways towards the startled Labuschagne.
Well, Labuschagne would no doubt have had a throw at the stump, so he gets a bit of his own medicine.
Mike had gone absolutely nowhere. Labuschagne in and bowls full toss that is wiped away towards mid-wicket by Swindles, and it is stopped down there by James Harris. Grabs it at the 3rd attempt, I think. Harris gets his throw away, but yeah, it was a filthy delivery from Labuschagne, but you get a mixed bag from an occasional leg spinner. You expect 1 or 2 like that. Got away with it, really. He only went for 2. He is in again to Swindles. That's a better line and length on off stump, but Swindles leans forward, pushes it just wide of sort of point, in front of point, and Salter has to run around to field. So single is taken. Swindles on to 18. 150 up for Leicestershire, greeted with not a single ripple of applause.
Close of play at Worcester. Worcestershire 85 for 2, needing a mere 357 to beat Durham on the final day after the Durham declaration, with just 1 wicket down in their second knock, a second Sean Dixon century.
3 balls to come in the over. What will Mike make of Labuschagne? Is in and bowls. Mike is forward. It might have spun back in a bit. That might have been the googly, in as much as he has one. Let's have a look. No, it was. He just went straight on.
Yeah.
Really. It's maybe another slide. If has he got a googly? I don't know. I suspect not really. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Mike. Good length delivery. Straight. Pushed off middle. Down the pitch on the on side.
Hasn't bowled a bouncer in this innings yet.
Does he occasionally?
Yes.
Right, you are. To finish his over, Labuschagne is in. Over pitches. Clipped away to mid-wicket. Hogan sprawls to his right. Might just have got his fingers on it and slowed the ball down. Harris runs some 20-25 yards away to his left in front of the old family stand. Picks up and gets his throw away. Mike picks up a couple. Moves on to 6, 1-5, 2 for 6 the lead. 35, 5 remain. I think if another wicket doesn't fall, we will certainly be back tomorrow. Maybe it needs 2 in the last 5 overs.
I don't think we're going to see an extra half hour.
I think we'll be back tomorrow. We could, because of the light. The light would permit it.
Yeah, it's fairly bright at the moment, with the shadows extending over Sophia Gardens. That is the end of Nisa for the time being, and James Wheel will come back into the attack. 0 for 21 in his 5 so far. And we'll try and rattle out a wicket or 2 in these closing 5 overs of the game. But Derbyshire effectively 35 for 6 at the moment. Leicestershire. Why was I thinking of Derbyshire? Because I was there last week, yes. There last week. 152 for 6. Leicestershire. As Wheel bowls. And there's big appeal for LBW. It has hit fairly full on the boots.
Down a leg, I think.
Swindell survives.
Wheel, I'm not sure he was entirely convinced. His appeal was a little bit late coming.
Yeah, it was going down leg. Probably hit in front of leg stump, but was angled across. All it had for it really was it has hit the batter fairly low down, but Swindell survives. 18 of 36 deliveries for him. As forward pushing. Swindell's out on the offside. No run. Glamorgan will be hoping that Worcestershire at least put some overs into the legs of the Durham bowlers tomorrow, since they're meant to meet on Thursday. Sussex 198 for 3 against Middlesex, leading by 2-3-2. Pujara 99 not out. As Wheel bowls, falls over, and Swindell's defends on the leg side to Carlson. So
keeps doing it, doesn't he?
It does, yeah. Looks as though Sussex will be in a position to set Middlesex some sort of target on the final day. Depending on how adventurous their skipper Tom Haynes, young captain, feels. 152 for 6, Leicestershire. Fought back from 15 for 2 with a half-century stand, but nothing hugely significant since then, as Swindell's defends to Nisa. Starting to get dug in, Harry Swindell's, with an eye on having another go at it all tomorrow. We'll take it half an hour at a time, break the sessions down, bat as deep as we can, etc, etc.
They might try and be positive tomorrow, Mike, in particular, because it's hard to see them getting 150 ahead if they don't.
Wheel bowls, and there's no shot played by Swindell's, but that was outside off stump and seemed to come back an awful long way very late as Chris Cook took it going down leg side.
Maybe reversing. Let's have a look-see at the replay. Perhaps not.
They're full of
Power
cake.
will be switched, yes. The prospect of the extra half hour appalled them. Don't know why.
Well, we're 20-7 already as Wheel bowls, and Swindells defends back to the bowler. Decent over by Wheel. It's his second maiden. Labuschagne 0 for 16. Wheel 0 for 21. Leicestershire 152 for 6. Some belated resistance, but it'll need to last an awful lot longer to be significant resistance.
Yeah. Could be an entertaining morning tomorrow if Mike tees off.
Well, he's the man in form from the last game, isn't he?
Finding the details of his innings at Lord's.
99, not out.
Yeah, he was relatively sedate in going to 50 off 57. Labuschagne is in from the river end, bowls. Mike is defending, pushing the ball out towards backward point, and there's no run. Hit 5 fours and 2, but he'd started to tee off, hit 5 fours and 2 sixes. But he reached 99 not out off 108, 9 fours and 4 sixes. Pushed by Mike again off Labuschagne into the covers, fielded by Carlson, and there's no run, but he's not going to do anything like that. You won't imagine in the next, 22 balls left in the day's play. Labuschagne in, bowls, back, oh that's dangerous, that's the slider. He goes back, tries to cut it away, doesn't miss off stump by too much as he missed, well, it turned a little bit, tried to cut it away. It was well wide of off stump in the end because of the turn. Labuschagne tosses that one up and it's just stroked out into the offside by Ben Mike, picked up by the effervescent Kiran Carlson. Bounces around out there. Two balls left in the over for the Australian. Wipes his hand on the back of his trousers, spins the ball from hand to hand in and bowls, and Mike waiting in his crease, a little bit dangerous. It does skid on, but he manages to keep it out. Acknowledges to Swindells that he perhaps should have got forward to that one. Labuschagne to finish his over is in. Looking to turn it down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Cook takes it, whips off the bails with his right hand. He was stretching, Mike, but he kept his right toes, the toes of his right boot firmly anchored behind the crease. Made an over for Marnus Labuschagne, 152 for 6. Therefore remains the score. 3 overs, I beg your pardon, remain in the day. The lead still just 35.
I think it would be greedy for Glamorgan supporters to hope for any more tonight. They got 6 in 52 overs, which is a decent effort on a third day pitch that is not really deteriorated. And James Wheel will maybe try and blast one out. He's got potentially 2 overs to bowl. And is bowling to Swindells, who pushes on the offside, thinks of a quick single, and eventually there's a response from Mike, who wasn't entirely sure about it. The underhand throw missed the wickets anyway, but not sure what to make of that one. How about it? There's one there. Oh yes, all right.
It was a sort of inquiry from Swindells rather than an order, wasn't it? And you want an order in those circumstances. It was his call. And to sort of take a step and sort of raise a hand in an interrogatory gesture.
Should we have a vote on this?
Do you want me to come? Yeah, go on, but just yes is the call.
153 for 6. Wheel to Mike, left outside off stump.
Sometimes think they're too polite, these young men.
Yes. Yes would have sufficed rather than. Do you think you could make it, old chap?
Yes. Shall we?
Fancy it? Shall we dance?
We'll try.
Takes two to tango for the Foxes.
Harris, the throw missed anyway, but could have been interesting.
Unnecessary jeopardy at this stage in proceedings. Wheel to Mike, right arm over, driven by Mike, hard into the ground, bounces up to cover, no run.
Yeah, he put on 98 with Ed Barnes for the 7th wicket at Lord's. Barnes made 36. Parkinson stuck around, made 9. They put on 39 for the 9th wicket. I beg your pardon, for the 8th wicket. But they're going to need something similar, Leicestershire, to have a prayer.
Wheel bowls and Mike edges through third man. Salter is off in pursuit and picks it up 15 metres inside the rope in front of the family stand in the edge of the shade, and meanwhile back in the middle they've gone through for a couple of runs. Mike to 8.
Even if they get through the rest of the day unscathed, unquestionably Glamorgan's day again.
Yes, they just did enough for the last 5 wickets, didn't they? 132 added today. As Wheel bowls, strikes Mike on in an area possibly above the pad and maybe near the centre of a gentleman's persona.
Certainly, if I tell you he's leaning on his bat now, trying to get his breath. You can draw your own conclusions.
Sophia's well protected. 155 for 6. Lead 38. Wheel into bowl and flicked wide of short fine leg, down to fine leg for a single. Shouts of catch. There is a man, Carlson, in a leg gullyish position for that eventuality, but it was fine of him. It wasn't a catching opportunity. It's 156 for 6, Leicestershire, a 39 in the lead.
He was kind of bowling for that, James Wheel. Just went fine of Carlson. Didn't get quite enough on it from Wheel and Glamorgan's point of view. So Labuschagne, penultimate over of the day at a sun-bathed Sophia Gardens. Most of the crowd have drifted away now. Labuschagne is in. Back goes Mike. It bounces a little bit, and in the end he pulls out, which was the wise thing to do. Cook indicates there was bounce there. Bounce and a little bit of turn, but mainly bounce. Labuschagne is in. Mike is forward, pushing out into the covers, and this time both batsmen went at the same time. Carlson quickly to the ball, but the throw wasn't a great one by the side of the stumps. Cook couldn't take it cleanly. Would have had to have hit to have had any chance of running Swindles out, and even then I think it probably just about made his ground, but again seems a somewhat unnecessary risk at this stage of proceedings. However, Mike with that single goes into double figures on to 10. Swindles 19, 157 for 618, the partnership. Short extra in as Labuschagne bowls to Swindles, who gropes forward rather thick inside edge, and he's going to pick up a run there. I'd say with amusement as it runs down towards backward square, because Labuschagne turned with his hands on his head as though it almost got through. Perhaps it did. He's grinning now as he says something to the umpire, Umpire White. 9 balls left in the day. Labuschagne in. Bowls. Forward goes Ben Mike. Drops it down at his feet and then steps back and lets Cook come out from behind the stumps to pick up the ball. Couple of steps and bowls, and again jams down on the ball. He's I thought for a second he'd raised his left arm, his left hand there.
Yeah.
And
It
there's
looked as
two
though-
hands on heads. I mean, it sounded like bat, but Labuschagne bowled and then appealed for leg before. Oh, that
Alex
must
Wolff
have
scratching
given
his nose there, wasn't he?
it must have given the batter a heart attack.
Was it?
The way he
No, it's
rose
Mr.
his
White
It's
down there.
White down there. Yeah, he jammed the ball down into his pad off the bat.
Labuschagne
No
obviously
question.
hoping it was boot first.
His left hand started to come up to his nose, didn't it? In goes Labuschagne, and it's solidly defended by Ben Mike on that occasion. But as that left hand started to go up, that was cruel.
That was cruel for Rob White. I mean, as a former pro, he ought to be more careful, really, than to give a bat and the heebie-jeebies like that. Labuschagne's, why on earth wasn't that out? Because he hit
Because he
it.
hit it quite hard.
But, you know, there's always the possibility that the umpire can think it's boot then bat,
Yes, indeed.
which can be out. 158 for 6.
1 over to go. We will be back tomorrow, so I can have my run down to the barrage, I think, tomorrow morning. Nice morning forecast.
Good man. 41 is the Leicestershire lead. 158 for 6, their second innings score. As Wheel bowls and Swindell's squared up, but got his bat on it to defend, to cover. Just 290 runs scored overall today for the loss of 11 wickets. So bowlers of both sides have earned their corn. They've plugged away gamely on a mostly unhelpful wicket, which has remained fairly similar over the 3 days. Wheel in bowls, driven by Mike Swindell's on the offside. Fielded at cover by Harris, no run. Last 4 balls of the day to come. Glamorgan resumed overnight at 305 for 5 and reached 437 with Chris Cook hitting a half century. Nisa 29, Will 34, extras 64, 3 wickets apiece for Wright and Mike. As Wheel steams in, bowls to Swindell's way outside off stump as Wheel goes falling once more. Leicestershire in their second innings have lost Evans for 5, Patel for 1, minor recovery, then Kimber went for 37, Mulder for 6, a lengthy 6, Azad a key wicket for 58 and Steele for 18. 3 wickets to Nisa, 2 to David Lloyd and 1 to Michael Hogan. Wheel in to bowl. Swindell is bowled, leaving the ball. Well, a disastrous end to the day for Leicestershire as Swindell's will not live to fight another day. Wheel celebrates. Glamorgan know that the door is pretty open for them on the final day now. Swindell's bowled by James Wheel, playing no shot, and that one came back a long way. That was an excellent delivery from Wheel. The decision to leave by Swindell's was not an unreasonable one, but that one really jagged back from Wheel, and he will be delighted with the way that he's ended the day. 158 for 7, and that's the close of proceedings.
An outstanding day for Glamorgan, leaves them poised on the verge of victory. The lead is 41 for Leicestershire, but they have only 3 second innings wickets intact. Ben Mike is at the crease. He is their only hope. He'll hope for support from Callum Parkinson and from Chris Wright, from Buren Hendricks, in the hope of, well, biffing Leicestershire to a total that might give them some sort of hope, but to do that they're going to have to add at least 121 fields for those last 3 wickets. It's not impossible, it has happened before, and you can find out whether it's going to happen by joining us here at Sophia Gardens for the final morning of this game. Another good game between Leicestershire and Glamorgan that is going to have a positive result. One feels at the moment that Glamorgan would win this game 19 times out of 20. at least. But perhaps Leicestershire supporters, this will be the 20th time.
From Richard Ray, from Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, thanks very much indeed for listening. Enjoy your Saturday evening and please join us from 11 tomorrow. North Star. Stone is into Boulder. Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Balls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.